Hello and welcome to another day of CrossFire West League. My name is Kholi. I'm going to be your host for tonight, and I have with me Mr. Penguin. How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I mean, tonight we will know pretty much who's gonna make the top four.
Yes, definitely. Today is the decider for everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the decider for PingPongPals. It's gonna be the decider for Anubis because basically those are the two teams who are fighting. For InnerCircle and GG, they both secured. InnerCircle secured yesterday after the win, and already GG was securing their spot. ROC Esports, no doubt, they are in the first place. So today, Anubis, their last chance. By the way, if Anubis wins today, they still need to wait for PingPongPals game. So looking at the standing right now, PingPongPals, they have 7 wins. Anubis now 6 wins. If Anubis managed to win today, and maybe for example, let's say that they won 2-0, that means that they're gonna be having the same sets as PingPongPals. Okay, so
They
still,
will need PingPongPals.
but PingPongPals still have one game.
Yeah.
They're gonna be playing TBI, so they're gonna be waiting for TBI. If PingPongPals wins one map, and even if they lose versus TBI but win only one map, that means that they are gonna be in the playoffs. So it's very tough for Anubis today, but still this is the decider game. That's why we are talking about these teams.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is the last seat remaining for the playoffs. Every other position is pretty much decided.
Except Swamp and TBI, because Swamp and TBI can switch.
Yeah, exactly. So let's talk about first game since you mentioned Swamp and TBI, because this is our first match for tonight. And if we're going to talk about TBI beating PingPongPals, we will have to see TBI with a very serious face tonight against Swamp Gaming, right?
Yeah, because they lost versus 999, which is should be a game that they already secure, and they already did it in split one. But still, as we said, that they just maybe had some overconfidence on the matchup versus 999. I don't think we're going to be seeing this versus Swamp Gaming today, so TBI needs to be showing more aggressive phase, as you said. For Swamp Gaming, these guys started very good, so we want to see the same consistent level for them. We want to be seeing a very good match between two teams, because it's a decider also for those two teams for the placements. Swamp Gaming is on 6th place, but if TBI wins, they have a chance on going to the 6th place because they have one more match. If Swamp Gaming wins, then that means that it is already securing their spot and they're going to be staying on the 6th place.
Yeah, and the roster in front of us. I mean, Swamp Gaming, it was a roster that we talked about when the meta shifted, that they might be a team competing for the playoffs. They are looking very scary. They are utilizing the new meta very well, but like it feels like they stopped at a certain place, and like the other teams started like catching up, and they started even getting better than Swamp Gaming in terms of the meta.
Yeah, because Swamp Gaming started, as we said, every team, and even Alucard mentioned this when we had an interview with him, that he said, okay, we are not performing because we didn't have much time to practice. We're still practicing, we're still developing, and we're still improving and trying to adapt to the new meta. So Swamp Gaming was the same. So they were all on the same level.
Yeah.
And after a while, Swamp Gaming definitely is not having much practice games as the other teams are getting, because of the time zone change. They have HZZ and Snox from living on EU, and the other guys are just from NA.
Yeah.
So this just makes it hard for you to practice and just find some practice games, because basically Famous is up and available on 1 AM EU time, so it's kind of so late for anybody to be practicing. So that's why all the teams had a very big gap between Swamp Gaming and the top 4 teams, which we've seen Swamp Gaming beating. We've seen them beating InnerCircle, and they beat also Anubis.
Yeah.
Top 4 teams now we're talking about. So now, Swamp Gaming, they couldn't have that much practice. The other teams had the luxury of practicing, and they kind of got better than Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, and for TBI, we always talk about TBI, and we mentioned that like they are a team that might do some crazy upsets, and we saw it in multiple occasions. But like it felt like they lost their way, kind of. I mean, I felt like they fall off a bit. But like I feel like TBI, like the guys in TBI have very a lot of passion toward the game. It feels like they don't let any game go easily. And that's why, like, I feel this matchup, I know, like, both these teams are not competing for the top 4, but I feel like we will see a close matchup still.
It's going to be definitely a close matchup, because both of them, as we said, they are fighting not only for the win, but as we said, also for the placement, which means more money.
Yeah.
Because, you know, 6th place is better than the 7th place. So they want to be getting and securing this spot. That's first. 100%. Second, everybody wants to show himself. This is the last games of the West League. You want to be leaving a good intention about yourself. If a player, if a team as well, we're talking about team base and also player base, because everybody wants to be leaving this year winning at least some attention for himself as a team or as players. So they're gonna be playing very good game. They're gonna be giving it all. So I guess all what we need to do is for both teams to fight for the placement. That's what gonna make us see a very good game.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk about the maps because like the matchup is close, and like the last time these two teams faced, it was 2-1 for TBI. And like both these teams, they won the opponent's map pick with the same score. I remember
10-7, 10-7.
Yeah, 10-7, 10-7. And like the decider was Compound, and we know TBI are really good at Compound.
Yeah, and they made a comeback from 2-7. If you remember, they started very bad and then they kind of got back. So the same, I guess. The veto is gonna be the same as the first. It's gonna be Compound because both teams love Compound. They both play. It's gonna be also might be Ankara. But Compound 100% we need to see Compound today because TBI is not banning Compound. Swamp Gaming is picking Compound. That means that whoever is gonna be picking Compound first is the team that wants to play it. So I guess for both they want to play it, but maybe just TBI wants to leave it for Swamp Gaming to pick it, so they take global risk, or Swamp Gaming does that same mind game. They're gonna be leaving it to take it. But other maps, it might be Port, might be Ankara, might be I guess Subbase. I don't think there will be Black Widow because TBI is not playing Black Widow, but Swamp Gaming do play Black Widow.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at the map V to see if we're gonna see a Black Widow in this game or not. No, we're going to see Compound, Subbase, and Port as a decider. I mean, Compound, I think it's a pretty good veto for TBI. You know? Like you have Compound and you picked Subbase that you managed to like grab last time as well. But Swamp Gaming won Subbase last time.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming won Subbase because it was a very good performance from the guys and they have a very good strategies, and I said the guys have a very good lineups. They usually rely on their individual skills. I've said this a lot before because we've seen Snox how he's moving in the map. He's trying to get some kills. Kai's is always the guy who's trying to get the entry frags in Compound as well, and all the players are just trying to maybe just give Famous the much space for him to trade and get the kills and get the crazy kills. Yeah. For Compound, it's a very good map to do this. Famous is always sitting on the highway. He's wanna be killing everybody who's crossing to mid, and he wants to trade his teammates. Whoever is gonna be jumping from tower, trying to go through the mid. So now, because Swamp Gaming, they picked Compound, they're gonna be going to the NA. So we're starting the first map on NA. Now Swamp Gaming wants to revenge their loss on Compound because it was a very tough loss. As we said, it was 2-7.
Yeah.
And then TBI came back and won 13-11. So they wants to show that they are the better team. And we've seen this versus PingPongPals where they lost 10-2 and they came back on the second split, they won 10-7. That means that this team is very good. And also we've seen Swamp Gaming playing Compound versus ROC Esports. They went to 7-7 tied with them. And then ROC Esports took the tactical pause and the magic words from Stray just finished the game for ROC Esports. But other than that, they would have won the map. So Swamp Gaming, for me right now, they are a stronger opponent on Compound. TBI started very good on Compound, but still maybe the teams knew how they play. Okay, they knew how the strategies that they have. Swamp Game, TBI is lacking maybe some strategies to feel in the game. So now they want to be focusing on these strategies. If Swamp Gaming done their homework, I guess they can win Compound and Subbase. It might be going for TBI because usually TBI are better on Subbase, and we've seen how good and they destroyed 999 on Subbase.
Yeah, and you said that like Swamp Gaming want to get their revenge on Compound, but like on the other hand, we have Subbase that TBI lost against Swamp Gaming last time, so it's kind of the same thought process, right? Like I'm pretty sure like both these teams will be like studying these two maps very well. Yes. So like we're going to see even maybe closer matchup from both sides. And like I'm not really sure about Port as a decider because like
Port,
I can't really think of these two teams.
It's 50-50 to be honest. Port. Swamp Gaming is not that good on Port. Also TBI is not that good on Port. We're talking about the how we've seen these teams playing, but when it comes to a decider game and experience, maybe we can say Swamp Gaming have better hands, or maybe they have the advantage to go through Port. Yes, TBI is going to be starting as global risk on Port. We know this. But still, TBI started as global risk also in the last matchup versus 999, and they got destroyed.
Yeah.
2-7 if I remember. Yes, 2-7. So still, TBI is not that team that's usually playing Port or picking Port as a map. They always leave it open because they have other two bans that they need to do. They have Eagle Eye maybe banned. Sometimes they ban Black Widow New Mexico or Eagle Eye New Mexico. So they're not having the luxury of picking the maps. So Port is forced to play. They are forced to play. But other than that, I don't think TBI would be picking Port at all.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Swamp Gaming, and okay, we're gonna talk about it later because map 1 is ready. Let's toss it over to the casters to take us to map 1.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Obviously, jumping into match 1 of the day. Kyle, I don't know if you've been tuning in for the week so far. We had a very, very long first day of week 6. We had a pretty quick day in yesterday's games for day number 2. But for day 3, I feel like we could be kind of in a bit of a middle ground. This game between Swamp and TBI, I feel like could be a relatively close one. InnerCircle, Gaimin Gladiators probably expected to pick up their wins reasonably comfortably in the other 2 games. But we'll see how that all plays out as we go on through the day. But looking at Swamp and TBI, I mean, this one, I think the jury's really out, right? To me, this one feels like a game where it just does depend on which of these 2 teams turns up on the day. Maybe the server allocation going to be a bit of a factor as well. Obviously, again, with the North American component of Swamp in the picture.
Yeah, I feel like this one for me is one that probably goes 3 maps. I'm not 100% confident which way it's going to lean yet. I think a lot of it kind of goes off of what Penguin was saying, where a lot of these guys on Swamp Gaming very individual play focused, and I think the day might kind of dictate that for them, because if you have the superstar players on Swamp Gaming hitting their stride, I feel like this could be their series to take away. TBI, though, they have a bit stronger team play, so if they're the ones kind of leading the charge from the front, they could easily take the series as well. I think the big benefit, though, that I've seen in Swamp Gaming's play style is they're not afraid to be aggressive when they need to, which I think against TBI could play to their advantage.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I'm still kind of not all in on either of these 2 teams just yet. I think we've seen some pretty good stuff from both in isolation. We've seen some really, really good maps from Swamp. We've seen the same from TBI. I think TBI does shoot themselves in the foot a little bit by maybe being a bit too over-aggressive, too over-eager to try to close things out in a lot of instances. I didn't like the game that I saw earlier on this week from TBI against 999. I think they got brought down to the level that 999 was sort of throwing at them. So something for TBI to be aware of. But again, implications of this game, not necessarily massive. Both Swamp and TBI are out of the race for playoffs. And this is just a conversation around, well, who can actually go as high as maybe securing their place in the next season of CFWL by taking a top 6, or potentially just a bit of practice as well. We'll kick things off here on Compound. Here's the map choice of Swamp, and they've typically been pretty decent on this map.
Yeah, a lot of this one's going to come down to how they deal with the mid-control plays from Kai's, and that's a good start. A lot of utility damage. He's already been taken down, 22 HP, and now Swamp Gaming have to be careful where they place him for the remainder of the round. You can see a little bit of a smoke screen coming down on the backside of mid. Snox trying to take that place in the mid tower, maybe find some information, but right now TBI playing very patient in this opening round, but Swamp Gaming not really wasting too much time getting this A room control. You can see FaZe right here on the other side of it.
Snox was really good earlier this week on Compound, especially on the Blacklist side, doing a lot of work on the entry role, and this time it'll be Josh to follow that up into the second game of the week for Swamp. FaZe down early on in the piece for TBI. It's going to prompt a bit of util out from the A defenders to try to slow Swamp down, though they're not even interested in accelerating toward A. Now it's on to Hunt. He tends to be that guy that's sort of put in positions to try to make a difference in the mid round or in the early round. In this instance, he only gets himself a 1-for-1. Nice timing from HCZ up A long. He's pretty much going to secure the A site. Famous almost caught. Couple of missed shots, though, from Booker means the end of him, and that's the end of the round as well. Swamp, fairly easy opening round here on Compound.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one, too, especially when you have FaZe on that perfect angle A long, just not able to get anything done in that opening position. And for TBI, it's going to be back to the drawing board here in round number 2. You can see them sending Hunt up mid early to try and get some information. Not really going to find a whole lot other than some utility right in his face early on. But for Swamp Gaming, it's a good early lead for them to work with. Now they could play a little bit more patient, I think, in the second round. They're a team that likes to go for these mid-late executions, and I expect a lot from them on this map as well with that in mind. So it's going to be up to TBI to maybe control the pace here in the second round. You can see still pretty patient on the approach, but this time Kai is trying to eyeball somebody on the back of the A bomb site. He's got a good angle onto it, but after those first round misses, you could tell TBI not too eager to take the fight.
No. Just going to play back and safe and relax. I mean, they've got FaZe with the TRG in hand, and he's going to try and open this round up, which has been successful in doing so onto Kai's. Again, Kai's having a bit of trouble in that tower position. Second round in a row. And this time, actually going down as well, which is going to be even further of a problem for Swamp, now having to try to recalculate what they can do here in the 4-on-5.
Nice little flash there over the top. King might be thinking about peeking through the smoke, but actually going to think better of it here. Decides to back off and wait for the potential rotation. Famous taking control back in mid, and the time is starting to tick away from them. Only 45 seconds to get this plant off, and they're going to go ahead and go back towards this A bomb site. You've got Noxon already underneath, ready to take the fight, but Tino 3 players are on the other side of it. Noxon, though, good for a first. Josh, very quick on the trade, but it's not going to be enough. Hunt already able to find one, but Josh has to do a lot of heavy lifting to get the job done.
One plant goes down, though. And Josh, if he could have gotten this kill, would have brought it back to a 2-on-2. Very doable at that point, but yeah. Comes down to HCZ to open that one up onto Hunt. Now, though, Josh solo and somewhat stuck in a position that he's going to find it easy to get out of. He's get that opening duel onto King, and if he gets a good headshot here onto Booker, it might be enough. Difficult, though, as that first round goes over to TBI. So all even to start things off on Compound.
Yeah, great response there from Josh. Unfortunately, just not enough to win it in the 1v1, but he's already up to a 5-1 score, just 2 rounds into this one, so definitely someone to keep our eyes on, getting a lot done with that HK on the entry frags, and now it's going to be up to Swamp Gaming to respond themselves here after a bit of a tough one to lose, and you can see already off to an interesting start here for TBI. Hunt sneaking his way up to the mid crate. Snox is going to have to be careful in this position. Not even going to matter. FaZe getting that pick is huge as well. Hunt, unfortunately, though, going to be spotted out and traded down.
Opener, at least for Famous, and I think you'll take a 1-for-1 if you're on that BL side. Smoke's going forward for Swamp, but the forces are not committed yet. Looks like they still want to explore a little bit of map control. Maybe that'll be where King has to come into play here for TBI. So 3-1 split. You just have HCZ watching the other side just in case there's going to be a push out from A, but King now spotted. Have to dump a bit of his own utility in that map. Territory slowly but surely starting to be taken by Swamp.
Yeah, you can see Swamp here kind of doing their usual, going for an early pick towards B, and now setting up for the late execution out of mid. This time it's going to be some early utility thrown towards the A bomb site, a smoke towards the B entrance as well, and now they can kind of go either way up mid. It's going to keep TBI second guessing here. You can see Booker sneaking to the other side of the smoke. Josh, though, a quick little tap takes care of that position, and now they've got the opening to work their way into the B split phase. On the other side, the B flash down and out here. Famous with the HK, able to find himself another one here for the side of Swamp Gaming, and now King and FaZe. They're kind of stuck in a weird retake position. You can see King trying to find anyone in mid lurking around, but they don't need to do anything special here. Swamp, they've got the numbers, and Famous able to find a second.
This is a tough one for King. Probably an impossible one, frankly. But he has got time on his side. He's still got over 30 seconds to work with, and he is being given a 1v1 aim duel by Famous, which traditionally wouldn't be the correct way to play that round as Famous, but he is Famous, so chances are he's going to win that 1v1 duel. And he does. So fairly solid stuff from Swamp as they get underway nicely on the BL side here of Compound, and if you're getting a 2-1 split in terms of rounds on the BL side of Compound, I think you can't be too disappointed by that.
Bad start. Noxon, he had the greatest position you could have there, but unfortunately, the double bunny hop across the line from Josh and Snox, just too much for him to land those shots, and now again, Swamp finding themselves a nice early advantage. A lot of it stemming from Famous and Josh so far. You've actually got a couple players who been a little bit slow to the game here, and Kai's and Snox on this map so far. If they can wake up on top of it, it's going to be a bit of a difficult half ahead for TBI, who unfortunately just aren't finding these early fights too successfully, but we are on the NA server for the first map, so you'd think that does give Swamp at least a decent advantage in this one.
Certainly looks to have. And again, same kind of approach for Swamp. Take that mid control, have a player set up watching A long, and then start to work your way in toward B. In this instance, a 4-1 split. They are smoked off at the moment, though. So just going to slow things down.
Yeah, right now for King, he's got the patient position in this corner he's got to hold on to. If they check him, it could be a much more difficult round ahead, but Josh, the nade, takes him out of position here. And now it's going to be up to the Lyric of Kai's to help with this rotation, maybe stall it out as the bomb works its way in towards B. But TBI actually has their full forces in between all of these Swamp Gaming players. They're going to actually spot the first player and back off quickly. And this is where TBI has to be careful on this reset. Now you've got FaZe all alone to hold off the A bomb side.
Not going to be an easy task to try to multi-kill with this TRG. Gosh, on the entry, going down, it's actually going to be pistol that does get brought out by FaZe, but only good for the one. Decent effort from Booker as well, but unfortunately not going to happen. And Hunt there a little bit too late to be involved in that hold, is now going to have to try to retake solo 1v2. Working his way up long, but doesn't look like either of these fights are really going to be easily presented to him. Josh just caught in transition, and now it's on to Kais, who has given away his position. Shots won't connect, though, and Hunt can't pull it off. It's another round for Swamp, and once again, they are showing their prowess on this map of Compound, putting together a really good first half here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, really impressive entries from Josh so far on this map. 8-2 for him, Famous up to 6 as well. The two of them really making it a challenge with these HKs to get anything done for the defense, and it's going to be back to the drawing board once again for TBI, looking for a way to maybe change the pace. I'd like to see maybe a bit more aggressive play on mid from them. They've kind of just given it up in the early fight here to try and hold on to these off angles, but unfortunately for them, they're getting kind of picked apart on these positions. This time, though, Swamp not wasting as much time here. They're going to go straight for mid control. Just 30 seconds into it, HCZ able to find one onto Hunt. Now they're going to quickly swing their forces towards the B bomb site, which only has King defending it from the back windows. He's going to eventually be able to get onto the lower bomb site, but Kai is on the lurk. Somehow gets away with that one. Booker, an unconditional miss there.
I mean, this is kind of going from bad to worse for TBI. Trying to hold on to the B-side solo is King, and there's going to be a swarm through. It was a nice double, but again, 1v5 essentially is just not going to happen. Nice kill, though, from Noxon, getting Kai's floating around in middle, trying to catch rotators. So we are back to a 2-on-2, which does make this one doable for Swamp. Certainly more doable than some of the previous have been. Famous will dispatch of Noxon, though, and now it's on to FaZe with 20 seconds to try to retake this site. Eventually, he's going to have to go. They are aware of his position, and Famous will put him to rest. It's a quintessential Famous performance at the moment. He's at 9-2. Looks like we're going to get a timeout here, you'd think, I guess, from TBI. They know that they're going to need more than, 1 or 2 rounds here on the GR side of Compound, so gonna have a bit of a chat and try and figure it out.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough road ahead for them, and honestly, a lot of it stems from I feel like they're playing a little bit more passive than I would have expected on this GR side. They had one round where they aggressed in mid, but aside from that, they're kind of just holding the line on the back of these sites, and I feel like if you want to catch a team like Swamp off guard, you've got to throw a little aggression their way to try and disrupt Josh and Famous, who so far have been leading the entry frags across the entirety of this map. So if they can find a way to maybe isolate them early on, get some good early entries to go their way, they could definitely get back into this first map. But so far, with the way they're playing on the side of Swamp Gaming, wouldn't be surprised if it's a pretty heavy-handed map going their direction.
It's looking like it, doesn't it? Not really seeing much from TBI, which yes is, I don't know, it's not hugely unexpected to me here on Compound. We know that Compound's a pretty good map for Swamp. They've beaten most of their opponents this season on it. They were able to beat PingPongPals on it earlier this week. They beat Anubis last week. I think they took InnerCircle very, very close. Went to OT, went to Golden Point. So, you know, some pretty good results for Swamp of late on this map. Whereas TBI are not quite having that same success. And it's definitely not as much of a go-to for TBI as what it is for Swamp. Not to mention, again, obviously, the server assigning factor as well. But this series probably still has some legs in it. The only thing for me is going to be if Swamp just completely steamroll their way through this map and go into map 2 with a huge amount of momentum, then all of a sudden, I wonder if TBI just the mental breaks a little bit. They know that they're out of the season in terms of being able to make it through to the playoffs, and they aren't able to lock in the same way that they might have been able to earlier on, and it just kind of becomes a quick 2-0 sweep, which I think would be surprising personally, but I know that Swamp is a good enough team that when they're going, that they can really roll over teams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case here. So I'm hoping they can keep it up for their sake. It's a good way to end the season, at least with these last couple of games they've got to finish strong. And honestly, I'm surprised with the season they've had so far. I remember the last time the NA team came into the Pro League, they were dead last the entire season. So Swamp at least already shattering that expectation, maybe holding themselves a spot for future seasons here. And I think a lot of it comes down to the strength of kind of this combination roster with HCZ and Snox coming into the fold on top of Josh, who for me has been a player who is kind of ascended throughout the ranks because he's one of the younger players on this lineup, but he holds his own quite well.
Yeah, he's someone that doesn't necessarily get the best roles either. I often see him being the guy like holding in the 1-4 split on the other side of the map, or being the entry fragger. So he's not necessarily always set up for success, but typically when he is put in those sort of 2vx's, 1vx's, he does a pretty good job of it. I agree with that statement. But Swamp 4-1 right now. Back into the mix here for round number 6, and it looks like it's just going to be a good old-fashioned mid-hit. Now, that is a decent setup from TBI with 2 players there to defend against it, but they back off into the A side on the timing, and Swamp flashing their way forward. I'm just going to continue in the direction of B. Booker ducked into the corner. Needs to be hard cleared, and will be. There's Snox on the entry. Like I said, very solid on the entry on this map earlier on this week, and doing another good job here. FaZe will be traded down easy as you like. Another round going away from Swamp, and King finished off with no problem at all either. So this is very dire straits indeed for TBI. They've used their tag timeout. They've instantly just got crushed in the next round.
Yeah, a bit of a tough situation. It almost felt like they had a better chance, though, with the positioning than it turned out to be. Booker, I feel like he had the optimal position to trade there, but then he just sits tucked away in that corner, which is a bit of an unfortunate one. But this time, it's double TRGs in mid, and they've already found themselves 3 kills. Why not? Josh, now the last one alive, and you know what? Maybe the aggression is all they needed here. That is a very, very quick round going the way of TBI.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a change-up, I guess. Something that Swamp were not prepared for. They had been given mid, for the most part, this entire half without really having to work for it, so not necessarily blaming them for being too surprised by that turn of aggression from TBI. Now, though, you're going to have to be a little bit more aware of it. And I mean, look, you still kind of want to turn this into a really, really solid half. If your Swamp 6-3, 7-2 is kind of what you're aiming for, given the start. So if they were to let this sort of like slip back to TBI 5-4, I think they'd be pretty disappointed by those results in the end.
Yeah, TBI, though, the big thing they've got to combat this round is they don't have that aggressive advantage to work with. Now they're back to playing the passive game, and this is where they've struggled quite a bit on this side of the map. So we'll see if they've got anything different in store for us. This time it is a lot more emphasis towards holding on to this A bomb site, which might be the right call. There's going to be a lot of mid-aggression coming through soon from Swamp Gaming, but for TBI, the problem I've seen in this passive approach they have is it feels like even though they've got full coverage on these sites, they haven't been the best in actually securing these trades and playing together.
Which I had felt in the past had been one of their strengths, actually. Nox with a crossfire to break. Should be going down here, and Will and Booker reaping the benefits. Now it's up to Famous to find himself the double, and he does. That's able to recover the round somewhat. HCC can't get anything on that rotate. If he would have dropped Noxon, then that round was very much favoring Swamp at that point. But not to be this time. Kai's, though, catching Hunt, who's floating around in mid. Again, TBI just get themselves an advantage and then find a way to throw it away.
Yeah, a lot of this comes down to now Noxon on this position. He's going to have perfect timing. Hit this shot. Famous, though. Gonna go down right away. Kai's on the repeat. Good for the first. And now it's FaZe versus Kai's. Versus here. But actually, FaZe has an M4 in hand. No TRG this time around to work with. Might actually be the right idea when going up against Kai's. One missed shot is all he needs to work his way in. But Kai's, with the early spot, has the chance and the quick scope to get it done.
As if they needed any more help. 6-2. 7 very much on offer here for Swamp. The way that's going so far, if they get to 7, I don't imagine that TBI are going to be able to turn that one back on its head in the second half, but we'll see. Half change can make a big difference. Noxon, again, going to be pushing out of A. Very much a forward hold on the other side of the map as well here with King alongside Booker. And Swamp are going to head in that direction. TBI recognize that Swamp have been doing this late in rounds a few times now. They're set up for it. Hard clear from Josh. Won't actually get the better of King, but does get traded down. So not the end of the world over there. The problem is more so in mid. Kai's going down again in tower.
Yeah, now they've got to be pretty careful on the BL side. Trying to figure something out to work with in this situation is going to be tricky. Especially without that TRG in hand to find the early wide opening down mid. But you've got at least Famous here, who's been pretty successful on turning the numbers back in their favor. A couple rounds already, and Snox as well, working his way through mid, trying to maybe sneak across here. But Booker, he's got the right idea, has the off angle held, but does Snox go for the clear here? Timing isn't going to be the best here. Now Snox left alone in a 1 versus 4. He's already found himself 2 kills, so not a bad position at all to be in. He's got to deal with Hunt, who actually misses the shot as well. A crucial error, and now Snox has the chance here in the 1v2 to maybe win this after all, but he has to be careful of FaZe already behind him on top of it. Both of them with TRGs in hand as well, just hoping that Snox is going to poke himself out, but this could actually be a decent chance. But no, Hunt just storms his way in, and that'll be the round for TBI.
Yeah. Tough ask, obviously, in a 4v1, but once it got to the 2v1 is where it really felt like it was going to be possible. Not the case, obviously. And so, we swap sides at the half, and 6-3 though. I mean, that really doesn't feel like it's going to be enough for TBI on the GR side, so they're going to have a monumental BL side here to pull this one back. And I don't know, they're not really seeming like they're as locked in as normal, although this is the problem with TBI, is they're such an up and down kind of a team. I thought they looked a bit better at the start of this season, right? Like when FaZe came in, I thought, okay, you know what we're actually kind of seeing from them is pretty positive stuff, and if that improvement happens over the course of the season, they will be a real contender. But I don't know that they maybe improved quite as much as I had hoped that they would, and now they're still kind of here where they're this inconsistent force in the same capacity as they have been in previous seasons.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how they've tried to kind of mold around FaZe, and I almost feel like they just haven't figured out how to unlock the way he likes to play the game. He's playing to the TBI strat book, which for FaZe isn't really what we're used to seeing from him back when he was in GV. A great example of how he likes to play in the past is he would kind of just aggress by himself, and on this TBI lineup, I haven't really seen him do that quite as often, and I'd like to see them maybe give him a little bit more of a leash to work with here in these situations, allow him to be that more proactive player that we're used to seeing. But nowadays, he's almost on the rifle more than the sniper anyways, so I'm interested to see if they'll maybe develop that over time. But, you know, obviously TBI, though, coming into this season had, I think, the most roster changes out of any team, too, which does make it hard to develop on top of it.
Yep, for sure. Well, into the second half here, and a first round on the board in the second half would be a really big problem for TBI if Swamp were to get it. Just going to balloon out the lead even more so. And Noxon looking to try to find Nox, I think, has heard them on their way in, so he'll go for the swing, get the opener, does get played down, but he's done his job there. Josh as well doing the same. A 2v4, and already it is looking pretty tough at the office here in the second half. Booker's about to be flanked and caught by Kai's, and King much the same by Josh, so very straightforward round there for Swamp.
Yeah, honestly, TBI, I'm not sure what they're going to do to counteract it here. They had a decent strategy in mind, but the problem here is the way that Swamp's been playing shot for shot has just been overwhelmingly superior on this first map, and there hasn't been too much response here from TBI, just not kind of hitting their stride at all in map number 1 here. And this is where they're going to have to maybe just do something aggressive as a team and hope that it gets them across the line. You can see them already sending 4 towards the B pillars, but there's already a double setup here from Swamp Gaming. They're going to spot it out and immediately call for action towards A, and this is where these forward positions might actually hurt Swamp Gaming here. They've got 2 on the A room, 2 on the B room, and only 1 player actually holding off this A push.
Josh ready for it though. And good damage being done. Kills yet to come. Josh though finds himself 2. That's fantastic as a solo anchor on the site. The late lurk as well from Kai is surely unexpected, and FaZe is going to go down as he tries to plant the bomb. So once again, Swamp have an answer for the tricks of TBI. Booker, last man standing. So many angles that he's going to have to watch, and that is going to be that. In the end, another round for Swamp. They are just not having any problems with TBI at the moment on compound.
Yeah, honestly, really impressive across the board here from Swamp Gaming. You've got Josh and Famous continuing to hit these entries. Not only that, you've got players like Kai starting to come to life in the second half. You've got a nice opening shot onto FaZe as well. Just icing on the cake for them at this point, and Snox gets a lot of early damage as well, able to find 1. And look at the repeat as well. No fear here from Swamp Gaming. Josh just swinging for the fences, able to find a nice 2-piece, and Booker, he's left alone.
The beginning of the end for TBI, isn't it? This will be a 9th round for Swamp. They've really been having no problems, not only on the BL side, but now also on the GR side. So Booker, an incredibly important 1v3 clutch attempt here that if he can put it over the line, is just going to give TBI a small ray of hope into this map. Don't mind the setup, though, from Swamp, mostly congregating their forces toward the A side of the map. They're happy to play retake on B if necessary. Booker is slowly but surely making his way in that direction.
Yeah, for Booker, it's a bit of a tough choice here, but actually nobody on the B bomb site, so he has the right idea. Should get a free plant here. The problem is going to be this 3-player collapse that should surely follow very quickly in this circumstance. But Booker, he wants the information. He's actually going to find it. HDZ goes down through the edge of the smoke, and now Booker has a chance to maybe win this after all. The counter flash comes down. Famous decides to push the corner anyways. Smart call, gets the shot on to Booker, who's not ready for anyone to already be on site, and that'll be a 9th round. Map point already on the table for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it's a super quick performance from them today, isn't it? And, you know, you have to feel like they're going to get this one done in just a minute. Ellie dropped around and haven't even dropped around in the second half, so super solid TBI. Are they going to throw a bit of a change up here in terms of pace? To go in towards the B bomb site. Grenade's going to do a little bit of damage to Famous, but HCZ does avoid his. Booker might have spotted one of them on that jump spot through the window, but reality is with this smoke up, it's not going to be a favorable push for TBI. It's been even further reinforced by Swamp, so definitely expecting some kind of aggression over there, feeling comfortable on the A side of the map. They have made the correct call, the right read so far, Swamp, and it's just a question of whether or not TBI are going to fall into it. It definitely looks like they will be. Noxon on his way forward. HCZ with a bit of a delayed response, but Snox is here as well. He too falls. So in the end, even despite the fact that Swamp have 3 players dedicated over there, they don't actually end up finding themselves a favorable round ahead. It's 1v1 now for Josh, and he will fall to King. So TBI survive, but by a very close margin.
Yeah, all of it comes down to just that initial hold on the B tunnels, really. You've got 3 players there for Swamp, only able to find 2 kills. Not at all what you'd expect from their positioning. This time, though, Swamp wasting no time, going for the mid push. And this is the exact right moment, I think, to throw out that curveball. Now you've got the advantage to work with. HCZ just trying to get out of town here over towards the B bomb site. Repositions, unfortunately, not enough to find themselves around after all, because TBI is just going to annihilate every player on the B door. And now Kai's a 1v4 I don't think is quite in the cards here, especially with the utility left to work with for TBI.
Certainly not. Maybe a bit of a risky peek from him, but just trying to stamp his mark on this game. Yeah, it always tends to be that way, doesn't it? That you get to that 9 and then it takes a little bit to get it over the line. But so I've got to make sure that this doesn't end up being too much. You know what I mean? Like if they really do allow TBI to come back in any significant way, that is obviously momentum that they can take into swap base. Want to shut this one out cleanly, and they have had some difficulties closing out maps here and there. This one maybe not going to be an issue in the end, as HCZ is able to get 3, and that's that around in the blink of an eye, and Swamp will take map 1.
Yeah, honestly, a very, very good performance here to start off the day for Swamp. I wasn't sure going into this one what to expect. I was expecting a kind of close performance actually on Compound from TBI, but this is a strong indicator of maybe a series going the way of Swamp Gaming if they can keep this up going into sub base, which historically isn't the worst map on the plate for them. So I actually feel pretty good about their chances if they can carry this momentum forward. You talk about players stepping up as well. It felt like everybody had their moment, had their impact on Swamp Gaming. So I feel like they're in a really good position to maybe move to a 2-0. But before we get there, we're going to go ahead and throw it to the desk to break this one down.
Swamp Gaming managed to win Compound in a very, very convincing fashion. I mean, we were talking about TBI studying Compound, maybe trying to make a much more convincing episode than the last time, but this is not what we have seen.
We also mentioned that Swamp Gaming lately they are playing Compound really better, and we mentioned that at the first leg, their Compound was so shaky. They lost it 10-4 versus PingPongPals, and then they lost it versus TBI. And when they lost it versus TBI, they came back with a 2-7. So now they are playing way better, and we have also seen it versus ROC Esports. So if you're comparing Swamp Gaming when they play versus top tier teams, they played also versus ROC Esports and they played very good. So to be honest, I expected that Swamp Gaming is going to be winning Compound, but as this way, maybe we thought that TBI could have had some fights.
Yeah,
but
more fights. Yes.
Yeah, but to be honest, Swamp Gaming played very, very good.
Yeah, they played very good, and you were even mentioning while we were watching the game, that some players from TBI are missing some weird shots as well. I mean, and maybe this is the main reason that Swamp Gaming had an incredible advantage in the game, because they are logged in pretty much more than TBI. TBI it felt like they need some time to get into the series or to get into the mood.
Yeah, maybe after one map, we've seen this before from PingPongPals. They actually showed us this too many times that the guys are not coming here in the first map. They are still warming up, and we've seen it also versus Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming almost warmed up for the first game. They played very good for the first game, but will be able to keep their pace and keep the maybe confident and also concentration, because it affects you if you keep concentrating for a long time. So now they're going to be going into sub base, which historically TBI should be better on sub base, not versus Swamp Gaming, but overall on sub base. TBI is better team, and we've seen their strong dominant performance versus 999 when they played very aggressive, very fast, and they won in a fashion. So now it's Compound won by Swamp Gaming. It's their map pick, and it was on NA. So logic-wise, it's good that they win this map. Now they're going to be playing on EU servers, sub base. It's either going to be going 2-0 for Swamp Gaming, or maybe if TBI can just push it to the third map, but I still say that Swamp Gaming had the better edge to close the series.
Yeah, because you mentioned that TBI, we haven't seen TBI in port that much, and Swamp Gaming, they look a bit more in shape than TBI right now, and I think winning the map 1 for Swamp Gaming, it's very, very important, because it gives them a lot of boost, a lot of confidence as well going into map 2. And sub base, through TBI's head, you lost 5-10 last time, and you picked the same map sub base. So how do you approach the second map knowing that you had a slight disadvantage in the first time you played this map, and you lost map 1 as well in this series.
Well, it's not about the first meet, because now TBI have a lot of things to overcome. One of them is their mental and their confidence. They need to bring back their mental and they need to bring back their confidence level, because right now, if they go like the same way we are seeing in Compound, definitely Swamp Gaming will be also winning this map for the second time in a row. But if they be able to forget what happened in the first map and try to play their own game and try to play the aggressive game, because they're gonna be playing on the EU servers, so you're waiting TBI to see. You're waiting from TBI to see their full strategies, their full combos and full entries. We've seen a lot of disconnections between the players when they are pushing into garage, when they're pushing into highway. Some people are going to B side, some people are going to A side. So it's multiple calls and it's a lot of individual skills issue from the side of TBI Esports right now. And it's only the first map. So let's take this map as a warming up for TBI. And Swamp Gaming always shows a very good first map. These guys are very much locked in. So probably in the second map we should see it closer, but if TBI maybe overcomes their mental and gets back their confidence level, yes, we can see TBI winning the map. Otherwise, I don't think Swamp Gaming will let this go or let this slip.
Yeah, I feel like TBI need a very good head start as well, right? Because like if you lose map 1 like in a pretty inconvenience way, like for you as TBI, you need a good head start, because like if you start map 2 and like Swamp Gaming has the same beginning of
yeah,
map
they
1.
started 5-1.
Yeah, it would be very devastating for you for TBI.
It's gonna be over for TBI, because I don't think TBI have the experience to come back from such deficit. Yes, we've seen it versus Swamp Gaming on split 1, but at this time TBI was on the peak. They were trying to maybe come back and go for the playoffs, but now their dream for the playoffs is gone. And whenever the dream for the playoffs is gone for TBI, I don't know why these guys are getting destroyed, because you're not coming here to go to the playoffs that easy. You're coming here at least to show some good performance first, to get your unexperienced players like Noxian some experience and some confidence level, and then you ask for the playoffs. It's not because you lost one game versus whoever, maybe InnerCircle, because it was this game. If they win it, they have a very high chance to go to the playoffs. It's not because you lost one game that you made you so far behind from PingPongPals and Anubis, then you lose all the rest of the games. That we've seen this from season 1, split 1, and split 2 as well. After some losses, maybe after a few losses, we've seen that TBI is not the same TBI that we watched in the first.
Yeah, 100%. And map 2 is ready, so let's give it. Are we going? We're not going. Okay, I think we're here.
Yeah.
No? I think we're here.
Map 2, I guess, not ready?
I mean, I got the call to toss it over to the caster, but let's keep talking about the map 2, because like
I just wanted to say that if they go as a blacklist, and TBI goes as a blacklist, I think if TBI do not manage to get at least 6 rounds, I don't think they will ever try to get a closer map, because Swamp Gaming, what we've seen today from them in the blacklist side, forget about the global side because they didn't have much time. If they go on the blacklist side and TBI don't have that luxury of rounds, I guess they're gonna be winning more and more Swamp Gaming, because the guys are playing more as a team. Josh has stepped up very good, to be honest. This guy is entering, he's playing very aggressive. I don't know why the guys are not expecting always Josh's aggressiveness, because if I'm playing versus Josh and I watch his last few games, this guy is always playing aggressive. He cannot do the post plant without playing aggressive. He usually peaks. So if you're doing a post plant, if you're trying to retake versus Josh, this guy's not gonna be staying on the spot. He's just gonna be peeking a single angle with the HK. So TBI still do not expect this, and we've seen also another teams do not expect this versus Anubis as well, and versus PingPongPals. This guy also 2v4. He was in B side. He rushed one angle, killed 2, and one angle killed 1, and nobody expected him playing freely, because usually when you're playing a post plant and you're 2v4, you want to be getting kills, because if they collapse on you 2-on-2, you're dead. So you want to be trying to take angles. He did the same versus TBI like 2 or 3 times. He succeeded 2 times, and I'm not gonna be saying he failed, but he killed King, but Booker killed him in the second round, I guess. So if you do not maybe expect this aggressiveness, then that means that you will not be able to get the rounds. And also Famous, this guy, he's so calm in his trades. He usually waits, and we've seen him in the mini and big take, where Josh went in and died, I guess HZZ behind him went in and died, and Famous kept waiting, and he killed the two players instantly, traded Booker and King. So now, it's just a matter of how TBI is gonna be playing.
Yeah, and speaking of Josh, because like I feel like in the last few matches, like whenever we see Swamp Gaming, I feel like Josh is stepping up big time. Like I always see his name popping up in the KD, in the game, in everywhere. So like I feel like Swamp Gaming is giving a lot of fighting power recently, despite their position in the standings. But map 2 is finally ready this time, I hope. So let's toss it over to the caster against map 2.
Looks like second time's the charm. We are here into a sub-base for map 2 indeed. It is the pick of TBI. Based on the way that Swamp have been playing so far today, I'm not sure this is going to be an easy one to get through for TBI and to try to push us through to a map 3.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big challenge to overcome, but at the very least, it is on the EU servers, so a slight server advantage there, but Swamp Gaming hoping to carry that momentum through here on sub base, which is usually still a pretty decent map for them overall. A lot of this BL side, though, just comes down to how you want to set up these executions. This first round seems to be a nice little setup towards the B bomb site. However, the C4 is still down in the back of the BL spawn entryway, so someone's going to have to go recover it here on the Swamp Gaming side pretty soon. And you can see here, they just go for a quick fake. They're going to double back, ground that C4, and maybe even set up for a late split here. So I like clearly play calling here, just trying to throw a little bit of a fake and go back towards this A bomb site. Really only Booker on the other side of it for TBI right now.
It's holding a forward position though, so can call for some early rotates, but decides to back it up a little. Let's get that opening pick onto Kais, which will make the job a little more easy for TBI, though. If they completely lose the A side anyway, it won't matter. Hunt also falling to Josh, and now HCZ's got control of the window room. FaZe just completely neglecting that as a possibility. Will go down straight away, and instantly a great start to the map for Swamp. They are looking in dominant form today.
Yeah, honestly, didn't even feel like a close fight once they had control of the site. They just had a nice little drop down there from HCZ, and there was no getting back in after that one. Josh as well continuing to hit that stride with the entry frags. This time, though, TBI, the counter aggression, they take control over that B control room lobby, and they're going to have a chance to hold on to it. But right now, FaZe is going to be poked around at just a little bit, but Famous caught off guard. King on the push from the lower A stairs, able to find a nice early entry, barely getting out with his life, though. Only 10 HP left to work with.
FaZe not going to be getting out of there. Snox finishes him off. So when the dust settles, it actually is Swamp that come out ahead. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but King super low, as you mentioned. Let's make a bit of an impact on how all of this round is going to look on the whole. Or TBI. Hunt playing a forward position, always likes to be doing that. He likes to be on the front foot. Not going to come into play most likely. Swamp more interested in clearing out lockers by the looks of things. That'll be their next port of call.
Yeah, for Swamp, it's a bit of a patient approach so far, but it's worked out well for them. You can see Kais seems to have an idea. There could be a player on the other side of the smoke. Throws a nade through. Booker, though, again, having to be the anchor on this B push. He's had a lot of trouble throughout the day so far being an anchor position player, but this time around, they're going to go ahead and back off again, sending it for the late A. I like this call, knowing that A has been a weak point in the past for TBI. They're going to go ahead and full challenge onto Hunt's position. Hunt, he gets the spot. I'm not sure why he's still here in this position, though. It's no longer a good position. Somehow, he's at least able to get one before going down there. But now Swamp, they've got control over the lower bomb site. All they've got to do is get through King, who doesn't have any HP to work with in this situation. Now, the C4 going to get planted very easily. It's up to Noxon really on this flank, but Kais is already there on top of it. And now Booker left alone. It's a 1-on-3.
Tough ask, once again. Swamp not really giving him anything. Couple of the sort of jiggle peaks here and there, but nothing too overcommitted. And in the end, as he tries to push his way out through the smoke, there's a player waiting for him. So Swamp will get themselves another easy round. Second on the board here, 2-0 the lead for this map. And you consider how many rounds, you know, they were able to dominate on in Compound to kind of bring that through here into Map 2 as well. It's really starting to look a tough day at the opposite for TBI. But though, nice opening kill onto HCZ. Should get famous here as well. And it will. And that'll be perhaps the house of cards falling apart for Swamp a little bit. Once they lose control on that side of the map, they decide, well, we're going to have to pick a pace up elsewhere. And it just hasn't worked out in the end. So, this one back for TBI.
Positioning choices here from the Swamp, though it's really vital to have someone on the cross side of doors, and they just didn't have anyone holding it that round. Unfortunately, they didn't push impossible. Booker is trying to repeat history, but this time it's completely shut down. Now it's already a 5-on-2 for Swamp as they clear out the A doors and make their way down to the bottom of the A bomb site. Noxon able to get a trade, but needs to find himself a 1 versus 5 if he really wants to have anything their way in this round, and he's already isolated in the upper bomb site. Kai's holding on to the ramp position. Famous, just no fear peeking over the top here, and there shouldn't really be any clean entry in sight. Noxon trying to sneak his way in, gets completely shut down right away, and Swamp Gaming continue out in front.
Yep. Yeah, it's really good response from Swamp, isn't it? Don't even let TBI back in at all. It is going to stave off an early TBI attack timeout. Or not. I was going to say, this was around the time where TBI did call that timeout in Compound, so it would sort of make sense if we were getting into this kind of territory again that they might call for one. I'm assuming that's what this is. Yeah, it is. It's attack timeout again from TBI, so that seems like a fairly consistent strategy for them if they go down sort of like 3-0, 3-1. You know, try to nip it in the bud early on in the half to try and recover it, but it didn't work on Compound. So we'll see if they can come up with something that will change it here on sub-base.
Yeah, bit of an interesting pause time. Noxon actually taking a phone call, I think, as well. Maybe someone's got a strat they called him up with here that could help them out. I don't know, but it's going to be an interesting one to see if they can bounce back from. Honestly, though, you got to hand it to Swamp Gaming. I feel like I went into this one expecting it to be a bit of a toss-up, both teams having a hot and cold season, but Swamp kind of finishing strong here, it seems. I don't want to speak too soon. There's a chance they could let it slip on this map, but for being on EU servers, it sure doesn't feel like it so far in these first 4 rounds.
No, certainly not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I always like the idea of this Swamp roster. You know, I look at the core, and I think this core is good enough to actually do something of note, make it to playoffs maybe. But it never really seems to eventuate, so I'm not sure what the issue is necessarily, whether that's actually with the core, which do typically seem to be the strong suit of the team, or if it's with the rest of the roster that sort of rounds it out, right? Like, we've seen various iterations of Swamp Gaming or Kongana, as they were known previously, and it's typically always like Famous, Kai's, and then Josh in there as a bit of a core, and then you're kind of like, well, what's going to round it out? Well, in this instance, it's HCC and Snox, and that looks to me like a pretty good lineup. A good enough lineup to potentially challenge for a top 4, but while they're, I guess, close in a sense, if they were to say, let's say, win the last 2 series of this season that they play, they'd be 6-8, which is not a terrible record for a team that has typically been, you know, in the position that TBI and 999 are at the bottom of the standings. So they are kind of on the improve, but just don't seem to have kind of like clicked maybe in the same way that PingPongPals did or that Anubis Gaming have at their base level. So still a little bit to be done, I think, for the Swamp guys. And, you know, I understand that it's not necessarily the easiest of tasks for them having to deal with the server allocations as well. But 3-1. And we're back in through the swing of things here.
Yeah, I mean, as we hop back into it, it really is going to be TBI having to lay all their cards on the table if they want any hope of taking the series back into their hands. Otherwise, Swamp Gaming could just run away with it here. They've shown us so far they've got that potential, looking like the stronger team throughout the day up to this point. So I'm curious to see after this pause time if TBI is going to look any different or if Swamp Gaming will continue to reign supreme here. And for them, it would be a nice way to close out the season. They've got one more match next weekend as their final one, but for TBI, This is kind of a must-win if you're looking at the future of your team as a team that truly wants to break into the top 4 the next season around. So for them, it's definitely a good start here to making that happen. But right now in this round, it's actually Kai's who runs into trouble. FaZe perfectly ready on the other side of that peak.
Yeah, maybe those strats that were called in making a difference. It's going to slow things down here for Swamp by the looks of things. You just got Famous kind of probing, trying to see if he can find a pick somewhere. Snock's doing the same through Wood. Wood might give that opportunity over. That's dangerous from him. And Snox gets that opener. This all of a sudden, they start to slip the way back of TBI as Hunt chimes in on Snox. He hung around a little bit too long there in Wood. Now it's FaZe's turn. The snipers are really making a difference in this round. Josh's positioning, though, a good one. He spotted the feet of that player pushing into Wood. Hunt, oh, he should have gone down, but FaZe will save him. So, in the end, I think it'll be a clean round here for TBI, but maybe HCZ has other ideas. He'll fall. And that is that. TBI bring one back off of the TAC timeout.
Yeah, really good response there from TBI. A lot of strength over towards that A-long position. Swamp Gaming a bit inconsistent on that double doors fight, so wouldn't surprise me to see them maybe go for a bit of a B play, but actually they seem kind of eager to recontest here. They've got 4 players early on outside of the A doors, waiting to see if that A-long push is going to come through. To be fair to them, I guess it's happened 3 times out of 5 so far, so stacking it, not necessarily the worst call in the world there, but unfortunately, nobody going to be on the other side of it this time around. Now they're going to have to go ahead and set their eyes onto the B bomb side, but TBI already has 2 players up in the rafters here. You've got Booker as well starting to poke around on this A flank, and the timing's going to have to be perfect here from Swamp Gaming.
They're not up to much at the moment, Swamp. Just hanging out in mid. Not a huge fan of Booker's position here. If that gets hard cleared, he's just there. Won't get hard cleared, though. Get traded down, and that's kind of the issue. It is a bit of a one and done. It's very hard to get out of there unless you've got assistance, and he didn't really have it. HCZ as well. Perfect timing in onto the window position. Gets the better of King. Able to turn around in time as well, and he's got the info from Snox that Noxon and FaZe are starting to come in his direction, so he'll finish them off. That's a really nicely executed round from Swamp. All the pieces of the puzzle falling into place without too much difficulty. They maintain a very strong lead.
Yeah, really good timing on these plays. This time around, though, Hunt able to find the opening kill onto Snox, who tried to cross early on towards that A staircase, and now they've got to fight from behind just a little bit here, though. Famous, ready to take the fight onto Booker, playing the pyramid stack on the bottom of the A box is Booker, though. Second guessing himself on the corner. Famous takes the opportunity to find the headshot. Knocks him, able to take down Josh on the lurk, keeping the numbers in favor of TBI for the moment, but Swamp Gaming, because of that pick onto Josh, revert into a mid stack here. Now HCZ looking for the opener himself.
More of a difficult one to negotiate. Smoked off in locker room as well. Honestly, might not be the worst thing to just try to challenge Noxon here. Doing that. Should be traded down by Famous. The spray continues. Famous eventually gets it done, but the actual problem here is that HCZ went down as well. If he would have stayed up, it might have been a chance in this one, but now onto Famous. A bit too difficult. Soon will come through from FaZe, and that will be that. So 3 to 4. Pretty close affair here on Subbase. It's definitely not the walkover that we saw on Compound. Umpire being made to work for this win.
Yeah, a lot of this one's going to come down to TBI, especially on the DL side, what they can get done. The GR side for them, not quite as challenging, I would say, but still struggling a little bit here. Swamp Gaming, though, setting up for this early A-long fight. They really want someone to peek it, and oftentimes TBI is giving them that opportunity by taking the fight on this A door position. This time it's actually Hunt putting on the other side with a TRG in hand. A bit of a high-risk position to play here, but he is still eager to take this challenge. I don't know if I like this position at all from Hunt. It leaves him really exposed on the fight. He really can't do a whole more than one and done at best here. So here comes the counter push. He misses the shot through the smoke, but what does that follow through? Somehow able to get 2 kills before going down. Booker as well, a double of his own. And somehow, some way, Kais is left alone.
It's just a bit of individual brilliance from TBI, and we're not necessarily too surprised to see that. They do have some talented players on this team. Now it's on to Kais, who will try and do what he can. And they are giving him a bit of a chance here by pushing like this. Hang on a minute, 55 seconds on the clock. You can't be affording to give up a 1v4. Kais, this is now a very winnable round. He saw phase 2. Doesn't know exactly where he's coming from. He's got to be aware of the possibility of a flank and maybe just... Oh, unfortunate for Kais as FaZe gets around the back, but man, that was not a good round from TBI. Why are they pushing him there?
Yeah, a bit sloppy to the finish line, but thankfully FaZe is there to get it done. King, though, on that wide swing, he should have had that trade all day long as well. He just missed those shots over the top, not expecting Kais to go for the quick little crouch repeat there. So now you've got a 4-4 game on our hands, and it's going to be an interesting one to see how it closes out. Swamp Gaming getting a little bit worse for there as this one has gone on. This time, though, FaZe gets caught off guard, and now there's nobody on the B bomb side. Famous quick trade. Kai's able to find one as well, and quickly it looks like they might swing back, try and grab this final round. Snox wasting no time with the pistol kill on to Booker. Hunt, he's only got 29 HP in a dream, make it 11 at this point.
That is certainly a dream. One of the dreams of all time, Kyle. I don't think it's going to be happening here. He's smoked off. He's got no HP. He's got a sniper, which is really not ideal for the clutch anyway. And that will be that. So a lead taken in the first half by Swamp, but given that they are now moving on to the GR side with only a 5-4 lead, this is far from over.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a tricky position to be in for Swamp Gaming. They had a lot of momentum to work with. It almost felt like this should have been a 6-3, even 7-2 half in their favor. Just a couple rounds they let slip over on those A-long doors fights, and now it's really going to be up to TBI to show us what kind of fight they have left here. If they can take this to a third map situation, I might believe in their chances to actually win this series, but they've still been a little bit shaky in some of these key moments, especially when I think of their anchor players, players like Hunt and Booker, who've been very inconsistent in their ability to hold off these big pushes from Swamp Gaming. And that's where those players are going to have to step it up on this BL side and show the impact they can have, because FaZe is going to be there. Noxon's going to be strong on the support role, and it's really going to come down to these hit and miss players to, I think, draw this one to a tie.
100%. See how things end up playing out when we do get into that second half. I do think that Swamp, a team that typically does have players that could compete above their station. Like, I almost feel like the saying where there's like the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. I feel like it's the exact opposite, actually, for Swamp. The whole is worse than the sum of its parts in a lot of senses, and I'm not often sure why that is, but it's definitely going to be difficult to get through this one. TBI, those individuals are doing what they need to do on this GR side. Kais has been smoked off though, so he'll find it a bit difficult, but a spam through, no connection. And A-Site is looking really in trouble here as Snox, he's just got to try to tuck into a corner and maybe go 1-for-1. That's about the best case scenario for him. He can't do that, and the rest of the push in as well from Swamp didn't go well either. They've got the C4 though, so that is one positive, but numbers deficit, and especially now Kai's being alone, make this pretty untenable round, although we did see him almost pull off a 1v4 earlier on.
Yeah, at the very least, they are going to make the smart decision here for Hunt to scoop up the C4. FaZe on the lurk, able to find that kill and tie this one right back up. So Now we've got ourselves a tough one ahead for Swamp Gaming. Maybe even a map 3 in the cards if TBI can start to roll with this one on the BL side. But for Swamp, they still have the positional advantage being on the GR side here. They can try and stall things out. I feel like the big miss in that opening round for me was leaving Snox obviously overwhelmingly alone on that A-bomb site. Now, at the very least, they've got 2 players towards that side of the map.
A bit more of a standard hold this time around for Swamp rather than the big stack on B. They were expecting something that they didn't get at the start of this half. Sometimes that happens. Much slower approach from TBI this time around. He's going to go down in middle to HCZ, but Famous just kind of caught napping a little bit there on the A bomb side. Booker and King finding a couple of clean entries, and all of a sudden, feels as though the tables are starting to turn a little bit here. Josh does pull one back, but TBI are looking pretty good on this BL side. They're getting into the sites quite comfortably. Great damage done. To a 3-on-2. Oh, 3-on-3 actually. King's just literally 1 HP, so it's hard to see his HP bar. Flashes over the top. It's going to allow Swamp in onto the site. Booker down low even further, and will be finished off. Timer ticking away. 2 seconds left on that one. Kais needs to get this one done. Pistol out, man. King, a one-shot. Wing's going to come through, but Kais hits the shot, and he's got plenty of time for the defuse. Yeah, just too much damage done to those remaining players. That makes for a really hard post-plant hold.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff here to hold on even that long, especially from King in the end. It all came down to a 1 HP 1v1, so Swamp Gaming just barely giving themselves the advantage, but Swamp, the timing from Snox here, going to be very, very strong, but he's not ready for the re-peek. The counter utility going to be thrown. Now TBI, they're forced back into mid. Josh going to reset here as well. After just kind of poking around from the B control room, Snox taken down to about 20, Hunt about half after that engagement, and now it's really on TBI here, and this is where they've been kind of shaky on the day. It seems like when they need to push as a team and go in full for the execution, they've been really sloppy in getting across the line.
Looks like they're going to attempt a B hit this time around. That means challenging Kais. He has been pretty reliable on this map so far. First shot is a good one, but instantly traded by Hunt. Now it's on to HCZ to pick up a position into a jail. Oh, the rotation hasn't gone well at all here for Swamp. And TBI once again just kind of swapping over the site. They make it work really well. So Famous in the 1v4. Picks one up, but loses a lot of HP for his trouble, which is more or less going to mean this is not going to be doable. Good swing together from TBI. They're back to 6-6.
Yeah, just really solid entries coming through from TBI. Swamp as well, not having any success on the rotations and those trades to hold on, so it's going to make it a much more difficult situation now for Swamp moving forward, especially considering this is on the EU servers as well. So a tie game feeling like a slight advantage for TBI in this one, especially being on that BL side here where they could be a little bit more aggressive, which is how they like to play in this map. So it's going to be up to them to maybe grab the torch, go all the way through to a map 3. But for Noxon, he's going to be spotted early on by Snox on the other side here, just playing underneath the vent on the A control room. That flash, though, gives the opportunity to move over to TBI, but they actually don't really take any space off of that flash. Instead, they're more concerned with challenging Famous on this A bottom position.
Kai's on the walk up. On the other side of this, though, so FaZe, he should not be getting away with it if he does get the kill, and in the end, he might have actually done exactly what he needed to do to survive. He gets Snox as well. All right, it's falling apart a little bit for Swamp on this GR side. TBI are looking really comfortable here on the BL side. It feels as though Port is starting to beckon towards us.
Yeah, bit of a tough one there. Swamp just getting caught on the timing as well. A lot of these individual holds just not working out. I'd like to see them go for maybe an aggressive mid play here in this one. It looks like we are going to see maybe even a pause as well coming out from Swamp Gaming, probably realizing they shouldn't be in this situation. It looked very, very well set up for them to take this one 2-0, but they're having a lot of difficulties on this GR side of the map now, and I think a lot of it just comes down to very individualized peaks. You've got, Famous often dying as that solo player. On the A-bomb side, for me, that's the player you want in the clutch, not necessarily going for those early entries. So I have a feeling they're going to switch some things up coming out of this pause timer. But ultimately, I think they just need to play a little bit more cohesive. It feels like, they're finally punishing the fact that Swamp tends to play for themselves here. And when TBI does that, it makes it a much more difficult game for Swamp to close out.
Hopefully they can identify the same things that you can, Kyle, in this little timeout, because it is starting to run away from them. They need to find a way to adapt to this game pretty quickly. A lot of these individual duels just not being won. And again, you have to question, like, does that come down, in a sense, to some impact coming from the server? Because it is definitely looking a little bit harder out there, a little bit more sluggish for Swamp. You see the reactions come through a little bit later than you'd otherwise hope. It can certainly make a bit of a difference. Not a lot of time left for them to figure it out. Everyone's still looking pretty relaxed and calm, so shouldn't be too much of a problem to jump back into the swing of things here, but it needs to be a win for Swamp right here and now. I don't think you can let TBI get out in front by multiple rounds. This is going to be a massive grind for Swamp to win this one. Might have to be done in overtime if they are going to win it.
Looks like we are seeing a bit of a change, though. This time it's going to be both Famous and Kai's on the bottom of the A-bomb site. Nobody really holding the lobby push, though. You can see Josh going for the late rotation to hold on to this position. Hunt trying to sneak his way into the back here of the B-bomb site. He's going to find Josh relatively unaware there. And now this is where things get tricky. Kai's and Famous, they've got hold the line on this A-bomb side attack, and it's actually going to be pretty successful so far. Famous good for a second as well. That is a huge frag to find from this position. They still have to find a way to take Famous out of this corner pocket. Booker spotted as well.
Oh
Famous
my God.
hits the headshot, and now King is left alone on the back of ramp. The C4 down as well on top of it, thanks to Famous still holding on here, but it's not over just yet. You've got a very interesting weapon in the hands of King. He's going to be using the Vector here, but HCZ somehow is still alive here. The Vector just not doing enough damage per bullet to cross that finish line, and now HCZ, he's got a golden opportunity to maybe get this round.
Yeah, he lost a lot of HP, though, on that peak, HCZ, so odds are against him. Famous, what a heroic attempt on the A-bomb side, but to not even lock the round in as a result would be a bit of feeling. If HCZ can't get this one over the line, you look at that and think, man, Swamp, they've really thrown the kitchen sink at this one and still not been able to win a round. So, see what HCZ can do. But the fact that this has come down to a clutch is still going to be problematic. HCZ will spot out King, who has not exited the site. And you can tell that HCZ is not confident about this. Otherwise, he would just be swinging in onto King. He's really taking his time. He's trying to find a timing because he knows that he's so low, but he's going to have to go. And that'll be too easy for King in the end. Good swing. It was always going to be his round, you'd think. It'll be 8 on the board for TBI.
Yeah, tough position now for Swamp Gaming. Looking very much like we could have a third map coming through very soon. The SPL side hasn't really been too challenging for them. A lot of successful trades, a lot of pressure on the A-bomb side as well, and a lot of that comes down to their ability to quickly deal with Famous. This time, though, Snock saves the day from disaster. The swing they were not prepared for, and now Famous to try and hold the line. Look at those headshots, though. Tap after tap takes him down, and now Booker left alone in a 1 versus 5, and Swamp may have finally been able to change the pace here.
Yeah, but is that a one-round wonder, or can they put a few of those together? Because we've already allowed TBI up 8, so it will need to be near perfection from here on out for Swamp. That was a great round, though. So you'd wonder if they can find some confidence off of that. It's going to be the response from TBI. I find TBI, when they have been going a little faster here, it has been working out for them. Hunt is looking to do much the same, but smoked off now at Wood. Going to go through it. He seemingly doesn't spot that. There was no reaction from him at all.
Yeah, for TBI here, it's just a matter of seeing how they can sneak an early kill. Now that Famous is getting some good support on the rotations here towards Zay, it's going to be a lot harder to take him down in the quick 1-for-1 like they were in the opening set of rounds on the BL side. And this is where TBI is starting to think more about putting extra pressure toward this B side of the map. You can see FaZe just outside of the vent peak. Now Booker as well, working his way into the L turn. Right there on the other side of the L turn, though, is going to be Josh just kind of holding the line for now. But TBI are going to get active. Going to spot HZZ, but a miss from Hunt gives up the positioning and not a whole lot to show for it as well. But I'm not sure why Josh and HZZ swung into that. It gave them the advantage. And now TBI, they're just going to run with that advantage all the way on the bomb site. Plant now as well. Famous, nothing he can do there.
Yeah, it's not looking really quite all together here for Swamp on the GR side. I mean, they're having their decent rounds here and there when everyone hits their shot, but realistically speaking, I mean, TBI are well on their way to a victory here for map 2, so that's got to be the expectation now that we're at 9. And again, TBI are not shying away from any of these fights. Quickly into the A site, they just run over Famous. There's nothing to be done for him. That should be a pretty easy bomb plant. Smokes down as well. Rotation coming through for Swamp, but it is just way too far away to make an impact in the round initially. It's a good one. Finally, King going to plant the bomb, and that is going to put that timer up for Swamp, as they now know they have to make some magic happen to keep this map alive. Shot in. It's not going to connect. One did actually onto Kai's, though, so he's now down a little bit lower. And in the meanwhile, Swamp their way around the back to the stairs position. Josh, opener onto Booker, and FaZe a bit of a long spray down. He still gets himself one. That's good enough. Josh is so low, he can't afford even a single bullet. And that'll be that. TBI are going to force map 3.
Yeah, what a way to close it out here for TBI. It looked a little bit shaky in the first half, but the second half is probably the best we've seen from them all day so far. Gives me a lot of confidence in how they might be able to turn things around as we look at a future map. But for Swamp Gaming, it's going to be a bit bittersweet as well, because honestly, up until that second half here on map number 2, this felt like a 2-0 series all day long for them.
Yeah, but you can see the difference that a map makes, so it's easy to say, you know, don't get too far ahead of yourself when you see a map 1 go that way. TBI and Swamp are typically quite dynamic teams, you know, they can throw it back and forth at the best of times, but then kind of fall off a little bit, so not super surprised to see us going through to a map 3. I think Port's going to be quite a difficult one to call, to be honest with you, and again, go back and look at that series that TBI and Swamp played earlier. It was a 3-mapper. It did go to Compound as the decider, which TBI ended up ultimately winning there, but 3 maps very much in line with expectations for these two teams. So we'll just have to see how both are able to roll out onto Port.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one, I think, on the way, just knowing we've got a tough one here for either team to pull out of, but we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, and map 3 is on the way. We'll see you there.
TBI managed to tie the series and take us to port. I mean, it's such a good reaction from TBI, to be honest, on map 2. And on port, like, I can't really know who's gonna win because like TBI had a very, very good game as well.
Well, Subbase, yeah, it went out very well for TBI. They started very slow as well. It
Yeah.
was 3-1 in favor of Swamp Gaming. Then they took the tactical pause. They kind of mentally resetted. They won 3 or 4 rounds after the tactical pause, finishing the half 5-4 or 4-5 deficit. Better than when you're 3-1 and you finish it 6-3 or 7-2. So now TBI is kind of mentally restored. A bit, their confidence is back up. So that helps them in the last game. But for Swamp Gaming, the guys, kind of we've seen them after the game. They kind of were laughing, chilling,
Yeah.
having a good talk. That's good, but the seriousness and the serious faces came from TBI, and that's why they actually won it. So now TBI, they're gonna be playing Port, and they're gonna be starting on Global Risk, but it's gonna be on NA. So if they have a very good first half, I think TBI can win this series.
Yeah, and looking at the set summary, I mean, it was a close game in terms of the rounds, but like you said, TBI, like I think they had a way better second half inside the map itself. They felt more confident. They started a bit slow, yes, but like they came back really fast. The reaction was really good, and like they are looking decent. But like in terms of port as a map, I'm not really sure how both these teams, because like for me, I feel like, okay, for example, ROC Esports in port, they are
They're
pretty
so
known.
strong.
GG
Yeah.
as well, maybe IC, but like these two teams, I don't really have an idea about their port as a performance.
Maybe we don't have idea about Swamp's gaming performance, but for TBI, we've seen TBI playing Port multiple times. We've seen they've been split 1 versus Anubis and they lost it, and we've seen it also versus other teams. Lately was versus Triple Nine where they lost it as well. So it's not a good map for TBI. As he said, the V2 was not in favor of TBI, but because
Yeah.
TBI are not playing all the 5 or 7 maps, they're playing only the 5 core maps, that gives them shortage in their map V2. We've seen how good they played on Subbase, because Subbase, they actually on Global Risk, they started controlling woods a lot, and they're doing the strategy where they cut off woods and hunt, getting the kills, book it, getting kills. That's how they win in such maps, in aggressive
Yeah.
style. In Port, you can have this luxury as well by taking barn control with smoke, keep holding it, wait for the enemy teams to come out of the smoke, pop heads, and try to get kills. Now, if TBI are going to be starting on Global Risk, they need to collect few rounds, because it's good side on bad server for them, because they will play on the NA server. If they manage to do a very good half, I think TBI can close the series, but if Strong Gaming have a very good first half and it's on their own server, and yeah, it's on Blacklist, one of the hardest sides on all maps, but
Yeah.
still they are on their own server. So
Yeah.
they should be able to perform better than TBI. That's why I'm saying TBI, their strength points is the guys are taking controls, they try to fight for controls. They do not let Swamp Gaming
Yeah.
to push into sites. Because if Swamp Gaming's pushing sites, as we saw a few times in Subbase, they actually killed everybody and they had a flawless rounds. So TBI needs to stop Swamp Gaming from going into sites.
Okay, a prediction. Who's gonna take it, TBI or Swarm Gaming?
You can say TBI can win 2-1.
Okay, let's see. Let's toss it over to the caster to take us to port.
Look, I'm not going to say there's bias one way on the analyst desk, but Kyle, seeing as you're from NA, which way is it going? Swamp or TBI?
Honestly, I'm also leaning TBI at this point. Swamp Gaming, I felt like they had everything in the cards to take this 2-0, and now that it's not, I feel better about TBI's chances, and they're on the GR side first, which for me is the side you would want to start on in this situation. Every team we see is always overwhelmingly more comfortable on this side of the map, and even with the server disadvantage, I think there's more at play for TBI here, because if you win on an NA server first half on that GR side, it's going to feel like an uphill battle all game long for Swamp Gaming, but at least for Kai's, that's a good way to start it out.
Certainly is. Look, we'll have to just find out. I think there's still a good chance here for Swamp. Decent start for them. And again, if Kai's can step up and perform on this map, then that will make the job a whole lot more difficult for TBI. Swamp, though, not looking to accelerate off of that opening pick just yet. Happy to slowly work their way in the direction of A. TBI feeling comfortable over on B, though. They've got that smoke up at Warehouse, so they have got mid reinforced by a second player. Will make for a fast rotate and an easier hold on A. King catches Kai. That's a decent start, but King's out in no man's land and will be finished off by Snox. Here comes Swamp. Wow, the counter flashes coming through from TBI do slow them down a little bit. In fact, it makes them call the cancel.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting choice here. I would have expected Swamp to just push through normally in that situation. Surprised to see them kind of give it up. But it could be the right call. Nobody directly on the B bomb site now. There's an opportunity to swing in and kind of grab that uncontested. You can see a bit of a rotation starting to come through, though. And this is where things could prove to be a little bit more challenging than they thought here. They're taking a little bit too long on this reposition for Swamp Gaming. Now you've got Booker already anchored the back side here, but Booker, he's not going to have any hope holding on to this one. FaZe on the late rotation is going to be spotted out early on. Josh, nice little flash, should clear him out quickly. Now Noxon left in a 1v4, and there's just no way back into that bomb site. Nox on the wraparound, seals the deal.
Yeah, you'll take that as a starting round for sure. Any round on the BL side is going to be a positive scenario, but we normally look at like maybe 3 being a pretty decent first half here on the BL side. Given that server implications are there as well, you might be able to make an argument that we look towards something like a 4 now for Swamp on this BL half. Just because that GR side maybe is slightly more difficult. So we'll see how things end up shaping up. Reserved approach from Swamp to start off round number 2. Some can kind of be said for TBI. The standard battle lines have been drawn and everyone kind of just freezing in position now.
Yeah, a lot of this third map's going to come down to the BL side for both teams, and so far, Swamp pretty good on it. You can see them slowly setting up a little bit of a fake towards B for maybe a late A execution. You've got Josh in the A connector as well, kind of ready to go if that push comes to life. The C4, though, still kind of hanging out in the back of the BL spawn, so no full commitment here just yet from Swamp Gaming. You can see HZZ still lurking towards B as well, hoping they can find an early entry of somebody pushing up a little bit too early and getting caught off guard, but it's actually going to be Swamp who might have to make that first move here. The C4 getting scooped up. They start to group up for the B hit here as well, so Booker, again, going to be put to the test in this position. This time, though, he's playing very forward on that fall-off angle.
So force away. But no commitment from Swamp. Smoke into middle. Maybe they want to go mid to B, mid to A. They've got options, definitely. The re-aggression in here from Hunt. There as well, over the top. Hunt gets the better of Josh and Swamp. I think they've just missed their timing window. 25 seconds left now. Synchro's been dropped. They've got to go back for that. HCC's found himself a double, but ultimately falls as his 2 teammates do go back to try to retrieve the C4. This is shambolic now for Swamp. I don't know how they're going to win this round. They've got 10 seconds to get to a site. It's just not going to happen. Famous pretty much seems like he knows it. He won't be able to even get to the site. So that one just kind of falls apart at the seams a little bit for Swamp, and I think they're just trying to get a little bit overly tricky there.
Yeah, they thought they were being a little bit crafty with that late mid push, but TBI just fully prepared for that one, shutting it down quickly, and now this is where Swamp have to be a little bit anxious to lose their momentum this early on the BL side. Not a good way to start off this third map, and I do like the change here from TBI as well. 3 players stacked in the B tunnels, ready to kind of cancel this push if it comes through, and there's not really a whole lot Swamp Gaming can do about it. The counter flash is ready on top of it. You can see Hunt there in the top, ready to throw it down. That's a really solid flash. You can see Swamp Gaming looking into the corners, hoping to evade the flash. They all go down in the process, and Kai's is left alone.
Yeah, not what you want to be seeing here is Swamp starting to go the same way as Subbase, where it, you know, had its moments, but by and large, it does feel like TBI might be a little bit stronger here. And again, mentioning that this is the NA half, so in theory, it gets more difficult from here on out. That's just going to sit in BL spawn and hope for a pick. He won't get it. 2 tunnel visioned on the mid line. So that is another round. TBI. First map that they've actually had a lead from kind of the first 3 rounds. Typically, they've been fighting from behind, so I don't know how that is necessarily going to impact things, but it's better to start this way for TBI than the alternative.
Yeah, I mean, the big change we're seeing here is a lot of these anchor players are providing that extra value this time around. You've got Booker 5 and 1, Hunt off to a 3-kill start as well, and both of them were really shaky in the opening 2 maps, so it's nice to see them really coming to life in this final map of the series, and hopefully that's enough for TBI to have a good first half here. This time, though, Swamp want to take the challenge over towards A long. They've got 3 players on the corner ready to go for the peak. The counter utility going to be thrown here by TBI to smoke them off, but it's actually going to be a full mid execution. And I'm starting to think of what went wrong previously from this position, but this time at least Josh able to find the opener onto King before things get started.
Got to convert this one as Swamp. You don't get many opportunities on the BL side of Port. That said, Josh is pretty low. He's taking a lot of map control and not going to hold his trigger finger there, so he only gets himself 1. Booker, though, with the early information that he's got multiple members pushing in his direction, is able to double down comfortably. Brings it back to 2-on-2 and a favorable 2-on-2 with HCZ being so low. He's also spotted out Famous, makes the mistake of trying to escape, and Famous will take his head off. We're back now into a 2-on-1, and FaZe, the experienced man on the team of TBI, will have to navigate it. He is setting himself up for success by going toward B, though.
Yeah, it's a smart call on the peak. HCZ spots him early, though, which could be enough information for Famous to maybe sneak around, but doesn't seem to be the case just yet. Famous slowly working his way into mid, gets the wraparound, and FaZe not going to have any clue there in that situation. So, a great play from Swamp Gaming. Famous helping them get the job done, keeping this one close. But man, that play from some extra value there for TBI.
100%. Yeah. Even if he just holds his fire for a second, or I don't know what, but just to get 1 is probably not enough. They're tough shots to hit at range like that, but either way, it's going to be a round that results in Swamp's favor. And we run it back with 2 minutes left on the clock. King has pushed his way forward, kind of waiting for Josh to come up the ladder. This time the Orm battle. It's not the Orm anymore. It's the TRG. The sniper battle. So hard. Sniper battle was going to go the way of Kai's. I do find Orm is just so much easier to say.
Easier to say, harder to use, though. The TRG, I love the quick scope potential on this gun. The way you see people sweep with this thing is just crazy to see sometimes. It almost gives you a chance of dealing with someone like a Spoxy when you can play a little bit faster with it. But now, TBI here, evening the score on numbers, at least able to get out of town with a nice kill on the A connector. Josh goes down, Kai's down to about half after the opening aim duel as well. So not a bad start here. King playing the nice little bait and switch as well with Nox on the other side of the A-long box. But King, I don't know why you slow peek into that one. Snox perfectly prepared to take him out.
Pulls the numbers back. And this is where Swamp can really start to put that pressure back onto TBI. They can get to 3, that's the pass score, and then anything more, it starts to become a bit of a problem for TBI. Noxon remains unchecked, but a good trade from Famous. He himself is going to be taken down by FaZe, and so now it comes down to the 2-on-2. HCZ wary about going up the ladder. The timing looking okay for him here, and FaZe will fall. That's a big kill as that allows the C4 to go down on the A-bomb side. Booker, this position now known and swung by Kai's. It'll be dealt with. That is 3 for Swamp. So things are starting to get rolling once again for them on this BL side.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, Swamp doing pretty well on the BL side and going to give them a little bit more confidence to move forward with it. They can get that 5th round on the board. That's really what they're looking for on this opening half. 5 feels incredible to take over to the GR here, but they might need even more, just knowing there is that disadvantage of playing on the EU servers in the second half of this map, which could make things a little bit closer than maybe they normally would be in that GR versus BL setup. So for them at this point, it's just a matter of continuing to stack these rounds. But for TBI as well, they've had a couple they've let slip, so I'm hopeful they can find a way to redeem themselves here.
Yeah, can't be affording to let too many more slip now, though. This would start to blow the half out. Nice. Down early on in the piece, but a really nice trade from Josh. Just spamming through the wall. Has the right weapon for the job. Lucky. We're back to 4-on-4, which again, for Swamp is not a shabby result. They can be happy in the knowledge that they can open at least a hole somewhere in the defense. Great entry by Snox. Excellent trade by Josh. This round is going swimmingly for Swamp. Pass over the top. It looks like Josh wants to continue the pace, and he has spotted King trying to push back up into the site. That'll force him back. And again, just unbridled aggression on both sides. And it will work out for Swamp. That fight just never stopped.
Yeah, it's the right play, especially when you're on a server disadvantage here. Swamp just using the NA to full force. You know someone's there, you wide swing them, it gives them even less time to react. So I like the play calling here from Swamp, knowing when to be aggressive, paying off, and Josh already here in round number 7, able to find the opener on to Hunt to top it off. So already the good signs here for Swamp Gaming grabbing this first half.
This is going from bad to worse for TBI, isn't it? Down a player again. This could be potentially 5 for Swamp. And I think if I'm right in saying TBI struggled on the GR side in one of their other games on Port. Against 999. I think, yeah, earlier on this week. So maybe a little bit of a weakness being exploited here as well by Swamp. TBI not really up to much on this GR side either, are they? They're kind of just letting Swamp come to them, which traditional thinking would say should work. But so far, not really. So I wouldn't really mind seeing TBI try and change something up and maybe get aggressive somewhere. The only aggression that they have shown is actually this push out from long. King's going to go for it this time. It's not Hunt. King and Kai's running into one another, exchanging blows. Kai's will eventually fall. So that is now a problem for Swamp, that they have to worry about their back. But if they make this entry clean, it won't matter. And the problem is they have not made this entry clean. There is numbers to hold on the B bomb site, and TBI managed to stave off a 4v5.
Yeah, really good hold there from TBI. King as well on the lurk, making it happen. And now we've got ourselves a much closer game from what probably should have been a Swamp Gaming round there. They had that 5-on-4 advantage and just couldn't hang on to it. So at this point, if you're TBI, they're going to do everything they can to steal away this half. 2 in a row needed to get that done, and we'll see how they react here in round number 8. So far, though, very similar strategy, going for that control of the B tunnels. We've got Booker, who's been pretty strong on this position, though. 8 kills so far on the map, and a lot of them from that B site. So it's really going to be on him to continue forward strong here. But for TBI as a whole, I feel like they've got their timing well for these rotations here on this B side of the map as well. You've got King, who's several times been able to push behind and catch a player on the flank. And on top of that, you've got Swamp Gaming starting to hesitate a little bit as well on the BL.
That hesitancy can be a problem for sure. A lot of instances where you see a good timing could be hit, and then it's just missed by 10 or 15 seconds by virtue of kind of waiting around for that execute. Look up. Nice start there onto Josh. Gets the headshot through. He's been quite solid on this map so far. Noxon in there to help him out as well. 10-5 now for Booker as he continues to improve upon his numbers. Snox over the top here in Bridge is going to try to crack open at least a head, but the reality is, even if he does, even if he gets this kill on a phase on the A bomb side, the C4 is well and truly in control of TBI right now. does get the kill onto Hunt, but it'll cost him a lot of HP, and it'll be an easy trade for FaZe in the end. So Kai's left solo. Spray down there from Booker, and Nova's equalized 4-4.
Yeah, really good holds from Booker, continuing on the speed side of the map. 11 and 5 for him, really kind of leading this push here for TBI to get back into the game. And now they've got a chance to take this opening half after all. And this is where Swamp Gaming all the way through the series might be left by the wayside here. And now it's Hunt already a double kill on the board. Noxon swoops in for kill number 3 on the round. Famous down to half HP, and it's looking like the half could be theirs after all. But Famous trying to turn that one around with Kai's. The 2v4 quickly narrows to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, right back into the swing of things here is Swamp. Famous gets another one onto Noxon. And all of a sudden, Booker, who has been the standout for TBI, is going to have to do this one solo. It's not fair, really, that he is put in this position. But it's exactly where we find ourselves.
Yeah, Booker on the wraparound here. He's going to have to be careful. He's had a lot of success over on B, but this time it's going to have to be a full retake of A to find the half for his team. You've got Famous, though, very low on HP. Unfortunately, Booker doesn't have a hard nade to work with. So it's going to be all about hitting these shots here. And Famous, he knows he's low on HP, so he's going to just tuck away in this corner. I like the play call here, but it may not matter at this point. Kai's swings wide, and the 2v4 goes the way of Swamp Gaming to secure the half.
It's a good first half. It's a really good first half from Swamp. Especially considering it is the BL-sided half, but it's also the NA half, and we saw a bit of a drastic difference on sub-base when we did swap those servers, which we'll now be doing here at the halftime of map 3 as well. So I don't know how you're feeling about that TBI prediction at this point.
I still feel like they do have the upper hand here. I think back to the BL side of sub-base where it was a lot of struggle for Swamp Gaming to get anything done, and TBI seems to be better when they're almost forced to coordinate on the attack versus kind of playing for themselves a little bit more on that GR side. So even a 5-4 half, I would say, isn't the safest position just yet for Swamp Gaming, knowing it's on the EU servers, because the hard part about GR on the map is really that people want to play passive on port. When you've got a server disadvantage, it's almost more beneficial to play aggressive, and that's where I'm curious to see how they actually approach this GR side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Swamp would be a team that would be super hard done by if they were to be almost forced to play aggressively. Like, they do have some players that I think do a lot of good work when they are a little bit more on that aggressive mindset. We'll see how they opt to go for things when they do head into the second half here, but I still think it's a fairly solid position to be in. I mean, I don't know. The general wisdom, obviously, is that Port is a GR-sided map, and that is all well and good. But I feel like this season, honestly, we have seen quite a bit of parity on Port. We don't have, like, those statistics, unfortunately. But I honestly think it would be a lot closer to 50-50 than people would think that it should be. Just because we've seen a lot of actually quite strong BL sides for some reason.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one to see kind of evolve. I think a lot of people just assume because it's historically a very GR-sided map that it always will be, but especially when you think about the evolution of weapons on the season, there's a lot more wall-bangable weapons than there used to be, and Port has a lot of boxes to shoot through, which I think gives some more advantage back over to that BL side to work with and makes it a more difficult map to hold. You combine that with the TRGs being a little bit quicker on those scopes too, it can be a lot easier for the BL to find those early picks.
Maybe a little reset here. We love that.
Looks like we do have TBI trying to figure out something here going into this one. Talking a lot about strategy for how they want to approach this first round, it seems like. So I think they're trying to almost play the guessing game as well on their end of, is it going to be an aggressive GR from Swamp Gaming? Because if you're assuming they're going to push, you've got to play this a lot differently on the BL side. This is one of those maps where if the GR is aggressive, you don't want to be caught setting up a play. You kind of just want to hang out in your spawn and wait for that GR push to come through and then make your move. So it is going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game, I think, on this BL side for TBI to try and predict when that aggression comes through.
Yeah. So just a matter of time before we get back into map number 3 here. Unfortunately, the implications of this game are not super great. I mean, I guess there is something to be said for Swamp in holding on to this match just to ensure that they can stay in a top 6 position, which would mean that they do get the invite through to the next season of CFWL. There is that to play for TBI. I mean, the only thing is that TBI still would then have to win another game here, and that's against PingPongPals next week to have any kind of a conversation around that. But I suppose it is possible. Let's see how things go here as Swamp start things off on their GR side very nicely. Famous and Kai's combining for a really nice hold on the A-bomb side. It's all Kai's, 3 kills. He eventually does catch up with him, but they have definitely done enough there. And I think TBI are going to have a pretty serious deficit to start to try and pull back. But maybe FaZe has got other ideas. He's able to bring it back to the 2-on-1. But spotted from behind. And that'll be that. 6-4 the lead now for Swamp.
Yeah, really smart play on the opening round, putting a lot of emphasis on that A-long fight. Kai's as well, just holding it for 3, and now you've got Swamp 4 away from victory here on the series. This is where TBI, they're going to have to get a little bit more proactive across the entirety of this map, trying to kind of poke around, maybe throw a fake even in the mix as well, catch them off guard, but also a bit of a gun difference here from TBI in this one as well. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of a lot of them swapping off their comfort picks, but you've got King and Noxon with the M14s, and then FaZe and Booker, the HKs in hand as well. So I'm curious to see what they'll do with that in mind.
Oh, start for Hunt. Very quick shot out from him, and he gets another one onto Snox. He's taking that enforcer role and running with it. Now Famous is, you'd think, going to have to make some kind of a play. Josh under a bit of pressure. In the end, Famous decides to take a bit more of a passive approach. Josh getting a 1-for-1 is not going to be enough to hold on to these sites. And now that Hunt has been able to walk out there, that's going to be round over. Another easy one. So to start off the second half, we get some easy rounds back and forth. Neither team really on top at this stage.
Yeah, still a bit of a toss-up here. Hunt, though, getting 4 kills in the previous round, a great way to wake up here in the half for himself and show what he can do. Unfortunately for Swamp Gaming, though, it makes it a lot closer here from what looked like it could be a game they could start to run away with. So for Famous, he's looking to keep the cards in their hand here, but right now, FaZe and Noxon throw a nice nade over the top. Famous misses the headshot as well onto Noxon, who quickly trades them down. Now they've lost the player advantage and potentially the site to be challenged on top of it.
Let's not forget that Kai's is still here. He was able to pop off in that first round of the half. So definitely still something to be said about this one for Swamp if he can do the same again. He's been reinforced now by HCZ, but TBI are not interested in heading towards A now. Having to kind of toy with the rotations of Swamp. When that timer down, want to try and take a bit of map control over toward B. Josh is solo. All he's got in terms of delaying util is one singular flash. He's just going to jump spot it. Really, this ends up being more of a play for a retake type situation for Swamp than actually holding on to the side. If Josh can get one and survive, that is going to be the ideal end goal.
Yeah, Josh here needs to find his way through to a couple kills, but TBI full steam ahead here. Counter flash goes down. Booker already good for the first on the Snox. And now Josh is in a lot of trouble here. Noxon on the drop down, almost gets a second kill on top of it. Kai's just barely getting out of there with his life. King down to 1 HP, but it might not matter. CZ on the back end, caught out, and now Kai's nothing left to do here except go down in the firefight. So TBI doing a great job of getting the momentum back in their hands now, tying this one up in Swamp Gaming. They've got to change it up here.
Yeah, they're going to change it up by sending Josh a little bit more aggressively in the mid-con. They do smoke off Warehouse. Still 2 players over towards A, though, so in the end, it's ultimately actually a very similar round. So, again, ultimately, nothing really changing up too much at the start of this round. Another slow approach from both TBI and Swamp. He's under a little bit of pressure here, but it's not a committed push. And he knows it. He's not shying away from getting that information.
Yeah, right now for TBI, they're not really trying to find anything too aggressive. This is definitely a setup where they're just kind of waiting to see if there's going to be an aggressive play against them. Unfortunately for TBI, they're not going to find a whole lot from that. You can see Swamp Gaming on the minimap there, backs against the wall for this GR round, not really trying to do too much except for Famous here, who's starting to maybe peek his way down into A connector. Not going to spot anything, though, from that position because TBI, they're grouping up for a big push through this B side of the map, maybe even a late mid hit where it's going to be HCZ right on the other side of it.
B split. Gonna have to get through Kai's first. And Swamp have the perfect setup to deal with this strategy. This should be a Swamp round every day of the week, particularly with Kai's hitting a double there in mid. Though, TBI have made the right call to go A. They know that Kai's is typically going to be the A player. If they take him down in mid, A is probably going to be left open. They aren't going to be given a plant, but 4v2 in the post plant, Swamp should be feeling pretty comfortable about making this retake happen.
They've got the positioning, though, here for TBI. It's going to be good for a kill. Noxon, good for 2 before going down. It gives Booker at least a fighting chance here, but not for long. Famous right there to secure the kill, and more importantly, the round for Swamp to keep themselves out in front here. But how close these rounds are getting, it's nowhere near a safe finish just yet for Swamp.
Right. Back in for another one. This definitely feels like we're headed in the direction of an overtime map. But we'll see. We can maybe put together a couple of quick ones. It'll be their map to lose. Still got to go down here just to try to slow up this push in the warehouse. That seems to have proven to be successful.
Yeah, a bit of a rotation now happening from the GR side. They're starting to think it's leaning towards the B bomb side, and they might end up being right here. They've got 4 players kind of grouped up on the B side of the map, and only Famous on the A bomb side here, which could prove to be a bit challenging if this push comes late towards the A bomb side. But you can see King and Nox, and they'll try and sneak out mid, but HCZ more than prepared to take the fight here. Able to find himself one. Josh on the wraparound, able to find the bounce down. HCZ still alive as well. Good for a second, almost a third there. Kai is able to get the trade over there. And now Hunt, 1 versus 3 all alone.
Yeah, really good stuff from Swamp once again on the defense here. Hunt is the type of player that could get this one done, though, and if they are going to leave that A bomb site open and give him a plant, maybe Swamp is about to find that out. He's going to be given the plant. He's going to get given the A site, so they are playing for this retake. I mean, Swamp aware of what they're doing. Let's see. Get done. Missing that first shot is not what he needed at all. So that'll be that.
Yeah, really good round there. Swamp Gaming doing exactly what they need to on the hold and mid. HCZ as well, able to get almost 3 from that position, so a really good round from him to top it off. And this is where things start to get difficult for TBI, even with the server advantage, an 8-6 scoreline when you're on the BL side. Does not feel good at all. So they're gonna have to find a way to break through here, because Swamp Gaming, they're just getting more and more comfortable in how they're defending this map. You can see it in how they're rotating, kind of predicting where these pushes are going to be coming through. This time they've got 3 on mid, and so does TBI here. Actually 4 going into the A connector. Kai's might get tested early, but Famous has the support position right there to help him out if that push comes through. But again, they're going to walk right into the trap here. Swamp Gaming, they had it perfectly stacked. Snock's able to get 2, but FaZe and King have a chance to turn this one around. FaZe gets the double as well to take down Josh, and now Famous and Kai's, they've got to try and clutch it up again, but Kai's already has it, and the C4's down.
I think that's a massive blunder from Hunt, dropping the C4 at the bottom of long. If he just survives, you know, they can recuperate, regroup at 3-on-2, but instead he tries to face long and drops the C4 in the duel against Kai's, and now Kai's and Famous are aware that they've got that one crucial objective that TBI are going to be looking for. So they're going to try and set themselves up to hold on to that. Still some isolated duels on offer here for TBI. If they win them, obviously they can win the round, but this is just such a strong spot to be in for someone like Kai's. With the TRG in hand, Famous will be absolutely obliterated, playing a bit of an off angle. FaZe probably wasn't expecting him there, but the ping differential still coming into play, and now it's on to Kai's solo, who is looking for FaZe, but hasn't been able to find him. And I like this in the 2-on-1 from TBI. They are going to link back up and hope to trade down in a worst-case scenario. So that's a wise move.
Kai's, though, brutal shots from FaZe in the 2v2 there, keeping his team truly in this fight. We thought when Kai's dropped the C4, it might have been a Swamp Gaming round, but TBI going to be thankful to take home of that one now. They've got a chance to tie it up here in round 16 if they can continue forward, making that impact known, but it's really been FaZe kind of leading it here on the second half. He's 9-3 here, while the rest of Swamp Gaming, they have slowed down a little bit. You've got Josh and Famous, who are normally on top of the scoreboard, towards the bottom here on this GR side. It's really been a lot of Kai's and HCZ holding the line. Snock's playing the cleanup role here to keep things moving.
Maybe a bit of a quicker attempt here from TBI out towards the A-bomb side. Kai's, important round for him. He's going to hit that first shot nicely under Hunt, but Famous and Kai's both go down in quick succession. Luckily, HCC is good for the double. And he's going to start dumping util to try to make life difficult for TBI on that bomb side. It was a fast plant, though. The Swamp are going to have to move swiftly for the retake. 3-on-2, though. Very well should be their round. Looking a little bit tentative for this one. Flash going to go over the top. Well, get a bit of a wriggle on. Booker now spotted out. Duel 1 in the end by HCZ. And now it's just Nox in 12 seconds. Nox is up over the top. But where? Oh, where is HCZ? The trade's coming through way too late. What is that spacing from Swamp? They've let it slip. 8 on the board now for TBI.
Well, it might be overtime after all here. This is a lot of back and forth on this final map of the series. TBI winning rounds even without the numbers to work with now. So this is where Swamp Gaming have to show they can hold the line and continue forward as strong as they looked at the start of the half. But TBI, they can see that opportunity. HCZ, though, nice little pre-fire. Takes King down to half HP through the mid-level doors, and King's actually already out the doors as well. And that flash, just devastating for HCZ. Thankfully, Famous on the rotation, able to find himself one. Famous, good for 2, and somehow still alive for a little bit longer, just in time for Kai's to swing through the trade, and not a double kill with it. 2v2 now again to decide the round.
Low HP for TBI, haven't got the bomb plant down, but Josh just gives up his life, and that's 9 for TBI. Swamp, what is happening? This is their chance of staying in CFWL potentially in a little bit of an awkward position because they have to play against ROC next week. TBI could feasibly win against PingPongPals, in which case TBI would leapfrog Swamp, assuming they lost. TBI look like they're going to get a dub here over Swamp. They've just barreled their way into the B bomb site. Hunt to try and get aggressive again. TRG in hand, wisely decides to duck down, wait for that util to come through. There's grenades everywhere. Swamp looking for the retake here to try to push it through to OT. They're finding some kills here and there, but then again, damage coming back. Where are the shots? TBI got to get this one done. HCC is low. Famous in the 1v1. FaZe will fall. What a wild round, but we are going to go overtime. Famous survives on 5 HP, and Swamp stay alive.
What a round to steal away there from Famous at the end. It looked like FaZe was going to be able to close it out, but Famous, he's going to push this one to the limit here. Now we go into overtime, which means it's going to be back to the NA servers for 3 rounds, and then another 3 rounds in the EU servers. And then we'll see how it shakes out. I do think it stays in the final server if it goes to a golden round situation. So I think golden round would be EU in this circumstance, which could actually be a factor to look at considering how this one's been. But honestly, it's been pretty 50-50 every round you look at, regardless of the server in this one.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really seem like it makes a huge difference ultimately. I don't know how TBI actually don't hold on to that, right? Like, it's 4v5, but Swamp just decide to go straight through the smoke as that bomb is being planted. And then it looks like TBI just makes some massive, massive whiffs. At the end of the day, that's really what it felt like. There was a lot of shots going through, not a huge amount of connections, enough to get it down to the 1v1. Even in that 1v1, it did look like FaZe should probably have gotten it done. But again, a sharp shot from Swamp, so from Famous of Swamp. So end of the day, yeah, TBI got to be a little disappointed with themselves for letting it go that way. Because that should have probably been their round at that point, their map at that point. But then again, I think you could probably say the same thing for Swamp, where, you know, they're probably disappointed to even let it get to that point where they have to make a comeback to get to OT. It was their map to lose, I guess, and ultimately it's still losable, but they have at least forced it through to the OT.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of a fitting end, though, when you think about the seasons of both of these teams. I mean, a lot of inconsistency throughout, and even in the last couple of matches here, it's tough for both of them to close, but that's been the reason they're in that 6th and 7th position, is they have those glimmers of hope, those really, really strong moments, but then you've got moments like that where it looks like the game should be over, but then we're right back in it in an overtime situation. And this is where, you know, when these teams were against the GGs and the ROC Esports of the league, they had those big leads taken back and lost them in overtime. But now, at the very least, they can try and prove themselves here in this overtime situation. Because if you're Swamp especially, I mean, it's been a long time since NA even held a spot in the Pro League, and letting that slip in the final 2 games would be a bit of a bummer for them.
Yeah, I guess we should reiterate that. What is the world where that happens? Well, Swamp are 4-8 right now. TBI are 3-9. Assuming TBI then win this, both teams would go 4-9, and then they both have a match next week. Swamp against ROC. That is a match that we'd expect them to lose. TBI up against PingPongPals. Again, a winnable match for TBI. I would expect PingPongPals to pick it up, but a world where if TBI were able to beat PingPongPals and Swamp did lose to ROC, then TBI would go to 5-9, and Swamp would go 4-10, in which case it's a pretty cut and dry world where TBI would be inside the top 6. And for those that don't know, 5th and 6th place do get the invite through to the next season. And 7th and 8th, maybe not quite as much, although I can see Liquipedia says top 7 get the invite through to the next season. So maybe it is only the last place team. In which case, this game doesn't actually matter. In which case, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, I think it's the top 7 are guaranteed at the end of Season 2. In Season 1, though, it's 6th through 8th that all have to play in that relegation bracket, but I believe it's only 8th that's auto-switched out with the open winner at the end of Season 2. So in theory, they're both probably safe. At least some prize money on the line, though, for that position for 6th place, but...
Yeah, $1,000
honestly,
difference between 6 and 7. which, yeah, you know, it's not a huge amount necessarily, but it does make a difference. Anyway, let's jump into the OT here and see how things shape up. TBI will get the opening kill courtesy of Hunt and kick off this GR side nicely. But again, they're not trying to do anything too overly aggressive in this one. And Swamp kind of just milling about in middle, trying to figure out what plan B is going to end up being.
Yeah, at this point for TBI, it's all about holding the numbers here in the opening round. They've got the advantage. They've got no Kais to deal with either, which is definitely a good start. Not having to worry about that sniper, but at the end of the day, they still have to be careful in these positions, not to give up anything here and lose that advantage. You can see Josh starting to poke around here. Famous as well in mid, seeing what they can find, but is Noxon and Booker tucked away on this B bomb site, calling for the support of Hunt as well, and I don't think Swamp Gaming is going to be fully prepared for these two players that are tucked away.
Well, it is a patient approach for Swamp, that's for sure. They're not really causing any pressure to be felt on the side of TBI, though. They're not probing anything. They're not pulling any rotations. They're not throwing any util. So TBI are content to just kind of sit here and wait. King has waited maybe a little bit too long to take that peek. And in the end, Josh almost gets all the way up the stairs and knocks him over. It'll be Snox to find the double on the trade attempt. And that has worked out happily enough for Swamp. They get the side control and they have a 3-on-3.
To Hunt here. Nice position. Unfortunately, not able to find anything. Famous holding for 2. And that might be enough. Make it a triple kill in Swamp Gaming. Able to hold on very nicely thanks to him, getting themselves into a great position to continue forward in overtime.
Straight back into yet another one. Not much of a change up from Swamp, very standard stuff, but a change up from TBI as they send Hunt into middle to go looking for a frag, and he ends up coming off worse for wear. This is not ideal for TBI. They worked hard to get this back to OT, but as soon as they're into the OT, it does look like it's kind of all going down the drain.
Yeah, for TBI, a bit of a disappointing start this first half of overtime, and see if they can find anything from FaZe to maybe hold on. He's gonna have to anchor this A bomb site push. The smoke screen though just makes it so difficult to find any value from that sniper, but Noxon on the other hand able to find a double kill, shuts it down in the meantime, but still Famous has to be dealt with in this position. He's able to find himself a double. Booker now left alone on the GR spawn wall, and Famous says why not make it a 3rd kill for himself here. That's going to be a stellar way to continue forward.
Yeah, exactly what you want for Swamp. 11-9, where they find ourselves. And if they can get to 12, well, that's going to be a tough one to turn back around for TBI. I mean, they were good in regulation, bringing things back, but ask them to do it again. It feels like it's going to be a little bit too much to ask. So again, safe, passive approach from Swamp. TBI maybe being the ones to sort of push the pace of this round a little. I have sent King forward. He will be discovered momentarily by Josh. Question is, will Josh hard clear the corner? Answer is no. That's a nice opener for TBI.
Yeah, I need them to hold at this point, though. It's not looked good for them so far, even with the numbers on this half, and that's where I worry for them, especially when you've got Famous 6-0 after the first 2 rounds. Another triple kill could very well be in the cards for Swamp Gaming. Right now, they don't seem so sure of themselves in this 3rd round of the half, not putting any forward pressure, really, either way just yet, and The C4 still needing scooped up in the BL spawn. They've got to have a decision here pretty quickly on which route they're going to take. Now it's going to be the C4 scooped up as they eyeball the B bomb site, but this is where Booker needs to continue to be that superstar in the B tunnels. He's held this position so many times so well. Needed to step up. He's good for 2, making a triple kill. Huge way to hold the line. Now Famous left alone.
Tough one to win for Famous. 1v3. Couple of players on this side already. Rotation coming through as well, but Hunt goes down without a problem at all. Now Famous not aware of Noxon's position. Will ultimately fall. So 2-1 in the first half of the OT. It's still not a shabby result for Swamp. I think you'll take it, considering it was a BL side. But again, I don't know how much we can necessarily read into that because there has been a lot of parity on this map in this series.
Yeah, still too early to tell, even though we're in overtime, who's going to win this one. So honestly, at this point, it's really up to TBI, I think, going into the second half to try and control the pace of where this one goes. If they play a little bit sloppy, you've got Swamp Gaming on the GR. They're going to be a little bit more comfortable in this position and the way the fights play out. So TBI have to really run the show if they want to take this one all the way through to a win for themselves. But at this point, I would say Swamp Gaming has that slight edge. A 2-1 win on the BL side in overtime is a great way to get this started, and only needing 2 on the GR has to feel pretty good.
Yeah, most definitely. Just getting ourselves swapped again at half time.
Looks like we are just about ready here. Everybody getting into the EU servers for the final half, potentially a golden round here. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me with how things have kind of
For sure.
shook out in this one. I mean, every time it feels like someone's poised to win, it's kind of a bit of a slip on their end.
It's kind of the nature of the beast with these two teams. I mean, that is the reason why they're at the bottom of the overall season standings. If you were a little bit more of a consistent team, if you were able to close these games out cleanly, you'd be doing yourselves a lot of favors, but not the case. It has kind of been the identity of both Swamp and TBI as teams, as organizations, for, the better part of 18 to 24 months now that we've been kind of like watching these two teams develop. They've always been decent enough. They've always been teams that have been able to take a map here or there, but you don't really get the feeling that they're like a serious contender in any way, shape, or form when their games against, their kind of weaker counterparts do go in this fashion all the time. Like, if you want to elevate yourself and be a top 4 team, you need to be cleaning up a series like this one 2-0, because that's what the other top 4 teams do.
Yeah, they definitely need to find that way through. And honestly, I would have expected it too from Swamp Gaming in this season to maybe have that elevated performance. I was kind of reflecting on the GV swap outs into these other teams coming into the season. And on paper, I would have assumed that Snox going to Swamp Gaming was like the best improvement of all the GV players and where they went. But it honestly hasn't felt like that's necessarily true. I mean, you have TBI kind of elevating from a team that was, in theory, knocked out of the league. They only got the spot because GV disbanded. So them even being in a position where they're not at the bottom, to me, was a little bit of a surprise. But FaZe, definitely one of the stronger players to take away from that old GV lineup as well. But I'm curious your read on maybe who you thought got the most value of the GV players kind of going their own separate ways.
Well, I think the obvious answer is probably Awesome into IC Esports. Like, that just on paper seems like he's had the biggest upgrade in a sense, because InnerCircle now seem like they may be a top 2 team. They just beat Gaimin yesterday. They were able to do it 2-0 as well. So should be able to hold on to top 2, in which case that seems like a massive upgrade. So you'll take that from him. But anyway, conversation for another day as we do go straight on in the second half of the OT here, where Swamp are trying to find 13. Of course, TBI trying to do the same, but a little bit more of a difficult job for them. I guess first protocol is get to 11, equalize, and then start to build upon that. But good damage early onto Josh. Not a finishing blow, but enough to make it a little bit easier on down the track here for TBI at some point.
Yeah, for this round, it's really going to be on Swamp Gaming to figure out where to reposition Josh. He's already down to 9 HP after that initial nade stack into the B tunnels, and he's going to go ahead and play it a little bit safer. You can hear the radio calls, though, for a B-site push coming out from TBI, so the group up is going to come to life pretty quickly here, and it's really not going to have too much direct contact. It's only really Josh as that first entry with 9 HP, though. I've got to question this move just a little bit here from Swamp Gaming. Everybody else is going to be pretty reactionary from here. The flash forces him out of position. Stomps. Beautiful timing to find that first kill onto King. You can see HCZ as well swinging into the back of Josh. Still alive here. But HCZ through the boxes with a flash as well. Is able to clean this one up and leave it just on Booker, who has no way out with Famous swinging in.
One round away now, again, for Swamp. They were never on series point. But now they've got 2 of them to play with. And this grenade looks like it's going to be perfectly timed. That is a huge chunk onto TBI, but they still get the opening kill onto Josh. It'll be the B-side taken. TBI have that control. They're util enough to keep Swamp at bay, but man, does Swamp know how much damage they've done with those grenades. These kills should be pretty routine, pretty easy to get. They're still going for those headshots. Famous only the 1-for-1. It's not enough. TBI with their pace. They are just going to negate all of that damage that was done by the grenade. And HCZ, a 1v4 feels too much to ask.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's looking like another round still to be played here. HCZ, at the very least, able to find the opening kill, but there's just no time to clear this side properly here. Has to go swing a little bit sooner in this position. Almost able to find Booker, but there is the 3-peak to get this one on the board for TBI. And honestly, it's a big round to take away as well. You thought after that nade was thrown at the very start here, it might be a much quicker round for Swamp Gaming, and TBI didn't stop them at all.
One round the difference now for both of these 2 teams. One to get to a series victory and one to get to golden point to keep it in a possible chance for themselves. Five on 5. Will slow down once again. TBI not opting to go as quickly to start off this round. Even though that pace does seem to have typically been working out for them. It's going to go through. Another nice tickle. TBI again pretty tagged up here by Swamp.
Innocent Kais, though, at the setup here, they've been very successful on this angle. Onside, but this time Noxon, perfect headshot. Takes down Kais through the box right away. Famous quickly with the trade, though. The FaZe on the lurk through mid, able to get the double kill. Catching him off guard. Now Snox as well goes down. And this could be a golden round on the horizon. Josh, there's no way out of this one. It's going the full distance here to end this series.
Now once again a BL favored half. We're going to go straight into the golden round, and this is it. All the marbles, the entire series. We've been here for 2.5 hours. Everything comes down to just one round. It's 2.5 hours worth of work or 2 minutes of game time, and it's going to go 1-for-1 to start things off. If you lose this round, the entire 2.5 hours has been wasted, and that may be the case for Swamp as they now lose Kais. Landing in the face of Nox, and it's not going to be enough to finish him off. Snox with a desperate attempt pulls one back on a hunt. The rest of TBI are backing away and try and slow things down, but Swamp have somehow recovered part of this round.
Yeah, Kai's having a tough time at OT. Isn't going to stop them yet. Noxon down to 14. The GR side with a slight advantage overall on that HP. So it's really going to come down to where TBI decide to make this final move here. You can see them slowly grouping up outside of the A bomb site, which is only currently being held by HCZ on the top of A, but he's actually been pretty good on these entries throughout the GR side on this map, so does have a chance to make it happen once again, hugging that ladder position, but does Noxon check the corner? No, he's not going to check the deep corner. He could have seen that on the shoulder peek, and now HCZ has the opportunity to walk out. He's going to get the double kill, gets the triple kill, and that's the map along with it. Swamp Gaming take it in the golden round.
Oh, and all the effort of TBI to force it through to a map 3, to force map 3 through to an OT, through to a golden round. Like they were playing catch up in every single one of those instances, and it all comes crashing down in the golden point, the final round. It is Swamp Gaming to take the victory, and that will take them clear of a potential chance for TBI to catch up to them in 6th, regardless of how the last game of the season goes for both of those two teams. Swamp will remain in 6th, and TBI will remain in 7th. So disappointment today for TBI, and happiness for Swamp. Happiness for us as we head it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Alfish, and thank you, Kyle. I mean, Swamp Gaming managed to win the series 2-1. It was a bit close for TBI to take the win, but Swamp Gaming managed to keep their place in the standings.
Yeah, it's big throw from the guys from TBI. The last round from FaZe, where he missed on Famous, he was very low HP, and then the last round where they all rushed 5-man into A site and just killed 2 players, and they insisted on pushing into a side that the guys all rotated. HCZ was a very good spot. No one checked it. This is where there comes the experience gap between the players from TBI and the players from Swamp Gaming, and he claims all the 3 kills without even being checked, and he's risking in a golden round. No one ever expected it, so shout out to HCZ. To be honest, he did it very good, and both teams played very well, but for in my opinion, TBI played very bad on their global risk side always, because it always came into the NA servers, so they had a very, very tough luck for them the global risk round, and Swamp Gaming always they had the chance to clutch versus them. We've seen it 2v4, 2v5, and I guess 1v2. So TBI, the global risk, they could have won more if they didn't throw one of these rounds. This round it was 2v4, and Famous, this guy man is not human.
I mean, Famous is pretty known right now as like the main firepower for Swamp Gaming, right? And like TBI, I feel like they were a bit. There wasn't any discipline coming from the guys. I feel like they were always on a rush. Yeah, they were always on a rush. It was like they don't talk with each other as much as they should, and this was a bit obvious in the rounds that you mentioned, because like Swamp Gaming, I feel like they are more disciplined in a way. It feels like they are more calm in the stressful situations, and this is what maybe made them come up ahead in this matchup against TBI.
Yeah, well, Swamp Gaming actually played really better than the first match in Split 1 versus TBI, where they were kinda disconnected, I said, and they were not playing as a team. But now these guys are now playing as a team. They're playing, they're having strategies, they go with the util usage and everything. So they are kinda improved their gameplay and their teamwork, and already their individual skills is very high. As you can see on the screen now, Famous, this man, 1.45 KD in a map that was almost very sloppy from them, because Josh didn't have his best map. Snoxhold as well, they have his best map, but he killed Hunt in the golden round, which secured 100%. Once I saw Hunt died to Snox, it was a clean win for Swamp Gaming, because that was their hope. If Snox died, they lose the round. If he killed, they win the round.
Yeah, and MVP always, I mean most of the times at least, Famous from Swamp Gaming, like he had an incredible series. I mean, this guy on the screen, he's always consistent. He's always there. I feel like he's one of the most consistent players we have in the rifle.
Yeah, well, he's the most consistent rifle as well, and he's one of the best in the world. Not only in West League, we are lucky to have Famous in our West League, because this guy, everybody from all other regions are following this guy and want to be watching him how he's playing. So this is huge for our league to have one guy like Famous. And also shout out to his teammates, they also played really good, especially that HZZ. He kept his composure and he kinda played it very good in my opinion. HZZ, he's the guy that always not showy on the stream, not getting the kills, but he's the guy who's leading the team in games, so shout out for HZZ.
Yeah, shout out to HZZ, and congrats to Swamp Gaming. Hard luck for TBI, but let's talk about the most important matchup this week, Anubis versus IC, because like this matchup, Anubis doesn't only have to win; they have to win 2-0 to
Yeah.
secure their playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Especially that Anubis, after the downfalls that we've seen from them and how shaky they played versus Triple Nine yesterday, it's
Yeah.
very tough for them to overcome the strong comeback from InnerCircle. That's what we have seen yesterday. The guys defeated GG 10-0 on Black Widow. That's Mina definitely banned today for the side of Anubis and InnerCircle. If you want to be talking about them, these guys, they started very slow. It's just the same like Anubis, but they managed to crawl back and get their place. Anubis, they started very slow as well, but then they started to go like a shaky rounds or just maybe ups and downs a lot. They win very, very hard games that we have never expected them doing very good in these games versus GG, for example, and they beat them, and they did very, very bad in some maps. So they are kind of the team that are not stable right now, but they have everything in order to win this game.
Yeah.
The passion, the momentum for the guys, because this game means a lot for them. If they be able to get it 2-0, that means that these guys might be able to go to the playoffs and also secure their EWC spot. So this game right now proves a lot for them.
Yeah, 100%. All the stakes are on this game for Anubis, and they have to win 2-0. And not only they have to win 2-0, they have to wait for PingPongPals to not win a single map.
Versus TBI, who
TBI.
just lost today and secured their 7th spot no matter what. So it's kind of doomed also for for even the players from Anubis. They were kind of watching the game for TBI, and they were supporting TBI because they know if TBI beats Swamp Gaming, they will go heads high against PingPongPals, and they already defeated 2-0, and they want to be beating them maybe in order to get a higher spot or just secure the 6th place. But for now, it's kind of doomed for TBI and Anubis as well.
I mean, Anubis are playing against IC as well, right? The team that's like looking, at least for me, they're looking very scary right now. Even like they can go neck to neck with ROC Esports, so it's actually
it's the only team that goes neck to neck with ROC Esports these days.
And beating GG 2-0 as well yesterday.
One of them is 10-0.
Exactly. So like IC are coming like a train into this matchup, and I think from IC perspective, yes, they secured the playoffs, but getting rid of Anubis out of the playoffs, like they completely eliminate them, it will be like a plus for them, because like we know Anubis in the playoffs, like they can transform all of a sudden. So that's a threat you need to get rid of.
It's not about only transformation in the playoffs. Anubis is the direct competitor for InnerCircle because of the EWC spot. We're not talking about the playoffs. Okay, InnerCircle, they got used on going into playoffs. They want to be going to the EWC. They want to be extending their lead. So if Anubis gets into the playoffs, their chances is getting half. If you're, for example, you're going into the playoffs, you're 100% sure that you're going to be going to the EWC. If Anubis is out of the playoffs, once Anubis steps in, that means it's going to be 50% for you and Anubis, because they are fighting with you.
Yeah.
And they're going to be matching you maybe in the 3rd or 4th place. So that's really, really challenging for InnerCircle.
Yeah, it's challenging, and let's talk about the map, because map selection, because like both these teams, like the last time they faced, I mean, IC won 2-1. It was a very, very close matchup as well. Like all the 3 maps were close. So what do you think about the map selection for both these teams?
Well, we're going to be maybe seeing Port as a decider again, because both teams, they play Port very good, especially Anubis are very good on Port as well. Yeah, maybe they would take a few rounds in Port, but still, I'm pretty sure that these guys, when it comes to important matches, they're going to be popping off. And Compound plus Ankara.
Okay.
InnerCircle, if they want to be banning, they have the luxury of bans, by the way. InnerCircle have the luxury of bans. Anubis don't have the luxury of bans because they're going to be banning Eagle Eye and New Mexico.
Yeah.
So Anubis are not choosing the maps. It's InnerCircle who choosing the maps. So in my opinion, Compound is going to be here. Port might be here. Black Widow will not be here, or maybe it's going to be here if Anubis leaves it. So I'm pretty sure that Compound, Ankara, maybe Port, these are our maps.
Okay, let's take a look at the map V to see if our predictions are true. We have Black Widow, Compound, and Port. Okay, I mean all the maps that you talked about. I mean Black Widow, last time it was picked by IC, and they won it 10-5. But like this time, Anubis are the ones that picked Black Widow, and Compound, like it was the decider that IC won the last time, and now it's picked by IC, and we have Port as a decider as well.
Well, I like the ban from InnerCircle for Ankara, because the guys, they don't want to be challenging Anubis in one of their best maps. Ankara is a very good map for them. Yes, I know that they're kind of having shaky rounds in Ankara, but still, Anubis is very good on Ankara, so we don't want to be playing them on Ankara. So I like the ban from InnerCircle into Ankara, but for the pick from Anubis in Black Widow, especially that InnerCircle yesterday, they destroyed GG 10-0 in this map is kinda, I don't know, but we have seen 10-0s a lot on Black Widow, by the way. One of them was Vasco beating EP in one of the international tournaments 10-0. So, but still, in the end, EP wins and they won CFS, so maybe why not?
I mean, Anubis IC, it's an incredible matchup, and I want to talk about like the mental preparation from Anubis side because like I
Yes,
feel
they
like
need
this
it.
is very important,
Yeah.
right? They need the pep talk, they need the lock-in, they need some talks from the coaching staff, from the leaders inside Anubis Gaming to get them in shape because like they have to start. They have to have a very good head start in this matchup because like you cannot leave some rounds for a team like IC.
Well, today, Anubis game is not about strategies at all.
Yeah.
These guys need, as you said, a mental start. They
Yeah.
need to have a very good mental in order to start very strong in this game because Anubis coming here to this matchup, if they overthink their strategies, InnerCircle have zero pressures, you will lose.
Yeah.
You need to have also zero pressure, and this is mental for you because the game is very affecting your spot.
Yeah.
InnerCircle, it's not affecting their spot. So
Exactly.
if you focus on strategies, InnerCircle will have zero pressure,
Yeah.
so they might win you. If you focus on your mental, you will be matching InnerCircle. I'm not going to be saying that you will be maybe ahead of InnerCircle. No, you will be matching InnerCircle. And in my opinion, you need to match InnerCircle with their mental today because these guys, they are coming very strong mental. They are coming back very strong. They're beating everybody. They almost beat ROC. They are the only team that made the ROC sweat in their games. And actually, the last game that we've seen, they were very close of getting the first lose for ROC Esports and also in the first split. These guys were already kinda making the lose, and it was a clutch round from Slayer when he defused the bomb to go the round.
Yeah.
So who is now top two teams in our league? It's InnerCircle and ROC Esports. So
Yeah.
when InnerCircle goes in as a second contender for this league, it's very good momentum and confident peaks for them.
Yeah, 100%. But I feel like Anubis Gaming are one of the teams that like when they struggle against 999. But I feel like whenever they play one of the top dogs,
They switch.
they lock in. They transform as a
Because
team.
they kinda give no chance for these teams, but
Yeah.
InnerCircle is not the team that already plays like this. For example, let's say if Anubis goes versus ROC Esports, you'll see Anubis trying to stop the ROC Esports, trying to destroy their controls, trying to do everything.
Yeah.
Why? Because ROC Esports is kinda casually playing the aggressive controls map. So Anubis don't let them do this. InnerCircle already is not doing this.
Yeah.
So if you wanna be playing very aggressive versus InnerCircle already giving you the chance to do it. But if you fail, they will punish. That's why it's kinda very hard for Anubis today to give the confident peaks and aggression for Dipsy and Sad because these guys will be waiting them and they will be trying to hunt them for this aggression. And they already expect it, and they have their coach, they have Kevin. He already done his homework for how Dipsy and Sad is already trying to get this aggression. So that's why in my opinion, how Anubis is playing versus top teams, used to play on versus top teams,
Yeah.
might not work now versus the other teams because they are all expecting it.
Yeah.
Especially that InnerCircle already. Their playstyle denies how Anubis plays.
I mean, what's the thought process behind picking Black Widow as Anubis? Because like the last
They,
time,
they don't have the luxury.
okay,
they don't
so
have the
they were
luxury.
forced to pick.
They were
Black Widow.
forced to pick Black Widow. Okay, they said, hey guys, what is the worst map among all the three? We have Black Widow, we have Compound, we have Ankara. They said, okay, it might be a Black Widow. Just pick it. Let's play it as a first map. Don't put it as a decider, or
Yeah.
don't put it as second map. Because if we lost the first map, you're gonna be losing the second
Yeah.
mentally. You're just saying mentally. And if we won the first map, the decider might just ruin our set.
Yeah, let's see. Anubis cannot lose a round, but map 1 is ready between Anubis and IC, so Elfish and Kylie have the mic.
Let's see. Indeed, this could be a bit of a banger. Lots to break down, but we'll get into that after this round plays out. There's a fast attempt from InnerCircle over towards Long, and that has just kind of blown up in their face. Seemed like a big stack from Anubis. Ready for that.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting start here, but awesome at the very least. Sneaking behind enemy lines and already finding himself a nice kill in this 1-on-3 situation, so not bad, all things considered. The problem now is going to be that C4 location. Still has to be dealt with, and that'll be all she wrote for the first one. So, Anubis off to a really aggressive start here. A long control play gets it done, but now they've got to show what more they can do here coming out of this one. And this is where I'm curious to see if they'll maintain this kind of pace. If you're down and know you need a good start, do you play aggressive like that each and every round?
Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup, this one, because I kind of feel like InnerCircle have gone from strength to strength this season. They've slowly but surely been kind of on the improve, and yesterday's game against Gaimin Gladiators obviously gives me a lot of hope or a lot of faith in their position in this season. But there's still a possibility that they come into this game. Anubis, obviously a really dynamic team, can do a lot of work against some of these top teams, and InnerCircle has an off day, and then all of a sudden we're kind of like, oh, well, a quick 2-0 win over Gaimin Gladiators is very quickly forgotten if you end up then losing to Anubis and giving them a chance back into the playoffs. And we heard Penguin kind of talking about the implications of that in terms of EWC and how it'll make InnerCircle's run a little bit more difficult. So, you know, it's all well and good to have one good game, but you need to have multiple good games, and you certainly need to be having the good games against the teams that it really matters against, and this would be one of those. So let's see how InnerCircle go about things here in this series. I have been a little bit low-key disappointed by Anubis this season. Kyle, I don't know if you echo that, but I don't think they've quite lived up to the expectations from Season 1. But as long as they can make it into the playoffs, you know, they can still do anything from there.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's been a bit of a lackluster performance from them, especially after, you know, fighting their way to the season finals in Season 1. Hasn't really seemed like a team that might be able to go that distance again here so far this season. But we'll see if they have us a good match in store here for at least this one against InnerCircle to make that dream a reality of maybe getting all the way to the finish line again here. And it's going to be up to Anubis to continue that moving forward, because InnerCircle, they've had a pause now, a chance to maybe recollect their thoughts and get themselves a nice round on the board to answer back. But Dipsy and Doom, they're going to get proactive now. Again here, Jin, able to get spotted out. They find him very early on, and this is what I like from Anubis. This is what I was hoping to see from them today, because they're a team that knows how to be proactive, but in a way where they're still safely securing these kills.
Yeah, this is a very good start for Anubis. They can go 2-0 up and get that momentum flowing in their direction already. Start to put a bit of question in the back of the minds of InnerCircle, who I would imagine felt pretty comfortable coming into this map of Black Widow. It's a bold pick from Anubis, considering this was the map that InnerCircle 10-0 Gaimin on yesterday. Come through from Jaguar, and it does look like Anubis are really switched on at the moment. InnerCircle just taking their time to get into this game. Alucard with an attempt at a 1v5. That's obviously going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's
2-0 for Anubis.
An interesting start here. I almost feel like InnerCircle is kind of just playing extremely casual at the moment. It hasn't felt like there's a lot of structure what they've been doing so far on this map. Kind of just players being a bit loose, playing for themselves here. And this time it's actually going to pay off. Kiko, out of the mid-double door, is able to find a double kill spray down. It's going to be sad they're a little bit late to try and secure that trade, but now that they've got the numbers, they can just steamroll their way towards this B bomb site that actually doesn't really have much defense here as well. It's only Doom holding on to the double stack here, calling for that early rotation from his teammates. He does manage to at least get Sad into the B window, but they've already had two players cross here. But again, Anubis doing a great job of securing the kills and holding the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not a great look for InnerCircle, is it? That's better. Doom gets the headshot in onto Sad. And C4 in the hands of Alucard, still floating around on the B bomb side. He gets the kill on a Dipsy. Knows the Doom is there as well. Easy call here is to just cancel and go A, but it looks like they're going to try to contest it. Doom aware that Jin is coming through from the doors and Alucard is in the box room. And this is the problem about contesting, as opposed to just backing off. I think you'd have been better off having Jin maybe just provide enough of a distraction for Alucard to slip out of the box room and go over to A. But instead, now Alucard is stuck in the 1v1, and there's every possibility that Doom wins this and brings it back to 3-0 and makes for a really tough day at the office for InnerCircle. It seems like Alucard is not even aware that Doom has slipped away to the box. So this could be really awkward for Alucard if he just walks out onto the site and neglects to check this position. Doom looks like, yeah, he's just won this round. That's such a great cross easy start for Anubis. 3-0 lead. And what happened to the InnerCircle we saw yesterday?
Yeah, certainly not a 10-0 in the cards for them here, but hopefully at least some redemption as this match continues forward. Because right now, Anubis are just making all the right play calls at this point. And it's a good sign for things to come from them. I think they're very eager to show what they can do and maybe work themselves into a playoff position after all. And so far for InnerCircle, it's just not really taking it super seriously, it seems, in the way they're playing. A lot of aggression, but not really thrown with any coordination behind it for the most part. Whereas Anubis, everything feels very well thought out in the way they're approaching this map.
Yeah, again, kind of wild considering how dominant they were yesterday. It looked like they couldn't make a single mistake. They were really just running over Gaimin Gladiators. But it's a different story today. Much slower approach from InnerCircle. That's not really working out, but they have given time for Alucard to work a pick in middle. This time it's Comics trying to aggress out middle, and let's get brought down to heal. And now the first advantage it feels like the InnerCircle have had for the entire map so far.
Doom, though, a nice spray through the doors. Almost find himself 2 there. Awesome down to about 10. Back down to half. Kiko getting some fire on that one as well. Now Doom, he's kind of just isolated underneath the catwalk. He's going to have to decide if he wants to push through that smoke, but Sad able to at least find one on the catwalk. Jaguar as well, able to find 2 underneath, and things continue to fall apart for InnerCircle. Still yet to find their first round, and it might be a 4th straight here on the board for Anubis. Alucard can't seem to get anything done here. He's just stuck on the catwalk pillar. But hold on, the 1v3, it's now just a one-on-one opportunity. Even with 6 HP, he does have that TRG in hand. He seems to have an idea that Dipsy is here, but the big time is going to be down to 10 seconds. Now I don't think he just has time to get this done. He's going to know as soon as he goes for the plan, it's over. Dipsy thankfully able to hold on. That is 4 straight rounds for Anubis.
This is craziness. Even with the advantage at the start of the round, Anubis able to pull it back over IC. Or dropped in an awkward spot there. I don't think Alucard even picked up C4, by the way, did he? It was still down underneath the bridge. So that round was cooked. And a timeout called. I think a good choice. They are in desperate need of some time to chat. This is not how InnerCircle would have anticipated seeing the day go. But unfortunately, sometimes that's just the way it be, especially when you're against a team like Anubis, who just, they seem to be such a wild card of a team. And today, a super strong Anubis has showed up, and a pretty lackluster InnerCircle. Like, this is just not looking even remotely exciting as far as InnerCircle are concerned. Which is a real shame, because yesterday I started like getting on the hype train, you know, but now I'm kind of like, oh, well, was that just an overperformance? Like, we can't expect that again?
Yeah, InnerCircle's such a tough team for me to read because it didn't feel like they were definitively number 2 when I look at their season as a whole. It just, like, if you look at their most recent games, it felt like that might start to be true here. But then if you have a game like this and you go down 0-2 potentially for InnerCircle, it starts to put that in question and say, you know, maybe GG just had a bad couple of days on their hands and maybe they're still that number 2 team after all, which is where I want to see InnerCircle prove something a bit more here, because I feel like the peak of this team is clearly the second best team in this league, but we don't see that peak often enough.
No, I think that's a really good point. You know, the peak of InnerCircle being the number 2 team. And I would very much fall in line with that, because I think they do have a pretty wild swing sometimes. My issue with InnerCircle is it seems that they do comfortably, or they do have the ability to contest the top teams. They do well against Gaimin. They can contest against ROC. More so than the middle of the pack teams. They also similarly seem to drop off the pace a little bit more so when they verse the weaker teams. And in this case, you know, they're struggling against Anubis today. So it's like, how can you beat Gaimin so cleanly 2-0 yesterday and then come into today and struggle against Anubis? That doesn't necessarily make sense. But here we are. Called that timeout, and hopefully they'll be able to turn things back on its head.
Yeah, Anubis, they're looking to do everything they can to shut down with a 5-0 coming out of this pause. You do that, I feel like map 1's pretty much in the bag at that point for them to run away with, especially considering Black Widow's a BL-sided map too. So for InnerCircle, this is a really tough look to think they're going to get back into this one easily. So for them, it's just a matter of taking things one round at a time, and it's got to start with a win out of the tack pause here. You've got none left to work with for the remainder of the map. So if you go down 5 or 6-0, it's just kind of a bit of a mental hurdle from there to try and think about coming back. And this time around, it is going to be Anubis kind of stacked towards this A catwalk position, so they've got the support system ready to go.
Aggression out from Anubis. 1 for 1 so far. And that's all good. As far as InnerCircle are concerned, it's going to give them some pause for thought, though. They're not sure maybe where else some of that aggression is coming on the other side of the map. As we can see, it's not going to eventuate. But Jaguar's in a great spot to cut off a rotation, and there definitely seems like there is going to be one. Go over towards B. Jaguar is spotted out, though, by Jin, and Dipsy falling as well. Nice 1-2 punch from InnerCircle. And maybe their campaign can finally begin here on the PL side. Let's see what Sad has to say about it. He could definitely make them pretty disappointed, but he'll fall. Now it's on to Comics 1v3. He's cleaned up Alucard. Comics have been pretty sharp this week, though. I'm not going to give him a chance this time around. And so InnerCircle do finally get there first. That'll be a sigh of relief, but a lot more work to do.
Yeah, now it's going to be about that consistency and keeping strong from here. You can see Anubis going for the A-long push, but because they already have some forward presence B, it does give InnerCircle a chance to maybe start to put early pressure on B, but they don't make any use of that information at the start of the round here. Still playing pretty casually, and just okay with giving up that A-long fight without taking any additional control. So for InnerCircle, they're just kind of running down the clock here, waiting to see if the push is going to come from another location. You can see Doom putting that catwalk pressure onto Kiko, who's just kind of hanging on to that position for now, but might get that opportunity to maybe walk out if he plays his time right.
Dipsy's not seeing anything in middle. He's communicated that to his team. Nice deep long control for Anubis right here. And not a fairly standard setup, actually. Doom just kind of like hard holding this line. He's obviously got Comics there as well. See if it's going to be Doom to take that first attack. Comics with his head ducked down. Doom gets the first, and this is where Comics should activate, but unable to do so. Nice work from Jin. Go as well. Getting on. He works his way up onto A as well, and it's back to a 2-on-2. It's not the end of the world for InnerCircle, but Sad coming through here with the TRG in hand can do a lot of work on this long hold. Doesn't quite make it clean, but he's gotten the kill onto Alucard. And that is going to send Jin packing straight into Dipsy's position. Dipsy well aware. He spotted him out through the window there as well. And that is Anubis grabbing one more. So InnerCircle, even though they get themselves one, to try to sort of stem the bleeding, it hasn't lasted long.
Yeah, honestly, still not the best of looks for InnerCircle here. They really need something to change the momentum, but Dipsy continuing to lead that charge here. And Jaguar right there for a second kill. Finally, Jin able to trade one out here, but the damage has been done. They've got the advantage they were looking for, and now InnerCircle again playing this one from the back foot. You can see Beck trying to fight his way up the catwalk here, trying to get that opening along with Jin over on the A-long ramp, trying to push his way slowly but surely into a position where he can maybe make something happen. But Dipsy, he's not even going to need that peek to go his way. Sad jumps the gun, gets the shots here, and makes it a triple kill on the trades for the round as well. And Anubis are just making all the right decisions once again.
This is starting to look like a bit of a foregone conclusion. I don't know. I thought InnerCircle was at some point going to come back into this, but 6-1 is really starting to become a little bit egregious now for InnerCircle to try and come back from. I'm seriously getting concerned about their chances on this map. Going to try and chance their arm over at the B bomb site. Comics out on an aggressive hold, a very aggressive hold. Again, another unorthodox position. Corner not quite going to be checked correctly, but Comics still not able to get away with one, and that is going to leave Dipsy high and dry as well. Now it's on to Doom. Low HP, couple of players. They're shoving in one by one. This is not clean by any means from Anubis, but still bring him down. Jaguar's position known, and he's only going to be good for one, so InnerCircle do get away with another round. I would say a little bit lucky, though, that Comics was not able to hit a headshot to start off that initial hold, because had he done that, it could have been a completely different story. But 2 now for InnerCircle, and they've got to focus on getting 3. 3, of course, would mean, you know, they've got at least something to play with in the second half, and they've caught Dipsy on a timing grenade in hand. Still gonna pull that pistol out, but doesn't get it out in time. Now B site will be taken, so InnerCircle maybe right at the back end of the half, starting to come back into it.
Yeah, if they can win this round, it's a much closer half to finish than it was looking, but not over just yet. It could still go down to a 7-2 half if these last 3 players on Anubis can find the timing to make it happen. Jimmy spotted out on the catwalk. He's pretty much alone here, but he's doing exactly what he needs to, and that is stall Doom from rotating back into this bomb site, because at the end of the day, they're trying to clock down. That's all they need to do here. 15 seconds on the clock. This 2v4 is almost unwinnable just off the time alone here. They have to go swinging immediately to even have a fighting chance here. And that is going to be InnerCircle now just off of time winning the round. And it's going to make it a 6-3 half. So all things considered, at least an okay finish for InnerCircle, but a 6-3 half for the GR side, still not what we anticipated at all.
No, I mean, it's definitely more favorable for Anubis, but at least there's like something in there that you can say, okay, InnerCircle have at least a few rounds to play with. You know, this is not already over. A lot of it is going to depend on how this second half does end up starting. But that's a mile away from what we would have expected to see from InnerCircle, particularly after yesterday. So I don't know whether to put that down to Anubis having a really, really great game plan coming into this one, or just having a really good day, or InnerCircle being a bit missing to start off this series. It's probably a combination of all of the above, which, you know, if Anubis do slow down a bit, we could see this scoreline shrink back up again. But the way things are going, they're looking pretty fired up. They're looking pretty locked in. And I'm sure that they, similar to us and InnerCircle, also understand all the implications about the rounds and the maps here. If they can get themselves the win over InnerCircle and, again, kind of like try to push their way into the top 4, that is going to really make a big difference for their chances of going through to EWC. And that, of course, is one of the most important tournaments of the year for CrossFire.
Yeah, I mean, for Anubis, you can tell they're hungry to get themselves into that position. But for InnerCircle, they're a team that is very strong on this GR side. Even though it is a BL-sided map, their GR, I would say, is one of the best in the league right now. So Anubis definitely have their work cut out for them, especially when you think about Alucard only having, I think, 3 kills in the first half. You put him on the GR side, I don't see that happening for him. So I think he's going to do a lot more to get things done in the second half. And the rest of InnerCircle as well, playing this one a little bit safer on the GR side now that they've had a chance to see what they're up against. And that's where I'm curious to see how Anubis approaches this one. They're a team that does like to run the clock down, but I feel like against InnerCircle, it's not a bad thing to be aggressive early on.
Not too much aggression early on happening here. Eco solo holding long. Can't be feeling super happy about that. But this is what I would call a default setup from Anubis. Waiting to see if there's going to be any pushes out from InnerCircle on this GR side. They're not going to get it. And so ultimately, you're going to have to decide to make their own moves.
Beck, though, it's a good position to be in. They actually go for the push and not catch them off guard. A nice shot underneath the catwalk, able to find himself the first. Awesome as well. Playing the bait and switch off the B bomb side. Has a chance to make his presence known here, too. Surprisingly, not going to find anything much there from it. Anubis getting the better of these exchanges. leaves it in a 3-on-2. Now Alucard has to rotate into the B window. Kiko, he's already in position, but the timing going to be perfect for him. And look at this patience as well. Comics has absolutely no idea this backstab is going to come to life, but thankfully, Doom is on the other side of it. It's down to Doom versus Alucard, though. A crucial round for InnerCircle to hold on to, but they're not going to be able to get it done. Anubis able to find number 7.
Yeah, this is really, really bad news for InnerCircle. You know, maybe you thought, okay, their fortunes can change a little bit going into the second half, moving on to the GR side, something, but not the case, as another clutch is going to go the way of Anubis, and they're now up 7-3, which is a commanding lead. Definitely concerned about the health of InnerCircle on this map, which was so good for them yesterday, but seems to have just fallen apart now. Alucard does want to try to get an early fight, but will be pushed away by those shots from Jaguar.
Yeah, for InnerCircle here, just trying to play patient isn't working out the best, so they're going to go ahead and play a little bit more assertive in mid. Kiko pushes down the catwalk with Beck, and on top of that, you've got Jin and Awesome pushing out of the B box room, and that is going to be some nice entries going their way. Awesome finds one, Jin finds another, and just like that, they're in a great fighting position, but this is where they might overextend a hair too much, but it's not going to matter. Beck wins the fight anyways over Sad.
All right, not done yet, InnerCircle. Have C4 control. They don't really know exactly where Dipsy is, so I guess that's the big concern for them at the moment, but Doom's position pretty well known. Dipsy definitely has taken his time about things, trying to clear out that A-bomb site, but there's no reason for anyone to really even be over there now that C4 control has been established for InnerCircle. But he's got time to work with, and if you can drop Alucard, maybe there's still a world in here. Timing will favor Dipsy. That's the 1 out of 5. More to find, not going to happen. Beck in for the trade, pretty quick, smart. And Doom, very low on HP, spotted out by Kiko, should be finished off shortly. Awesome's going to come bounding up and look for that one. Easy finish.
Yeah, solid round there, but still some work left to be done for InnerCircle to be comfortably in the conversation on map number 1 here. But I like what they're doing, just kind of playing things one round at a time, starting to get a little bit more aggressive as well. I like the approach on this side of the map, but Dipsy, find Awesome fairly uncontested. The support not really being there from Jin. He had already fallen deep into that water position, so now he has to kind of just hold on to it and hope for the best. But the big problem here with InnerCircle's setup is now they've left a bit of exposure over towards this A bomb site. It's really just on Alucard to stop the A long push.
Traps in here. InnerCircle, 1 for 1. 2 for 2. Now 3 for 2. And Beck is the last one alive. The trades don't quite go their way. Beck is going to fight for the round still. But has to kind of concede that C4 plant. Up onto bridge as well. Makes his retake options a little slimmer. They're going to go round to B. This is wild. Beck might catch a timing in middle. Anubis, are they overcooking it a little bit? Dipsy wants to check, and he does. Oh, man. Dangerous for Anubis, but they get by. And it's now 8. They're well on their way to a victory here on Black Widow.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, InnerCircle, they can't seem to get anything rolling on this map. Alucard going down as well gives a really, really big opportunity for Anubis to put a map point on the table, and this is where things really have to change for them at this point if they want to win. InnerCircle need kind of a clutch opportunity in this round to reignite themselves, but I like Anubis's approach on this map, not necessarily aggressing, but just getting some early map control, holding these positions and winning these key fights when they need to. But on the other side of things as well, I feel like the players we look to so often to kind of lead the charge, like Awesome and Alucard, have been pretty quiet throughout.
Jin, ball as well. Yeah, everybody's been a little quiet for InnerCircle. To be honest, that's a big problem. 9 to 4, very much on the cards here. That'll be confirmed by Anubis, and Really kind of feeling like a walk in the park at the moment for Anubis. InnerCircle are just not showing any signs of life, really. And we may well see ourselves a 10-4 victory for Anubis. Big nade stack into the box room, preventing InnerCircle from doing anything aggressive out of B. And that is going to give Anubis a little bit of map control right from the outset.
Yeah, for Anubis here, they don't need to do anything fancy. Just kind of taking their time has seemed to do the trick more often than not. Combine that with IC missing some shots. It's really been a bit of a smooth sailing one for them here on Black Widow. And now it's going to put InnerCircle in a position where they almost have to start thinking about that map number 2 at this point. Even a few rounds here isn't going to make a world of difference for them. It's more so thinking about the rebound for the remainder of this series on their hands. But for Anubis, they're really looking to close this strong. It gives them that much more potential if they can close it here and now to get themselves ready to maybe take a 2-0 in this series. Kiko spotted early, gets the kill. Anyways, Kiko good for 2 back. Able to hit the headshot tap onto Jaguar as well. And that is where teams like this are able to thrive. InnerCircle, they may look a little bit shaky in the moment, but if you start to think it's over against them, they're right there to put a stop to it.
Yep, yeah, for sure. We're not over yet. Nice shot in from Alucard as well. But, man, it's going to have to be a long road ahead here for InnerCircle. They're going to get 5, but that doesn't really improve upon their position at all. I don't find that that Anubis is typically one of those teams that's going to like let a lead such as this one slip away. I find often that they're the team to kind of start slow and try and pull it back. So I think toward the back end here in these like more pressure-filled rounds, they're going to be okay to close this out at some point.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead here, it's really InnerCircle needing to get these entries consistently going their way. The second they lose an entry fight, it could already be over at that point. So that's why you can see someone like Alucard playing a little bit more forward on that A-long position. On top of that, you've got Beck kind of eager and waiting to take a fight on the catwalk too. So this is where InnerCircle can't afford to make any mistakes. They need 4 perfect rounds to get themselves back into a winning position on Black Widow. But if you're Anubis, there's no way you can let this map slip and think you're getting away with a series if you let it go.
Bit of moving and shaking from Anubis on long. Good map control to be taking. C4's over there as well with Sad. But interestingly, 5 rifle setup. So they don't really have an obvious choice of a player to sort of drop off on long to hold on to that position. There's no more sniper in play at the moment for Anubis. Try and fake out the B bomb side, it seems like. Lots of util going in that direction. Dipsy even gets himself an entry frag. That is going to start to pull the rotation, and this is a really tricky kind of a round from Anubis because they are certainly trying to sell a fake over on A, and they have done a pretty good job of that. They pulled all of the InnerCircle players into middle. Sad's there to cut one of them down. Dipsy out from the B bomb side is going to get himself a kill on a Beck. This looks like it's the final blow for InnerCircle as Alucard will fall and Anubis will get the first map, and they'll do it in comfortable fashion as well.
No 10-0 on the cards today, but I mean, hey, Anubis, they clearly did their homework. You can tell they were almost counter-stratting a lot of these rounds. Dipsy as well, very vocal in this one and counter-calling, and I like the way this team's playing right now. It's starting to look closer to that playoff fashion we saw from Anubis at the end of Season 1, and, you know, maybe this is just a team we're starting to see that functions best when you get them in the pressure cooker.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I still don't know what to make of the rest of this series. It feels like it could go either way. I mean, I know I've seen InnerCircle play a lot better than they just did. I'm sure Anubis maybe still have a little bit left in the tank as well. So we'll have to see how the rest of this one does end up playing out. Can Anubis get the 2-0? Well, maybe the analysts can tell us.
I mean, they look like they can, right? Anubis Gaming, like such a statement, and like when you put them under pressure, like we said, Anubis Gaming always shine. But like why do you put yourself in such a situation in the first place?
Well, this, yeah, as you said, this is they played so good, but is it too late for Anubis or no?
Yeah.
Because they are only one map away from being eliminated from the playoffs. But they played very good this map,
Yeah.
and they might play also very good the second map, and they might get the 2-0. But the PingPongPals gets the win on TBI, and that's over as well. So Anubis now, all they need to do is just to play the same way they played on the first map, and how good they played on Black Widow, because we've seen InnerCircle yesterday on Black Widow, they were so scary, but now Anubis, they wasted few rounds at the end, they won 1-4. So shout out to Anubis, to be honest, the guys played very good, they played very aggressive together, they clutched it. Doom was doing the same clutch in the B side, to be honest. So everybody from Anubis right now is locked in. The guys are really
Yeah.
locked in.
I mean, the aggression from the Globalist side, I remember like we were taking off the headset after we went to the casters, and it was like 10 seconds in, all of like IC members were dead. So like Anubis played a very, very aggressive Globalist side, and it was very impressive as well, like the way they played, the confidence they played. I mean, this is a team that was struggling against Triple Nine yesterday. They won 2-1, and like against a team that beat GG in a 10-0 map. So like to come in with such like confidence, it shows like the mental preparation we talked about. Like something happened in the back room, 100%. Like there was a talk, there was like the guys 100% sat with each other. They talked with each other. It's very obvious that like something is clicking right now. And like for Anubis, it's pretty good. I mean, looking through the numbers, even like Dipsy, Doom, Sat, like all of them like above 1.5 KD. So like the guys are stepping up. But like now, their destiny is like in PingPongPals' hands in the first place.
And
so
they need to win 2-0 versus
Yeah.
InnerCircle, which they 50% completed this achievement or this goal. So now they gotta be winning. They need to win
yeah.
compound, and they win it also in some good style, so they have their confidence, and then they need to watch PingPongPals' game. But looking at Anubis' performance right now, these guys played like this yesterday. I don't think that this map that slipped through to 999 would have been like this, because this map might be the one that does not make you into the playoffs or the EWC. It's too tough for you as
Yeah.
an Anubis fan to be watching right now after yesterday's game, but you need to have your faith till the end. And to be honest, we want to see a very competitive league till the last game, because if Anubis wins it to 0, that means that everybody here is going to be watching this game
Yeah.
and waiting to see who's going to be in. Is it Anubis with the maybe unforgettable comeback that they are doing right now, or it's PingPongPals who did a very good job and miraculous run because they came from the open right to the playoffs?
Yeah, 100%. And like both these teams, I mean, Anubis are doing a really good job right now. But like I said, PingPongPals as well, like they are doing such an amazing job, and like they deserve to be there as well. Like so, both these teams, they deserve to have this like level of competitiveness at the last moment.
Yeah.
So like it feels really good to have such like a
Competitive
competitive league
scene,
till
exactly.
the last day. So like we are thrilled. We are very happy to have such a season. And speaking of like the next map, Compound, we want to talk about it more because like I see how will the reaction will be on their own map.
Well, I see is kinda like they're chill. The guys, it looks like the guys were overheating the last games, and they're
Okay.
just maybe exhausted from how good the games that they played, and maybe they are playing a bit. I'm not saying that they're playing with their style, but I kind of feel that Anubis are having more heat, having
Yeah.
more power, and that's what we need to see from Anubis, not from InnerCircle,
100%.
because it's a deciding game for Anubis, not
Yeah.
InnerCircle. That's why we keep talking about Anubis and PingPongPals. Yes, it's Anubis versus InnerCircle, but the competition is between Anubis and PingPongPals, because
True.
InnerCircle already secured the place. So, but the guys might not even be overthinking about how this game is going to be going, but Anubis definitely they are. So what they need to do is to focus on Compound, to play the same, and how InnerCircle is going to be changing. Maybe the guys will just put the okay, we will just give no room for Anubis to
Yeah.
be in the playoffs. Let's make it 2-1 in favor of InnerCircle and just destroy their hope. Or they will just go, okay, let's run it down. So they might fight for till the end, and I believe that that's what InnerCircle is going to be doing, and they're going to be changing completely. Okay, Blackwood was Anubis pick. Now Compound, your pick InnerCircle.
Yeah.
So you're going to be showing us a very good performance and also a good matchup, because Anubis right now they look very scary. If they go to the playoffs like this, it might be just threatening your place and your spot.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Like Anubis, whenever they
Sure,
play
yes.
the top teams, they transform, and like when you put them under more pressure, they always come up in a very
Huge. That's
very
the
stronger shape,
experience.
yes.
That's how strong their players are.
Yeah, 100%. And like for IC, I know they are chilling, but like to get rid of Anubis, I mean, you only need one map. You don't even have to win 2-1 as IC. If you take Compound from Anubis, you eliminate them out of the playoffs.
It's gonna be 90%
Yeah,
or
like,
99%
yes.
because the rounds,
chances.
the round diff. Because if Anubis loses one map, that means that and they won. That means that they will have -1 set.
Yeah.
PingPongPals have 0. So even if PingPongPals loses, one map might just make Anubis out.
I mean, can Anubis make it 2-0? Let's figure it out with Elfish and Kyle.
Can't believe you guys. You ask these guys one question and then they throw it right back in our faces. I guess we just have to watch and find out. Let's see whether or not Anubis can uphold their end of the bargain here with a 2-0 and get it done on Compound. Now, it is an interesting prospect because Anubis, I feel like they're really an up and down team on this map. You know, sometimes we see some pretty poor stuff from Anubis, but I feel like it's very half dependent. They can have a poor half and then they often bring it back. They've always had really, really close Compound games. Some wins, some losses. So I think the jury's really out as to whether or not this is going to go to 2 or to go to 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this is going to be a closer one than maybe the first map was. Just knowing InnerCircle's ability to perform under pressure is equally strong here. It would surprise me to see them go down without swinging. But the way Anubis has played on the day, if they keep up that pacing, they've just looked so calculated in their approach that it's going to be a tough road ahead, I think, for InnerCircle to deal with that. Dipsy especially, he really impresses me in his ability to not only rally the team, but individually perform as well in these high-stakes games. So if he can keep it up, I think he's going to be a very valuable player in this one as well. But InnerCircle, they're already kind of pressing their luck here in Dipsy. He's always ready.
Yep, good first start. And you've got 2 players holding on to this bomb site. Nice setup as well with Comics in the little cutout. Did lose Doom in the meanwhile, though. So it is a 4-on-4, which is going to be somewhat of a cause for concern for Anubis. That means they've only got Jaguar holding on to middle. That typically doesn't tend to be a position on the map where you can hold it solo, or at least comfortably hold it solo. So you can see he is getting a little bit antsy. He's gone having a little bit of a look for information there in the middle. Inevitably, he might have to give up this position. He's going to fight for it. Sad gets one on an Alucard. That'll make life easier in mid there, but Jaguar still goes down. It may not matter, though, if Sad continues to pop off. That's all 4 for Sad. Huge round from the snipers. Dipsy with the first kill for Anubis, and then Sad gets the remaining 4. And a perfect start to the map as far as Anubis are concerned.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great way to keep things rolling forward for Anubis. They already had a good first map, and they can keep that moving into map number 2 here. It's just going to be so hard for InnerCircle to feel like they're even getting a moment to breathe in this head-to-head, and that's exactly what you want if you're Anubis in this situation. There's a lot more at stake in losing this map than there is for InnerCircle at this point, so some playoff hope at the very least here. They're trying to get out of this situation, maybe an EWC spot if they really play their cards right and get a little bit of luck from the other teams in their performance as well here. So it's going to be a lot at stake for Anubis to move forward with, but that's what's going to make it harder, I think, in the second one to cross that threshold of 10 rounds as well. You get to that 9th round here and start to think too much about what's at stake. It could cause some anxiousness at the finish line.
InnerCircle going to look to take some control outside of A. Very passive on the B side of the map. Just got Jin waiting to see if there's going to be any push out from Anubis. But Jaguar will be tested here. He's got multiple members to worry about. There is going to be some assistance in from Sad as well, but looks like nobody is connecting anything on the side of Anubis this time around. The opening kill will go the way of InnerCircle again. Another 4-on-5. This time without the equalizing kill quickly afterward for Anubis. It starts to become problematic.
You can see Sad still holding this angle. He's hoping that Beck is going to go for that late peak, but he's actually timing it well for the rest of the team to wrap all the way back towards B. There's nobody holding this B bomb site as well, but Sad at least is able to get that kill on the Beck. Now Dipsy alone on B has to try and make an impact, and That's a great start here. Get some counter utility onto Awesome as well. Kiko trying to toe the line here, but Dipsy just going to be caught off guard on that push through. Now Anubis needs that cleanup to go their way, but again, Sad already up to 6 kills in this one.
He's on an absolute fry-up. Ooh, he actually almost found a timing there on Kiko. He's pushing him out of position and straight into Comics. Oh, Comics, a nice double again. And if that Comics starts to pop up for Anubis, this is going to be a really tough day at the office for InnerCircle. Comics was looking amazing on this map earlier on in the week. I think that was against Gaimin Gladiators, where Anubis did actually end up winning that map. 13-12, by the way, and Comics was winning so many clutches. Also, by the way, Anubis won a couple of 2v5 or 3v5 type rounds against Gaimin Gladiators in that map. They may not even get to that point here against InnerCircle because it seems like they're just kind of on top in this matchup. Kiko, Alucard, though, have a lot to say about it. Now it's on to Dipsy, and he'll be run down too. That's actually a little disappointing on the hold from Anubis. They had 4 players dedicated to that hold, but they end up actually trading 2 for 4, which is certainly not what you want when you've dedicated 4 players to one position as the GR side. And it will leave Sad in what you would think should be an impossible round here, 1v3.
Yeah, it should be around here for InnerCircle, but at the very least, there is the opportunity with a lot of these players, at least currently not fully grouped up just yet, but they are starting to get there, leaning this towards the B bomb site. Sad. He's made the wrong prediction, unfortunately, here, putting himself on the A bomb site, and now going for the full retake, going to be even harder with that TRG in hand. It's really going to be kind of a one and done at best type of situation. He does have a nade at least to work with, so maybe a chance to find Beck along with that, but the position he has to work with here, it's not going to be the best retake after all, especially considering they have multiple smokes to work with on the BL side.
Well, Sad's not even really looking like he wants to give this one a crack. He's going to have a look now that there's 10 seconds left on the clock, but with that opening kill onto Alucard, there's just no chance. Time is not going to happen. And so InnerCircle will get their first round. They're making an inroad early on in the piece, but I would still be very wary about how things have been going so far. And Anubis are looking really locked in today.
Yeah, for Anubis, it's all about just answering every round that InnerCircle puts up. That's been the name of the game for them, not letting any streaks really go in favor of InnerCircle. So shutdown here is exactly what they need to keep things in their hands. Otherwise, InnerCircle might start to get the best momentum streak we've seen so far in this series. You can see Sad here getting some early pressure in mid, decides to back off, kind of play more of a retake position on the A bomb side, but if you're Anubis in this position as well, you don't have to necessarily aggress on the GR side. It's one of those maps where you don't really have to be proactive if you're hitting the shots.
Beck's a good one, and Comics here again. Going to be able to strike, pre-fire around the corner. He'll get another one onto Awesome. Unfortunately for Anubis, Dipsy not going to land his shot, and that is actually going to allow them into the B bomb site. Plant in. 3-on-4 for the post plant, but you do have Alucard sort of flirting around the outskirts. That'll be a problem until Sad stabs him in the back, and now it's just Jin and Kiko in on the site to deal with. Dipsy is the hammer, or the anvil, I guess, and the hammer being the rest of the 3 pushing their way into the site through from main. Kiko somehow has been given the space to get multiple 1v1s. That just should not be possible, but Sad will save the day for Anubis. It's that defuse, and that is 3-1.
3-1, but 10-1 for one player here. It's been Sad dominating the server so far on the second map. Just an overall impressive performance to keep his team in a confident position. You'd hardly even realize there's 2 players yet to find a kill here on Anubis with the way he's been stepping up. Tough one here, though. Trying to see what they might do differently on the GR side. My only worry with Anubis is they've been playing these rounds very pushed back, other than the one they failed to control the B tunnels with, but I feel like eventually this is one of those maps you've got to show you can play aggressive mid at least once on the GR side.
Moving on to Alucard, opening pick onto Sad, so I know which one I'd prefer. In the shoes of InnerCircle for this round, Sad is looking extremely weak, though with Dipsy's push out of B, Anubis are starting to piece the puzzle together a little bit. They're getting an idea. They're able to start reinforcing that A bomb site. So, in the sense that InnerCircle are on a bit of a timer here. If Dipsy continues this push, he will catch Alucard in middle. Alucard watching behind him for a second. They are cognizant of the possibility, but big stack on A, and Dipsy slowly making his way in toward middle as well. This one could still fall apart. The InnerCircle. Here comes Beck. Doom turning away. Awful timing for him. Comics is going to go down as well. That's the A site broken open. And that'll pretty much just be the round done and dusted there for InnerCircle.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do here if you're Anubis, except hope that Dipsy can get 3 kills. Basically, it's their only way to entry at this point, so he's going to have to do a lot more than just that single kill here to get things rolling. That's 2, though. Now there's a fighting chance. Beck stuck in the corner. Unfortunately, their Jaguar goes down a bit too early in that one for them to still have a chance. So InnerCircle keeping this one close, but now we have to see if they can finally piece the rounds back to back. That's what's been missing for InnerCircle this entire series so far, is they can't seem to string them together, because even if you let Anubis put a stop to it here, they're still going to feel really good about their control on this series.
No pauses just yet. Neither team feeling the heat, not to that degree. You have Dipsy, who continues to look pretty mobile. Not much else going on for Anubis at the moment on this GR side. Happy to wait for the push from InnerCircle. It's been a very heavy mid and A focus from InnerCircle early on in the round. Even when they've gone B, it's typically been through middle. They haven't really done a whole lot over on pillars. Go into the position that gives away info for Comics, so he takes a peek and gets rid of Kiko. It's a nice start to the round here for Anubis. He wants to go again. Flashed into middle, just across, doesn't spot anything. But lack of information is information itself. And Anubis now know that InnerCircle aren't in mid anymore.
Yeah, for InnerCircle, very passive approach on this BL side, running down the clock, not really finding the openings too consistently that they're looking for. The most successful round was actually the round they just aggressively all went for control of pillars right at the start, able to win the fight early against Anubis. But now Jaguar, they give him the opportunity. He's going to sneak up A long and find himself a nice kill onto Awesome. 5-on-3 now, 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to get a move on it here, but Doom already gets the shoulder peek onto Alucard, gets some good info in mid, and now they should have a nice indication to 3-stack this A bomb site.
They will. Still going to leave the defense strong over on B, but it's largely unrequired. What a great spray down from Jaguar. And an easy round again in the end for Anubis. They just continue to slowly but surely chip away at the mental of InnerCircle. You'd think it's getting worse and worse. This is really just not it for InnerCircle, is it? What is happening to them from one day to the next?
Yeah, honestly, a tough day overall so far for them, looking potentially like a 2-0 if Anubis keeps up the similar pacing all the way through to map number 2, but it is still a little bit of time left for recovery for InnerCircle. If they can make this a close half, they go into a GR-sided map with a 4-5 round score. They're going to still feel pretty good about their chances of making this a third map series, but at this point, if you're Anubis, Shutdown has been at least pretty consistent from their angle, only really giving up kind of one-off rounds here and there. Nothing consistent really for InnerCircle to work with, and I think a lot of it just stems from this team really reliant on a player like Alucard, who's historically always finding those little openings, but I feel like throughout the day we haven't really seen too much from Alucard today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair point. Even though that he has been quite as consistent this season as he had been in the previous. And there's Alucard that you mentioned going down straight away to Doom to start off another round. Sad spots out Jin as that smoke starts to fade. 3-on-5 for this attempt now for InnerCircle. Comics not shying away from the fights either. He's looking for early information that there's going to be a hit towards B. Hasn't seen much yet, but there is a wrap coming in from Beck to try to challenge Dipsy. So this does look like it's going to be a B hit. And I think Anubis, again, are cottoning onto that fact pretty quick. They've pushed out of A. They're going to be fast on the rotate here. Shot missed, though, by Beck is going to start to raise some concerns. Now Comics has to anchor this site well. He is trying to buy time for his teammates to come across. Beck in onto the site, but it's difficult to dig out the players that are dancing around inside those servers. Finally, Beck will get there. Still in with a chance, though, InnerCircle. They've got 2 players in. Plant yet to go down. And if Jaguar falls, then that 2-pronged approach will also fall. Sad straight in. Doom losing his. Ooh, Kiko somehow still alive. They know roughly where both of these players are. Jaguar looking through the box, gets the better of Beck. And Kiko should be traded down here. Won't be. There's a chance, but there's not much of one in the end. Again, another clutch for Anubis, and they're up to 5-2. And InnerCircle just cannot seem to get going.
Yeah, for Anubis, they're just playing so well with the coordination in these late round situations. That's where InnerCircle is kind of continuously falling apart. They just don't really have the same level of cohesion, it feels like, under the pressure. And that's where Anubis is always fun to watch here. They make sure they can convert these rounds when they have the opportunity to find a key opening like they did there at the end. And you got Dipsy on top of it, continuing to be really good when he has to make these kind of decisions here. So for InnerCircle, they really need these last couple of rounds here. If you go down 6-3 or 7-2 on the BL side, it's not going to be a good path ahead for them to think about coming back into the series.
Still a bit hanging in the balance for this half, though. I mean, if an InnerCircle can still lock in and get themselves 4, you know, that's actually decent on the BL side. So job's not yet done for Anubis, even though the scoreline at the moment is looking pretty good. Still got to put in the hard work. InnerCircle aren't making this easy for Anubis either. I mean, they are really pushing them in a lot of these rounds. You can see it coming down to one-on-ones a lot of the time.
Bit of an interesting fake trying to happen here. InnerCircle going to throw a couple towards this A-long position. Take down Dipsy right away, but is the fake going to be enough to actually get them what they're looking for here? They still have Doom and Jaguar to try and hold things down on these initial peak angles, and they haven't really found the full information just yet. Instead, InnerCircle uses that advantage to go for the full regroup in mid, and Sad just getting a little bit too aggressive there, gets punished for it, and Jaguar immediately tries to turn things around with a double kill. Jin able to find 1, but it's still a 2-on-2 situation. Comics alive and kicking here underneath the vent, but again, a really overly aggressive spray, not really needed there. Now Doom left in a 1-on-2. Alucard, a nice little jump there, saves him from dying.
Bit touch and go for a moment there for InnerCircle, but becomes a comfortable round eventually. So 1 round left in the half, and it could be a really big deciding round. Anubis, if they get 6, okay, they're still on the pace, but if InnerCircle bring this back to 4, then maybe even advantage InnerCircle to start things off on compound, and Dipsy looks like maybe under pressure again. Hasn't necessarily been delivering so far on this map. Been fine, but not amazing. Not up to his usual standard. And eats a couple of grenades. So, stable enough start from InnerCircle in this round. Getting some early damage done.
InnerCircle just starting to go for some slow map control here. Got a couple in A long, a couple up mid. They're going to have to worry about Jaguar, though. Back on the opposite end, looking for that exchange. Jaguar gets the information, though, doesn't actually take the fight. He's going to back off and play an off-angle position here, hoping there's going to be multiple players pushing through, but it's actually Jin who's able to go for the wide peek onto Comics over in the B pillars to get the first kill of the round.
Yeah, starting to slip away from Anubis, isn't it? This is kind of what I said. We see a lot of the time from Anubis, a really good half, or almost a really good half, and it starts to fall apart a little bit. Dipsy overplaying his hand. He gets the one, could have just held onto the line, but keeps on swinging and ends up giving up his life to Jin. Now it's a 4-on-3 retake instead of a 4-on-4. With Anubis also smoked off from main, it significantly hampers their chances of winning this round and going up in any significant fashion in this half. Just going to have to go through this smoke. Start to fade. Flash through. And an attempt in from Anubis, but it's not looking like a great one at all. Jin farming them. And that is InnerCircle with 4 for the half. And ultimately, that's a pretty good half.
Yeah, all things considered, not a bad way to close this one out, but we'll see how things continue forward going into the second half here. Anubis only with a 1-round lead to show for it, which, honestly, considering how one-sided this looked at the beginning of the half, not a great end to it for Anubis here, giving InnerCircle their first kind of string of rounds so far in this series, and that could potentially be all they needed to reignite their potential in this best of 3. So for them, got a fighting chance here, especially with this being a GR-sided map, to really make their momentum carry through into a second half win. Kiko as well gets the opening kill, takes down Doom and the C4 on top of it, which is a huge mistake here from Anubis, leaving that C4 alone, and now Kiko and Jin just collapse perfectly around these players who are kind of just stuck A-long now.
It's a very weird round from InnerCircle. Super aggressive, but it's worked out. It's caught Anubis off guard. And this will almost undoubtedly be 5-5. Anubis are going to smoke themselves off. It's almost something of a progression smoke here. It's not going to work out, though. Jin and Awesome will put them to bed, and that's a really strong first GR round from InnerCircle. So, going to have to expect some more like that from Anubis. Or if you're Anubis. But not this time.
Yeah, for Anubis here, they've kind of lost their steam. It's now 3 in a row for InnerCircle. One of their best runs so far, and they can keep this up. It could start to feel like some of what we saw from them earlier on in the league. It's a team that really knows how to run away with rounds once they feel that momentum. So if you're Anubis, you've got to shut down the streak as quickly as you can here. Otherwise, InnerCircle looks pretty well poised to take this to a map 3. And also for Anubis, it's been a bit quiet from Doom, sitting at 1-8. Normally one of their key entries for the team, not really having his best day here. And Jin, perfect flash though, stalls the push for the moment, allows 3 players to rotate into a position. This is going to be pretty key for InnerCircle. Now they've got 3 players holding on this push, but Jin able to somehow get a 3-piece before getting taken down by Doom, and that's all they needed to hold on.
Yeah, that X factor has definitely fallen away for Anubis, hasn't it? You look at that fight and you think Jin should, at best case scenario, be getting a 1-for-1, but instead he gets himself 2, and those are the kinds of moments that are making this look now quite comfortable for InnerCircle. Anubis have essentially gone completely missing in the last 4 or 5 rounds after such a stable start. And unfortunately, I have to say, I've seen this before. I've seen it on Compound before. It's just going to be a question of whether or not Anubis can find their pizzazz again, or if they're going to get maybe that same luck that they did against Gaimin Gladiators, where they were able to win a 2v5 and a 3v5. You know, is that what they're going to require to win a game here against InnerCircle as well? Jaguar is going to try and plant the bomb on A. That was spotted out, obviously, by Awesome. So, cancelled. Tries to take the fight. Awesome will shut him down. And InnerCircle get themselves yet another. And they now find themselves in the lead for the first time.
Yeah, big turn of events, 4 in a row. Gets them back into the conversation now of potentially winning themselves another series after all. Comics as well down to 1 HP after the opening nades from InnerCircle. He's not going to have a whole lot left that he can really do in this round, except hopefully catch a player before he's taken out, and that's going to be all he can really do at this point, left and mid, kind of just lurk around. The rest of the team, though, starting to work their way slowly towards the A bomb site. Awesome has pushed up all the way into the A room, so he could find his way into an early fight here, but this is where Anubis starts to look a little bit shaky at this point. You've got a team that was really confident in the way they played that first map, going for the control plays early on, taking the fights. Now they don't seem too sure of themselves.
You have to agree. It's a tentative looking Anubis at the moment. Have mid control. Trying to try and work control in pillars as well, but it's not going to be a committed push. The C4 is over at A long. I mean, yeah, almost down a player with Comics being essentially 1 HP. It's still a really tough round to play out. They are going to smoke off Kiko's position. We'll play around the edge of that smoke. There's a counter flash in from InnerCircle to slow Anubis down, but they're going to have to go eventually. Their own flash out into mid. They don't push off the back of it. Now starting to have a bit of a look. And they do take that territory cleanly.
A lot of hesitation, though. Anubis, 30 seconds, still not confidently positioning into either side. And this is where, when you don't have a lot of time, one thing goes wrong. You no longer have time to plant the bomb, and now they're just going to go for the full wraparound onto the A bomb site, but with 20 seconds, it's already going to be a prediction here from InnerCircle. They know exactly what to expect. They've got 2 on site. Now there's no time to even think about planning the C4. They just have to take these gunfights instantly. And InnerCircle, they are more than ready to take these right to them. And now all they've got to do is hide. The C4 can't be planted, but Jin, it's not going to stop him from just going and swinging anyways. That's 5 in a row now for InnerCircle, and definitely time for the tack pause from Anubis.
Yeah, much needed. Very necessary for Anubis. Got to find a way to stop this flow before it's too late. It may already be too late at this point, honestly. I've never really been super convinced by Anubis on Compound, but I know that they can be competitive on it on their day. And I think they've established enough, at least in the first half, to say that they can be competitive there. But maybe it's this BL side that continues to let them down. Just don't really have a great read on it. I don't know. I feel like when things aren't working, you do have to just change things up. You know, you can't continue to try and play this map control style when you're constantly losing picks. Like, just try something a bit quicker. Maybe a quick push in through middle, dump a bunch of flashes over, Wolfpack style, get that job done, trade out, and try to take some of the strategic elements out of the game, because it's clearly not working. So again, I don't know where Anubis is going to go with this timeout, but I think they do have to just change the pace up a little bit. They've been very slow on this BL side. They've worked, you know, mid, and they've worked pillars, and then they've gone back to mid, but I'd like to see just a little bit more commitment from them here.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what the play call is going to be coming out of this pause. When you're on a big streak of losing rounds, some teams are just going to regain composure, but not really change too much. But some teams, it's time for an immediate curveball. So curious to see which path they'll take here. I think I would definitely lean towards the idea of going for a curveball here, just because InnerCircle, they're getting too comfortable in this position. They don't feel threatened anymore like we saw in the first map. They're confident swinging. They're wanting to take these fights now because they're the team winning those exchanges. So if you're InnerCircle, not a whole lot of change needed here, but if you're Anubis, it's definitely time to change things up a bit.
Well, let's wait and see what we're going to get. Slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Sounds like we're back in. This is going to have to be it for Anubis. They've got to find a way to turn this map around, and they have to do it right here and now. Very heavy 3 stacked towards long. 3 players, 4 players. Into this push, and Alucard will make no mistake. I mean, I think it's less about what Anubis do maybe and more about InnerCircle just being too good right here. That's 2 really sharp shots from Alucard and Awesome. And your strategy is in a shambles.
Yeah, for the moment, it seems Anubis really just don't have anything they can get done here. Finally, Dipsy able to find himself a kill, but again, the trade right there from InnerCircle to keep the numbers favorable. Now Doom and Sad have to look for any redemption arc possible in this round, but doesn't seem too likely the way things have been looking. You've got Jin alone on the B-bomb side, but I think Jin's somewhere around 20 kills in this matchup, so definitely a hard player to shut down in this head-to-head, but they are going to have a chance at least to go for this 2v1 onto Doom. They know he is going to be lurking here, but Doom not even going to find one from this position. 6 HP, Kiko gets away with it.
Not going to happen for Sad, I don't think. 1v4. InnerCircle are just a bit too good at the moment. Flash forward into his position as well. He hasn't actually been spotted or cleared out, but that is a matter of time as he tries to work his way into this insane crossfire. There's nothing to be done. InnerCircle will go up to 8, and with that, I think all hope starts to fade away for Anubis.
Yeah, they were looking good leading up to the end of the first half, and from then on, InnerCircle, they're just controlling the conversation now. 6 rounds in a row, yet to give up one on their GR side. And that's a surefire sign that we're likely heading to a map 3 and maybe even a one-sided InnerCircle map 3 if this is enough to break Anubis, because at the end of the day, this was kind of do or die for them. They needed to win this series 2-0 to be in the playoff conversation. You make this a 1-1 series, Anubis, that might be all the steam they have left.
Yeah, maybe. And I would suspect that probably will be the case too. I think once you let InnerCircle in, you're not going to be able to shut them out again, right? Like, if you're going to do it here as Anubis, you probably have to do it 2-0. But I think it's probably a little too late, based on the Anubis that the InnerCircle that I know, rather. Once they are rolling, then they're fine. But maybe getting rolling is a little bit of a problem, as we've seen in this series. So, not done yet, but looking very good for InnerCircle to close this one out and force us through to port once again in the decider map. I'm going to give Anubis middle. Need to mostly play for the retake on B. Just give Beck a chance to fire a shot off as they enter into B. It doesn't appear that it's going to be that B hit, though, for Anubis. You start to turn their attention back over toward A.
Yeah, Anubis, a lot of hesitation here, and the last time they did this, they just didn't have enough time to execute, and I'm worried it might be the case once again here. And you can see Alucard gets the spot of 2 players, but Dipsy right there to make sure they secure the kill. Now they at least have control over the A bomb site. Jin on the lurk, gets taken down right away on top of it. And finally, Anubis have what they need to win a round, but Beck, he's still kicking in the back line here, able to find Comics Awesome as well. Has a chance to catch Sad off guard. That's already 2 kills going the way of InnerCircle, but they've only got 20 seconds to secure a defuse, and Dipsy and Doom, they haven't really been contested at all here. Beck just has to wait for these other 2 players to commit to the fight, but with 15 seconds, they're running out of options here. Kiko, good for a second. Beck somehow finds it, and surely not in the 3-on-5. It's down to just a 2v1, and with just enough time to defuse, InnerCircle find number 9.
Yeah, you've got to be winning those as Anubis. If you can't win that, I'm sorry, it's probably done. And we will go into what I imagine will amount to be the final round of this map. This is just looking a little bit too much to come back from Anubis. The BL side has been a massive, massive letdown here on Compound. I mean, even the GR side getting only the 5 was probably not quite enough. So they have been exposed by InnerCircle here today. And it all will come down to port. Let's see. whether or not maybe Anubis can stage some kind of final resistance here on the second map. They're not going to change anything up. They're not going to go any quicker. They're just going to, again, take some mid-control, try to work their way through the map control, burn some of InnerCircle's util down, but as I said, it hasn't been working. Where would we consider, or where would we expect that to start working? Probably not at the end of the half.
Yeah, it certainly seems over, at least on this map for Anubis. They had such a confident start to get to a 5-2 lead, and crazy to think they lose it off of an 0-8 run here to end out map number 2, but may just be the case. InnerCircle, they know all they've got to do here is hold the numbers. They've got them here. Doom out of the picture early on, and now Alucard can add some extra pressure onto mid, just throwing utility, keeping them at bay for now. But with only a minute on the clock, Anubis, they're going to have to make their move a little bit sooner this time around. They don't give themselves a lot of cushion to work with on the clock, but Beck isn't going to give them an opportunity to strike. He's going to go ahead and move in for a first kill, make it a double kill on top of it. Sad wants to take the fight onto Beck, but after the second kill, thinks a little bit better of it, goes for the repeat here over the top in the tower, but Beck knows it's a 3-on-2. All they've got to do is hang on now.
Yeah. 10-5, both ways would be a pretty reasonable way to go into map 3, I would say. Both the teams are performing adequately enough, and it will come down to a decider to choose which way it goes. Anubis, though, have been able to get that bomb plant, so maybe they can push this one out to 6. Retake required. 3v2, it is favorable for InnerCircle, but not by enough to say that this is a guarantee by any means. Sad can get themselves the first pick of the post plan, and that brings it back to 2-on-2. Jaguar just getting it done himself, and that's got Dipsy fired up, but still a long way to go for Anubis before they can really get excited about this map.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they may have won 1, but it's their first after losing 7, so still doesn't feel too great just yet, all things considered. So hopefully there's a bit more in store, but InnerCircle still have to be feeling good about their odds at taking this one before the overtime would come into the conversation. You can see already, really spread. Doom got to be caught early on B pillars, and that's a nice pick from Beck to get things started in this round. Again, InnerCircle consistently finding that 5-on-4 to start the round.
Yeah, it just doesn't get any easier for Anubis, does it? And then once they lose that opening player, they kind of freeze up a little bit.
It's a bit of an interesting rotation here. 4 players into pillars for Anubis. Only one directly challenging is going to be Jin on the other side of it, just holding it from the B doors, but I like his position. It gives him the chance to fall off if he's not taken down immediately. He spots them actually before they even peek, able to get onto the lower side. Calls for the rotation, Jin. Good for the double kill, and this should be it here. InnerCircle got a 4-on-2 advantage. All players have been spotted. Alucard takes down Sad. Jaguar needs a 1v4 to have any chance at holding on to this map, but even Jaguar knows that's not a fight he wants to take in the 3-on-1.
Nope, just going to step back and play the timer and see if he's going to get a mistake from InnerCircle, but why on earth would they want to push into him at this point? Becker's going to cross. He's actually going to go looking for the information. I mean, again, I don't know that you necessarily need to be doing with that. There's 20 seconds on the clock. You know, if he's in pillars, who cares? You wait and hold B. If he's not, or who cares? You retake the A site. It doesn't matter in the end. But InnerCircle going to get themselves up to the 10-6 win, so not quite as clean as the 10-5 Anubis did have there on Black Widow, but it will be enough to force us through to a map 3. And InnerCircle, I don't know if they're pleased about that or not, but it's still one step on their ladder in an attempt to hold on to or maintain top 2 this season.
Yeah, it's definitely a good rebound at the very least from them. Obviously, I'm sure they're more beat up over map number 1 at this point, considering it was a much more one-sided affair on map number 2, but we are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. When we return, it is going to be map number 3, the decider, on the way.
map 3 between Anubis and IC. I mean, IC managed to tie the series. They make the job for Anubis a bit harder
More
for the playoffs. Yeah,
complicated.
more complicated. But Anubis, they put themselves in this situation in the first place. I mean, dropping the map yesterday against 999.
Yeah, it gave them no luxury to just play InnerCircle with the way they want to, because when you are playing InnerCircle, you are expecting, yes, okay, we're gonna be winning 2-0, but maybe worst case scenario we can win 2-1, and it should not affect us. But right now, 2-1 is affecting you because now TBI needs to beat PingPongPals 2-0, and also Anubis needs to win now. So Anubis now is on the edge with one map. Either this map is won by PingPongPals or they lose it versus InnerCircle, which is the next match.
Yeah, 100%. And like Anubis, this game or like this map, it feels like they are a bit of a different team. We didn't see the same aggression. We didn't see the same Anubis that we saw in map 1, and this made a lot of difference for them in this map indeed. And like I see they look more locked in. I mean, all of them have incredible TDs, and like for the third map, I'm not really sure what to expect from Anubis, because like they felt like they were not in the same mood as the first map, and I see they seem logged in, so it feels like the series is even more complicated now for Anubis.
Yeah, as you said, it's more complicated, but still the hope is hope. So the guys of Anubis needs to just try to maybe get rid of the pressures and get more confident to play this map. Forget about anything else, just win this map, and you can be able to maybe somehow TBI beats PingPongPals and you get to the playoffs. So now Anubis needs to focus on the next game. Compound is done. Nothing is gonna change it. They play good. They started good, by the way. They started very good, but then simple mistakes of swinging in B pillars. The players kept swinging one right, one left, one right, one left, disconnected together, and everything then fall apart from Anubis because they started very good. And also, InnerCircle, we need to give them the credits. The guys played very good and they adapted very good. Becky gave a hard time for the guys on Elong, especially Jaguar. I'm sad they couldn't control Elong at all because Becky is every time he's going and controlling and he's killing one, getting the advantage for his teammate, and then they're ending into the side. Other than that, I've seen aggression from Anubis that paid off for sometimes, but as you said, it's not the scary Anubis that we saw on Black Widow, because it's not because Anubis may be on a downfall. No, it's because InnerCircle they gave the fight. Now they started and they joined in and they logged into the servers and they are back with the fight. So the game is more spicier than we've seen in Black Widow. InnerCircle now pushes Anubis really to the edge.
Yeah.
Nowhere to be found Anubis right now. No room for mistakes from Anubis right now. All they need to do, win port, just leave it all for the rest and the next game. And InnerCircle, all they need to do to chill. The guys are playing very good. They tied up the series. Even though they lost, it's not going to affect their place. It's going to be second or third, and it's the same in the playoffs. You're going to be playing versus GG. It's kind of like 99% confirmed, I guess 100% confirmed that GG is going to be playing versus InnerCircle. It's just a matter who's home and who's away. It maybe affects the map veto, but I guess it's going to be coin toss. So even this match for InnerCircle completely doesn't change anything.
Yeah, but like it feels like I see they care about the game. Like
they want to get rid of Anubis.
Exactly.
Because Anubis is scary to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They are threatening their place in the EWC.
Yeah, 100%. And like for Anubis, like going into map 3, I mean, yes, your hopes might have gotten a bit more complicated or a bit lower, but the hope is still there. Like you need to go into map 3 as if like the compound didn't happen. You need to lock in, and I want to talk about like how do you approach map 3 as both, but like I think the game is ready. So give me a quick prediction before we go into the map.
I guess it's gonna be 2-1 for InnerCircle.
Okay, let's toss it off to the casters to go to map 3.
2-1 InnerCircle is the call. Let's find out. They're going to start things off here on Global Risk, and that is of a benefit to them, no doubt. Carl, where do you see it? 2-1 InnerCircle as well?
Yeah, you'd have to think so, especially if you look at the end of the previous map as kind of that indicator. There was 8 rounds where Anubis only won one of them, close out that last map, and that's a lot of momentum for InnerCircle to carry into this third map of the series. Not only that, they have the GR first as well, which is kind of a comfort pocket for this team to be in. So I feel like Anubis, it's not going to take just a first map performance where InnerCircle wasn't really in their element. They've got to first disrupt the momentum of InnerCircle, which I think makes this one that much harder.
indeed. Early insights into this round are looking reasonably positive for InnerCircle. Bit chip damage onto Dipsy, Doom, Sad, and Comics. No kill just yet, and some space being taken by the Anubis lads. Jaguar sets himself up at Warehouse. This could end up being a B split.
Entry's looking good potentially here for Awesome on this angle. He's able to find himself a nice double to get the ball rolling. But just like that, Anubis over the top. Good for 2. Kiko, though, still in the pit. Hasn't been cleared out yet. Good position to hold on to catch them. He's going to find a double as well on top of it. And that just goes to show you why it's so important to clear out this site completely before you go in for the plant. Now Sad's left alone. 1 versus 3. Not really much he can do here from this position except wait for the pinch.
Big rotate coming through as well from Jin, and that's going to make for a very difficult task, not to mention Alucard just getting on top of him. So it'll be the first round on the board for InnerCircle. I definitely feel this is an InnerCircle game to lose as well. They start on GR side. They've got that momentum through from the previous map. I think on paper they're the better team as well. The signs at the moment looking positive for InnerCircle, unless Anubis can pick up some kind of momentum like they had in that first map.
At this point for InnerCircle, they just got to keep doing their thing here, and seems to be working quite well for them. Meanwhile, Anubis not having a whole lot of luck when it comes to trading when they need to since the first map. So for them, it's going to be a tough one. But Dipsy off to a good start, at least in this round, able to find Beck in the lower B tunnels. You can see there Jin as well, taking a lot of utility damage, but Awesome actually gets spotted out, able to get out with his life. But Dipsy on the repeat over the top of the bridge. Good for the shutdown, and that's a great start now for Anubis.
Gonna need a little bit more like that from Anubis. A bit more pizzazz, a bit more X factor. And InnerCircle find something as well. Alucard's gonna go looking in toward middle. Smokes are obscuring his vision, making it a bit difficult to make any magic happen here for InnerCircle. Right, he's over towards A, and that is where Anubis are going to head. Problem is, he doesn't have any backup here at all, so he would have needed a multi-kill. He probably would have needed 3 in quick succession there to give this round any sort of a chance, but 2v4 retake for Kiko and Jin, and they weren't even able to really throw any util to help him out. No flashes, no nothing, no delaying util. It's a pretty straightforward take from Anubis. A good call, and it looks like they should be getting there first on the board.
Yeah, at this point for InnerCircle, just looking to break it from the tie and see what they can do here. A lot of that round just came down to a bit of an over-aggression into mid. They've got to be really careful there. Dipsy, a strong player when it comes to making sure they don't lose those advantages. You can see him tailing that player on the nice little jump onto the bridge as well, holding the advantage nicely. And now for Anubis, we'll see if they can find themselves a lead after all to kick off this map. They haven't had a whole lot of luck themselves in stringing together rounds since the beginning of Compound, so we'll see if it's time for them to change the pace themselves. But the problem we saw in Compound that I'm hoping they maybe address here looking at this third map was, it felt like on Compound there were so many situations where they ran the clock down so much that they didn't really have time to thoroughly execute, and I'm hoping they maybe change that up on this map.
Yeah, that's true. Well, so far, nothing too outrageously quick from Anubis. Nade's going to go into Warehouse, see if they can get some chip damage anywhere, but not connecting onto Awesome. Some counter nades out from InnerCircle. It seems like neither team really has a fantastic understanding of where one another are. That information now starting to come through, though, for InnerCircle with the peek in there from Kiko, spotting a couple of players at Warehouse. So that's going to change up the hold here for InnerCircle. They send their 2 members back into the B bomb site. Beck going to play a little safer in middle as well, just kind of spotting the mid to B. And Jin having a look down long, not seeing too much. I suspect InnerCircle very much aware that there's a push in the direction of the B site happening. It's just whether or not they know it's going to top right now. Awesome gets the early info. And now the flash coming over the top to enable the peak for the rest of the B hold. But there's no commitment from Anubis. 45 seconds on the clock. It is starting to tick down as a call to cancel. Beck's going to get aggressive into mid. Almost gets out with his life. Ends up being a 1-for-1. But now InnerCircle have no idea what Anubis are up to. They've seen them in mid. They've seen them outside B. They could be going back over towards A. They want to clear out A again. And they see nothing there. So again, you have to infer that this is going to be a B finish or at least a mid hit. You are correct in that assumption, sending Alucard over toward mid to deal with Sad. Awesome is watching. It's now down to Pico to try to hold on to B. The first shots are not super clean. C4 though, it's going to be dropped, and that means this B commitment has to come through from Jaguar. Great hold from Kiko, and InnerCircle get themselves another.
Yeah, again, it's just these uncomfortable finishes. You can see it in the replay here as well. It's 30 seconds, even 20 seconds on the clock, and they're just now pushing out of the middle section of the map, giving themselves zero room for error when trades don't go their way. And it's ultimately what's giving InnerCircle these clean opportunities to win it in the late round situations. It's not necessarily them having better firepower, it's just them having more time to figure things out.
Well, mid-control again for Anubis will be the early round indication. Doesn't really tell us a lot. I mean, when you've got 2.5 minutes to play with, it's literally irrelevant sometimes what you do for the first minute and a half. So you can take map control, walk away, and then that map control can be taken away from you again. Then you can walk back and take the map control back. So oftentimes, the early sort of intentions from the BL side aren't always what you're going to get a guaranteed result from. This one, though, looks like a bit more of a committed push from Anubis, and a great start there from Jaguar. Gets that opener onto Jin. Alucard just floating around on the site where we're picked up. Awesome's doing what he can to try to hold on to this site, but he is a rotator, and that means they've lost the bomb site. Kiko, good for one. Beck, another. This should not have been so clean for InnerCircle. Anubis got such a nice entry onto A and still could not close that round out. That's a really bad sign for them.
Yeah, they're just having so much trouble holding on to the advantages when they find them. And for InnerCircle, they're just so good at cleaning things up when they need to. So for Anubis at this point, 3-1, not the scariest place yet. The scarier part is that you're losing rounds that you should win, and that's where I'm hoping they can find a way to get things a little bit more buttoned up in the post-plant in these late round fights, because right now, they're actually looking like the stronger team in the early round a lot of the time. They're just not checking corners, not giving themselves time to actually get things done the way they should be, and it's really coming back to hurt them pretty often here.
These rounds are very slow as well, aren't they? You know, Anubis, I don't know if that's an indication that they're not feeling super confident about this map or this game, but they are not giving me really anything to say that they are super comfortable about moving quickly. Here's a little bit of a faster attempt, but it looks like it's going to be shut down without too much trouble. Kiko and Awesome. And you do just get the sense that InnerCircle are really the team on top in this matchup. Anubis are not in the server at the moment. They're not hitting their shots, they're not hitting their entries, they're not confident about their plays. That is a recipe for disaster. When you consider that Anubis are on the GR side as well, and the favorite team in this matchup. Beck, not going to expect a second player there, so Sad will get one for this round, but it's not enough to get Anubis back into any meaningful kind of a position.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for them here, but for InnerCircle, it's exactly what they were hoping for all along. Alucard as well, able to find himself a quick one here. Sad. 1 versus 4. He may find the first, but Alucard now knows exactly what to do here. Groups up with his teammate towards the A-bomb side. C4 is also down all the way on the BL spawn bridge, so a lot of work to be done, even just to recover the C4 at this point. And if Jin keeps kind of forcing the issue here, he may even have a chance to spot out the C4 earlier on, but instead, they're going to go ahead and just play it passive here. It's really the right call at this point, considering there's only 10 seconds on the clock. Really no time to plant the bomb either here. Even if this pick goes the way of Sad, the time surely won't, but even then, with the back turned, it's still not enough for Anubis to even find a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, Anubis are looking quite poor on this BL side, and that's a real problem. I don't know if they're going to give themselves enough heading into this second half. Is this a attack timeout from Anubis, maybe? Have to assume so. I mean, the thing is, though, like, I don't know, they've been taking so long through these rounds that if they had anything in the tank to default back to, if they had any ideas that they thought were going to get them these rounds, I would think they would have been able to come up with them in this regulation time so far. But the fact that they're now calling an attack timeout means they've kind of run out of options. They've run out of ideas. They're a bit desperate. They know they're on the back foot. So definitely looking pretty grim here for Anubis, and they just got to think back to the first half of Compound and how good that was looking and how they let that map slip. Because ever since that point, it has felt like they have not been in this competition at all. And they might not be in this competition for much longer, assuming InnerCircle actually win this one. That will prevent Anubis from having any chance of making it through to the playoffs. And that would be a massive fall from grace from a team that finished in second place last season.
Yeah, to be honest, it's looking more and more likely that's going to be the case. But for InnerCircle, it's really a testament to what they've been able to do in this season. On paper, I would have said coming in, they're like maybe a fourth place team, right in the middle of the pack, but still strong. But they're looking more and more like they could be that number 2 team in the league here. And a bounce back like this kind of shows that. You think about a team that's, down after a first map that's looking really bad. Second map starts off really bad, 5-2 for them. If you can still win a series from there, that's the sign of a really strong team that I think is going to be a pretty large threat in playoffs if they can close this one out.
Mm. Well, shouldn't be too much longer before we get back into game. But I don't think this is going to rattle InnerCircle at all. They're a very experienced lineup across the board. Doing well here in this final map. Yeah, it hasn't been as clean of a day as it was yesterday for InnerCircle, but as long as the job gets done, they will be able to maintain their position right up at the top of the standings. Equal second at the moment with Gaimin Gladiators, who have one more match to play this season as well. That'll be up against 999 next. That also could be a pretty chaotic game. Trying something a bit different, and it hasn't worked out. Dipsy waiting for him there, so that's the opener that Anubis have been hoping for.
Yeah, not a bad start coming out of the pause, but they've got to show us they can hold on to it. It's been equally difficult for them to win things out when the time is running out, so we'll see if they make a decision to play a little bit more aggressive earlier on here, because even when you've got that number advantage, you don't give yourself enough time to full clear these sites. It's going to be InnerCircle in that position to capitalize, and they might be able to do just that here, because Anubis, even with the advantage, they're not going for map control. They're not really doing too much off of it just yet, other than just holding their spawn. But when you have an advantage on a map this big, you've got to start to wonder what other advantages you can take versus giving an opportunity to just throw the advantage back to InnerCircle by running down the clock.
Yeah. Well, running down the clock has very much been the name of the game for Anubis. And it seems it will continue to be so. Beck is on his way, and he is going to walk into the line that Sad is holding, but he's not holding it anymore. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Sad. Very nearly Comics going down there as well. That's almost shocking for Anubis, but they do get away with the 1-for-1, which is fine. Awesome caught in transition on a bit of a timing there by Jaguar, and he'll be able to call the team back over to B. So it is starting to come together a little bit more so for Anubis in this one. Couple of key timings that do just end up going their way. One that didn't, but wasn't quite capitalized on. So 2 up for Anubis, and that's the start of something on this BL side.
Yeah, decent response here, but they've got to get themselves at least a couple more rounds in this half to feel good going into the GR. Jin, though, catches Dipsy right away. That's a huge player to take down this early on in the round, and now they have to fight from behind here, which hasn't been the strong suit for Anubis in this head-to-head. So if you're InnerCircle, they're just going to tighten up here, make sure they have the trade set up and locked in, and now they're just going to let that smoke screen fall onto both B and A and just wait out the clock. And this time, this is what InnerCircle wants. They know the pressure's going to be maximized here, so Kiko just holds on to this tunnel's position. Jaguar has to try potentially take a fight by himself here. Otherwise, these players in mid, they have to go swinging.
Back waiting for it. He's not going to be receiving that swing. Kiko gets Jaguar. Again, the numbers deficit is going to get even worse for Anubis until Comic starts to get involved. But they just don't have any emphasis on pace, Anubis. And it's keeping InnerCircle very comfortable. I mean, Comics is doing some good work in middle, but you can't rely on these kinds of duels to be won every single round. It will draw the rotation out from Awesome and Alucard back into middle. Anubis also interested in heading back over towards A.
Yeah, right now it's going to come down to the reposition here from InnerCircle. They've got Alucard holding the bridge cross, but he's going to have a little bit of a hole in the smoke here. Misses the shot onto Comics, but Awesome, he's already on the back wall. They've got to be ready for him to be there, and they're just not prepared to take that fight. Awesome able to find the first, and now everybody is here for InnerCircle. The quick trades come through, but it's still a 1v1 for Kiko and Sad here. Sad able to get control of the upper bomb site. The plant has to go down, though, and Kiko knows it, but Sad is going to be ready on the reposition here. Kiko has a chance to sneak up close, and this is where Sad just has to play his time perfectly. He knows there's a very strong chance Kiko comes up on this side. The ladder check, not really going to be something he's too concerned with at the moment, but Kiko, he's going to have to full clear this in one swing of the mouse here, and Sad is ready to win this one.
A really important duel win for Anubis. These rounds are just so close for them. 4-3 though, they can't be too mad about this half's progression. It was a bad start, but they've gotten to the pass score of 3 now on the BL side, and they'll try and push it for even more. Straight out into mid once again is Dipsy. He's got that progression smoke to help him out. He's going to smoke mid off as well. He's not going to be able to see anything. What is Anubis going to do with that util? Boost a player or two up into the A connector, or going through the B connector straight into Kiko, who's only able to get himself a 1-for-1. That's not enough to really trouble the scorers. And we're into a 4-on-4, but don't expect that this is going to pick the pace up too much for Anubis.
Yeah, definitely going to be a run the clock down situation as usual. It seems they're starting to put a little bit more early pressure, though, towards B this time around. Jaguar just hanging out, waiting to see if somebody peeks, but Awesome, he's the only anchor on the bomb site, so he's going to have to be careful to hang on to this position. Right now, though, Anubis, they've done a good job of keeping things close here. If they can make this a 4-4 game, they'd be in a pretty good position to take into that GR side and maybe even win it after all from. But for InnerCircle, they're really looking for anything they can find in this round, just kind of trying to isolate this mid position. The problem InnerCircle is starting to run into is because Anubis takes so long to push, they're starting to second guess every position now across the map, which is causing them to be a little bit late or delayed in responding correctly on these rotations.
Well, Jin has a big job to do here. Push coming in the direction of B. He'll be able to line up too, but he can't quite get that finishing blow onto Comics, which means Awesome now comes into play, and he can't do much, but Alucard with the double from behind. There's 20 seconds left here for Jaguar to retrieve that C4. Alucard doesn't want to hold the line. Could have done so for sure. Now going to just start to work his way forward, and again, another clutch on offer here for Anubis. This time it's Jaguar, who could get them an important 4th round. Alucard's unsure exactly where he is, but it does look like he wants to clear out this box. Awkward though, because he's going to have to be worried about Warehouse at the same time, and Jaguar chooses correctly. It is Anubis for a 4th, and this half starts to take a different turn.
Yeah, now it's anybody's game for the taking from here on, especially if Anubis can put up a 5th round here to close out the half. It's going to look really good for their opportunity here to maybe even win this series after all. You can see InnerCircle, even with the initial start they had, not really able to piece things together these last couple of rounds. Some very sloppy rotations on top of it. So I'm hoping they can find a way to maybe change things up themselves here. Play a little bit more assertive on the way they're holding down this mid position in particular, since that seems to be where Anubis likes to poke around the B tunnels and just this backside of mid. But Jin, he's got a good spot to maybe get this early kill here. Doom and Comics on the other side, but Doom somehow able to survive, and Comics good for the finisher.
I'm just going to look for more. Not going to be given to him just yet by Anubis or InnerCircle rushing at one another. I mean, a 5-4, very much on offer now for Anubis in this first half, and that would be a great BL side. Nick has other ideas. He's pushed all the way down the bottom of A long. He's got an M4. Spam through those boxes, but just decides to take the fight onto Comics instead and brings it back to 4v4. So, again, that advantage that Anubis had has been pulled away from them, and done very well has Beck to get 2. He will fall, yes, but keeps this round hanging in the balance for InnerCircle, and that's where, again, I'd like to see a bit more decisiveness from Anubis, who just take their time about it and allow InnerCircle to force their way back into this round. Now it's on to Kiko to try to hold on to this B-bomb side, or at least get one and then dip, and that is exactly what he's going to do. Anubis, have they missed a trick here? This 5th round on offer is now swinging back in the direction of InnerCircle.
Yeah, at this point, Jaguar needs to find himself 2 from this position. Not going to find anything, though. It's all on to Sad. Stuck in the corner, and Alucard quickly puts this one to a nice close. But InnerCircle, they still gave up a lot to get to this point. A 4-half on the GR. Not the best position to be in, but pretty even, all things considered, overall. But for Anubis, this is where I think they've really got to prove themselves here. They haven't had to fight from behind too often in the maps they've won. Usually when they're behind, the series just kind of goes away from them. So this is really their moment to show us what they can do to maybe bring it back and close out a win.
Yeah, well, one thing I will say is we should see a little bit of a different kind of a game play out now that the halves are going to swap, because Anubis, they were just trying to bring this very, very slow pace on the BL side there. I mean, InnerCircle aren't typically known for being super quick, but I think they do tend to throw in a few more pace changes here and there. Maybe the first round of the half, you do expect to see InnerCircle go somewhere a little bit quicker. Once we get into this second half, it should get a little bit more exciting, I would hope. I think it's been a bit of a labored final map. For at least it's close. There we go. Hit on him. Let's see what InnerCircle are going to bring to the table. A bit of damage attempted through the mid spam, but it won't happen. Double sniper setup as well for Anubis to make note of.
Yeah, right now for InnerCircle, it's really just going to be about trying to draw out an early pick. You can see them putting some early attention towards this B side of the map. It's Sad. He's going to be exposed by throwing that nade. He actually gave away his positioning there. Beck able to time it perfectly. Gets the trade as well onto Doom, and just like that, InnerCircle. This is the kind of pace you want to see on the BL side. These guys know how to get in and play aggressive, and you can see it, them taking full advantage here now on the B-bomb site. Dipsy going to go down on the rotation. In just a matter of moments there, it's able to be done for InnerCircle.
Yep. Rough early signs. Beck's looking angry. What's he so mad about? I know. Fine. Back in for another round. 6-4 though, and Anubis, yeah, they worked hard to get that first half back to a workable position, but Again, if InnerCircle just blasts out the gate strong on this BL side, a few faster rounds, which already we've seen, you know, maybe again it's back to square one for Anubis having to fight from a deficit, which they are so familiar with. And it's unfortunate to say that because I think they don't do themselves any favors in making the games easy to close out.
Yeah, for Anubis here, it's really going to be a lot of pressure to try and close this one back. And sad, though, able to find himself one over the top. Surprise, he did get a second there. Awesome as well. Caught on the drop down out of a connector, and it should be a clean round for them. But hold on here. Kiko able to sneak behind into the GR spawn. Now the B bomb site's completely opened up, and Anubis, even with the 5-on-3 advantage, they've given up full control here now. Kiko can play off on the post plant. Jin, he's already snuck into the stairs corner as well, and this is really going to be a tough retake now.
Yeah, that's just really not it at all from Anubis, is it? You know, that's such an important round to get yourself established in the second half, and all of a sudden, back to the 3-on-3. Great setup as well with Jin on that little off angle, catching comics to begin with. It's a good crossfire, and it's too good of a crossfire, as 7 is secured for InnerCircle. Like I said, you can see the pace change in this second half, and you can see how that's working out for InnerCircle. They're looking confident on this Blacklist side. They're not afraid, even when they're in the 3-on-5, taking those fights against Anubis, and it is now working out. 7-4. 3 rounds to find for InnerCircle.
Yeah, it's such a hard one to think about recovering after a round. Goes that direction. A 3-on-5 victory for InnerCircle could be enough to get themselves the overall win here. Anubis, though, playing pretty reserved on the round. They've got Dipsy put a little bit forward in the lower B tunnels, but this is going to be an A execution, and I like this call here. When a team's starting to feel uncomfortable, just going for a full A execute is usually the best way to catch them off guard. So Comics, he's going to be playing the off angle on the A connector box, and it's going to be sad on the A top position, but they're going to have to combat a whole set of utility here in a matter of moments.
Entry onto Comics, and again InnerCircle just with this faster pace are absolutely demolishing Anubis. Jaguar will go down to the last player alive, and he's in a 1v5. It's just not looking like it's going to be doable here for him in this 1v5, and that may be a bit of a metaphor for this entire map as a whole for Anubis, because it's not really looking doable for them to hold on. They haven't even been able to find any success in this GR side, and that's obviously fantastic. Jin doesn't quite get the better of Jaguar. He's going to let him know with the spray there, but the reality is that it's all the way of InnerCircle, so Jin, he's happy. You can see he doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, they know what's coming here. It's looking like a victory. Unless Anubis can change something severely, it's surely over at this point. So I feel like for InnerCircle, there's not a whole lot of pressure here. They know what they need to do, and they're doing it. And for Anubis, even with the more favorable side here, they haven't found anything for themselves. So if you're InnerCircle at this point, you just set up for another full team execution, because there's no shutting it down. The way Anubis is playing, the slight hesitations on rotation is just completely punished every time if InnerCircle is just right there ready.
Well, 3 turns to 2 as InnerCircle get closer and closer to finishing off this series. Has been another lengthy one. They are going to get their reward for their trouble. I mean, they had a fast day yesterday, so maybe they're tasked with some harder work today. But that's all well and good, as it will put them still in that fight for a top 2 position in the regular season of CFWL.
Minute on the clock here. It's going to come down to where InnerCircle execute, but it's going to be a full B here, and there's really only Jaguar to hold this one down. Dipsy starting to think something could be trending in that direction, and he's definitely got the right idea. All 5 players ready for the full execute here. Jaguar, he's going to need something massive to hang on to this. It's going to be a one and done situation, but one kill may not be enough here. The C4 going to be dropped by Kiko. They're just trying to bait people into this retake position, but Kiko a little bit overzealous on the fight. Unfortunately, might have opened up the opportunity, and Anubis, they'll take that opportunity in full stride here to win their first on the GR.
Yeah, if you're going to be jumping in there, you need everybody to be committing with you. Hasn't worked out in this instance for InnerCircle, so that's 5 up for Anubis, and with that, their first round of the second half, they'll start to feel a little bit more confident about things, but I think it is still hard to be confident when you're down 8-5, especially against a team like InnerCircle, who are pretty used to closing things out in these kinds of situations. So it's going to slow down a bit for InnerCircle now as they understand that this is starting to get a little bit tense.
Yeah, certainly not over just yet. Anubis, they still have the advantage on the side they're getting to play here, and it is going to create a little bit more pressure each round that InnerCircle lets slip here. So it's definitely a tough one if they're not careful about it. But InnerCircle, they're going to go right back to A, it seems, which might be the right idea here. They've been really strong on these A executes, but they're actually starting to eyeball even a mid execute here. They've got 4 players just grouped up right on top of the A connector, and that's a lot of utility to push out a mid with. And going to be actually Jaguar underneath, who has the perfect position to try and spoil the push. He's good for 2 before going down, and we've got Awesome looking for some sort of redemption over the top here. Jin taken down to 1 HP, and again, it's kind of falling apart for InnerCircle on the execute.
It certainly is. Jin, awesome though. Got to make a difference, or maybe not. Jin just going to get deleted by Comics. Undercard now, last man standing. He'll be cleaned up as well. Anubis are still in this fight. Why is it always this way though for Anubis, where the game, it gets so close to finishing, and then Anubis start to make a comeback? You know, they can never do it easy. It seems like Anubis, I don't know, I would have to do the math, but I reckon Anubis have probably got the most close maps of the season of any team. They just don't seem to be able to get it done in a convincing fashion, or, you know, win or lose most of the time. Got to take time out here from InnerCircle. They want to have a chat, try and figure things out here before it gets too close for comfort.
Yeah, this one's a tough call, because you'll want to go aggressive here, but it's not necessarily the best decision every round, and that's probably the options they're trying to weigh right now. They had a lot of success with 2 aggressive rounds to start off this half, but now you can tell Anubis, they're starting to set up more traps. They're starting to play more cohesive on their trade potential as well. So it's going to require maybe a bit of a fake or a bait and switch style play here, I think, from InnerCircle to really catch Anubis off guard in an over rotation. They can't just sell it completely now because Anubis is caught on to that. So this is where they're going to have to keep their composure up to the very end, because as much as InnerCircle may want to win this match, Anubis, they've got more to lose in losing this third map. So it's going to be a tough one to close out.
Yep. Most definitely. Yeah, InnerCircle not really feeling the pressure, I'd imagine, although enough to call this tack time out at least. We'll see where things do end up going when we get back on into it.
Well, looks like we may be ready. Seeing some let's goes there on the Anubis side. Some fist bumps. Seems like it might be time to return, and here we go. 8-6 as we hop back into the server. It's going to be InnerCircle needing 2, Anubis needing 4 to win it in regulation. A tie, though, could potentially be where we see ourselves. We saw it on the first series of the day, going the true full distance there, but this time around, it feels like InnerCircle might be a tougher challenge to get to a tie against. You can see Comics might just run into a disaster here, but he actually gets the perfect timing to catch Beck on the drop down, and nobody is in position yet to trade him along. That's a huge pick.
Big pick indeed. Jaguar as well, taking all of this space in the BL spawn. Wasn't expected to be that quick by Awesome, and starting to fall apart a little bit here at the seams for InnerCircle. Kiko at least able to bounce back with one onto Jaguar. That was the player that was pushing, but how do you hope to try to take the A site? You know, this is difficult at the best of times when you've got 5 players to push, 5 players to throw that util and try and cause a distraction and a disruption. But with 3, I just don't think that's going to work. C4's now dropped on long, and InnerCircle have well and truly lost this round.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with the C4 down underneath the A connector, they've got Sad holding on to it. You need a lurk here to try and get something started. Kiko, though, might be able to find that start after all. Takes down Comics right away. Alucard might go for the double wrap here as well, but at the end of the day, he knows at some point he's going to have to take this fight onto Sad for control of the upper A bomb site. If they can win that, there's a real chance they can take back this round. Alucard as well takes the 2v5 down to a 2-on-2 situation. Kiko and Alucard trying to do something quite spectacular in this round. They still have to work their way through Sad, but now Dipsy, he's kind of out of position at this point. They don't even realize the C4 hasn't been scooped up yet. Dipsy rotated deep into B because he thought the C4 was actually taken away here, which does open the opportunity, but Sad is going to be perfectly prepared in this one. And now with no time on the clock, Kiko, he has no choice but to take this fight, has to cross and plant the bomb with 8 seconds to do so. There's just no time to get it done, and Anubis win the round.
Yeah, another disappointing one for InnerCircle, so it seems that we are going to be going the distance here on Port. Maybe finding ourselves with another overtime. Overtime finish. Sad 3-0 after the reset. Feeling pretty good about things. This is a change up from InnerCircle. If they would just send it straight down the barrel into the middle, they would take so much space. But we're actually going to go straight into the setup that Anubis have got. It might not matter though. Kiko for the double. Surely got to keep pushing on into Jaguar, but Kiko is hesitant to do so without backup. Awesome finally comes across, but it might be a little bit too late to catch Jaguar for free. Eventually, he does go down. Comics was trying to come across to assist, but he'll also fall to Beck watching the rotate, and that will surely be round number 9 for InnerCircle. They had to wait for it, but they didn't have to wait too long.
Yeah, for InnerCircle here, it's a great start to the round. Should be a fairly easy one to close, all things considered. They've got control of the A bomb site now as well. Alucard going to be lurking the backside of mid. They've actually kept Awesome in the B tunnels as well, just to catch anyone going out a little bit too early. But for Sad, it's more so just thinking about what they want to do next in this situation. They're going to need 2 rounds to keep this one at a tie and keep themselves alive here, but it's not seeming too likely. But Sad opens up the opportunity to maybe get it started here and now and potentially tying it up. But the backstab is going to be the real issue to deal with. Awesome right there and ready to go. Actually misses the shots, but that's all the info they need to swoop in and secure the round.
One more to go. And I think I'd still be feeling pretty okay if I'm in InnerCircle's shoes. Kiko looking really good at the moment on those entries. I'm going to try to probe long. They can maybe the pick onto Sad. Or just throw enough util to force him off of top A. Flashes. Beck's going to be the first one to try to make that cross. He has been able to get over to the ladder position. Jin with an opener. Alucard does fall though. And the rotation is definitely coming through thick and fast. Beck not traded down, not cleanly enough, at least by Doom. Back into the 2-on. Awesome spamming away into the smoke. Kiko there as well. Jumps up, gets info, gets a shot in. Now it's on to Dipsy solo. C4 can go down. Still up there on the site. InnerCircle with the advantage. Smoking Dipsy off, but they're going to swing him together. And that will be InnerCircle with 10. Kiko says, bye-bye, Anubis. Looks like InnerCircle have a lot to say about Anubis and their chances of making it to the playoffs, first of all, but also maybe making it to EWC as they essentially knock them out of contention for the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? You look at Anubis's performance at the very beginning of this series, map number 1, it looked like it may have even been a potential 2-0 sweep in picture for them, but unfortunately, this is what InnerCircle does best. They thrive under the pressure. They're a great GR-sided team, and they pull this one back full force to win it. So big shout out to them. Honestly, a tough match to recover, considering at one point it was a 1-0 series with a 5-2 lead for Anubis. To pull that all the way back into your hands and win it 2-1, not an easy task for most teams in the league. So I'm excited to see what these guys are going to do going into playoffs, because for me, they're definitely a strong contender for the title.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be better than that from InnerCircle. I don't think that was their best game, but if they can go back to what they were bringing in the game against Gaimin Gladiators, for sure they could be a team that could even win this season. I've no doubt in my mind there is that capability from them. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll obviously touch back in with them when we do get to playoffs, and of course we have to touch back in with the analyst desk and see how they felt about that game.
Anubis' dreams of playoffs just fades away. IC managed to win the series and they managed to eliminate Anubis out of the playoffs, like we talked, and we even saw some reactions like the intention was pure, right?
Yeah, the intentions, as you said, that InnerCircle coming here not just to win the game, but to knock Anubis out of the playoffs, because that's their threat. So, as you said, the playoffs dream for Anubis sadly fades away, but still the AWC dream and hopes are still in PingPongPals' hand if they be able to beat InnerCircle in the playoffs if they play each other. So now InnerCircle, as they said, they came back from a 5-2 down on Compound, which was already the second map. The first finished 10-5 in favor of Anubis, but still managing to run it. Anubis was 5 rounds away of making it into 2-0 this series. 5 rounds away. And then they lose everything. Everything just fall apart into this series, and InnerCircle managed to win it 2-0, reverse sweeping Anubis' win on Black Widow and get their next win.
Yeah, I mean, I see they seemed very locked in this map. I mean, they were playing together as a team. I mean, Anubis they were doing a very good fight as well, and after the timeout they got even better and better. But I see reacting very fast in terms of what Anubis proved after the timeout, and they managed to close out the port, the map that we were talking about. It's a pretty, let's say, balanced map between the two teams, and it was a very close game indeed.
Yeah, a very close game, but Compound, to be honest, InnerCircle played very well. They managed to come back. Maybe the aggression from Anubis in Global is paid off, but their blacklist was not the best in the world, because we've seen a lot of weaknesses in their attack, and this is something that a lot of question marks on this. If you're an Anubis fan that you wouldn't love, and you are not expecting to see Anubis struggling on the blacklist. Definitely they also struggled on the blacklist on a port, but they got 4 rounds, which is not that bad at all. It's kinda even 60% more than anybody is expecting in such side. But however, looking at the series, Anubis players, Doom,
Kiko is having a fast.
yeah, Doom maybe they have a very good game, but Kiko on the other hand, he had a 2.3 KD. This guy, and we've seen him after the stream. He was so happy that he got this win, and the other players were a bit okay. Only Alucard, who's a bit maybe overperforming in this map as well. Yeah, because Alucard's day, exactly. Because Alucard as well, in port, it's the snipers in port is very capped. They cannot do anything that much in blacklist. It's so hard for them to take controls because of the smokes and the screens. But in the game, he can, in the port, he can do more. But for Kiku, this guy, among the first series, he played very good also in Black Widow despite their loss. He played very good also on Compound, and he was one of the factors of them winning Compound because of his entry, and we've seen his clutches. And for this round as well, it was very crucial. He got 3 kills in this round and securing 9-7 match point, 1 round to win and get everything for his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, we have talked about this yesterday. I mean, I see in general, all the players are stepping up. We said Kiko and Beck are having a very high scaling road right now. I mean, everyone is on point. So congrats to IC once again, and hard luck for Anubis. And our next match, let's talk about it, because it's a pretty, I mean, GG versus 999. GG are looking to get a win at the end of the season, because like yesterday it was not the best day against IC. 999 on the other hand, they are giving a lot of fights, so I don't think they will make it easy for GG.
Yeah, well, we've seen 999 in this week, how good they performed. They got a win on TBI, reverse sweeping them as well after, let's say, a stomp map from TBI on subbase. But still, this guy's mental was not broken this day, and they still managed to win versus TBI. And they were one of the factors destroying Anubis' mental by beating them today. Yesterday, I mean, on subbase 2-1. They got subbase win versus Anubis, and actually they did a very good fight even on Ankara. That Anubis might have fallen 0-2 for 999, but still these guys, and by the way, they played without Creeds, they played with Head Diver, that now I guess Creeds is back again into the roster, and he's gonna be introducing to play today versus GG. So now 999, it's kind of the game for GG. Yes, it doesn't matter for the game for GG. That's why the guys, I guess I believe they're gonna run it down. They don't want to burn any strategies, they don't want to just show anything versus 999. But for 999, it's very important, because this win might be their maybe exit from the 8th place, because they are fighting with TBI, and with TBI is lost now. TBI is sitting with 3 wins, and 999 is sitting with 2 wins. If 999 managed to get 2-0 somehow today, maybe they are going out. So why we are saying this? Because it's the factor, or it's the kind of motivation for one of the teams, because GG, they don't have any motivation coming into this game. Maybe get sets, get some wins, boost your confidence, maybe try some aggressive rounds, try individual skills, try taking some fights, but still in the end you will be 2nd or 3rd. So, and as we said, it doesn't matter at all in the standings. You're going to be playing InnerCircle for sure in the playoffs, so you don't need to do anything. Maybe you watch it the last game, you got few ideas from InnerCircle, but now it's time for GG just to run down the scrim and just to try to play, as I said, for the confidence, or just for testing strategies, or maybe trying maybe an aggressive playstyle. On the other hand, talking about the key players, BRK, this guy is doing so good lately. He's one of the factors of 999 why they win. Even if they're losing, this guy is always dropping us a hilarious frag, and we watch it some kind of 3Ks. We watched it yesterday, one of the best 3Ks on A-top, while he kind of got the kill on Doom while he's jumping. He's playing very, very comfortable on his teammates. With his teammates, that means that the guys have the ability to take the 1v1s more and take the M duels. They are not afraid, and that's what we said about 999. That usually these guys are trying to play solo, try to rely on the kills, rely on maybe getting multi-frags in order to compete in such matchups.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams faced, it was a very, very one-sided game for GG. I mean, the first map was 10-2, the second map was like it was 10-6.
10-6 or 10-5, I remember.
10-6,
10-6.
yes, but like still, like it was a very, very one-sided game, and the maps were.
It's expected to be one-sided game.
Black Widow and Subbase. So like, tell me about the maps. Like, do you think we will see the same maps as last time?
Well, I've seen Subbase from 999. It was not good versus TBI, but suddenly it became perfect versus GG, versus Anubis. So I'm pretty sure that they might leave it open versus GG, but GG is very good on Subbase. So for me, if I'm a 999 fan, I would just ban Eagle Eye, leave New Mexico, and just use any of the other maps. Maybe ban Ankara is going to be coming from GG, so you'll not be playing Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the map veto to see if we're going to see the same maps from last time or not. Okay, we're seeing the same maps as Subbase, Black Widow, and Port as a decider. So, like, nothing changed in terms of the map veto. But, like, do you think we will see something change in terms of performance from 999 side?
Well, based on last games, how we have seen these guys played Subbase, they played very good actually, and they played, as we said, without Creeds. Head Diver, he didn't have even his best games in Subbase. He had very few kills, but yet he did the job, and in the last round versus Anubis, he got 3k or 2k, which was perfect for his teammates to close the map. So, to be honest, the guys played very good this map. Maybe they have a chance versus GG in such map. But Black Widow, I think GG is always having the edge and the favor, because the way how 999 plays this map, they are actually trying to take controls, push into sides, try to take the 1v1s, but already GG do not give you any 1v1. The guys are moving as a group. They move as 4, they move as 3, they take controls as a group of rifles. So if you kill 1-2, you need to frag more in order to get the control. So 999, Black Widow is not the best for them, but Subbase, it's actually fair map. We are not saying that it's going to be 50-50. Maybe it's 70-30 for GG. But this is the closest 999 can get. Because in Black Widow, it's like 80-20% or even 90% to 10% 999. So that's in my opinion. Port, I don't think we might be able to see Port play.
I mean, for Triple Nine, from what you're saying, they have to win
Subbase.
Subbase, right? Because in
Otherwise, it's
Black
gonna
Widow,
be a snowball.
yeah, I mean, the last time it was 10-2 in Black Widow from GG versus Triple Nine. So I just like how the teams are picking like some serious maps. I mean, the last time they picked Black Widow and Subbase, and no one is trying to do any like a new map. Every team is taking it seriously. I mean, if you are GG, I mean, nothing will happen in the standings, right? In terms of effectiveness.
But you
out
don't
of
want to
this
be
result.
just showing anything. Just
Exactly.
play the basic maps, play the basic
Exactly.
strategies that no one even cares about, and just you can win the game. Same for Triple Nine. Just play the basic maps that you can at least move and you have some comms, communications. The maps that BYK loves, because BYK is the guy, is the factor that can make you win, gets
Yeah.
rounds. Creeds as well, the guy who can just lurks, he can just frag with his M4 in woods. So just play the basic maps that Triple Nine can have a good potential, because they are good experienced players, but they do not have the experience on New Mexico, which is just released this year, or Eagle Eye that's released 2 years ago. But they have experience on the maps that's been here for 9 years.
Yeah.
So why not pick those maps and try to go for your best, try to go for the 1v1s, try to go for the aim fights that you've done versus Anubis, and actually you won. And you did only win one map. You won a lot of rounds on Ankara as well versus Anubis, just like this.
Yeah.
Okay, taking control, trying to get a kill, maybe have a flank, and that's it.
I mean, it's like a practice official in a way, like
Exactly.
but like you don't want to show anything.
Any
because-
strategies, just play
Exactly.
aggressive, try to get confident from side of GG, play basic strategies that everybody knows.
Yeah, and like GG are one of the teams that play super aggressive, and like they
Yeah.
shine really, really hard when they play super aggressive. And Triple Nine at the same time, I feel like these guys, when they are like in the chilling mood right now, they do
They
a
play
lot of cheesy
Yeah, they play.
stuff.
Yeah, they play
Yeah.
very good, because they do things you never expect. Someone is
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
it in tournament, and you're playing West League, and you're playing a game. Maybe it's 6-6 or 5-5, and you somehow go with a lurk, or you push mid randomly without checking anything. So they do these things, and it works for them because zero pressure. What's gonna happen if I lose? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And also for GG, they might do the same things, because what is gonna happen if I lose? It's
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it matters for you, like as a performance individually for each player, right? You want to always appear in the best picture for you, despite
Yes.
like the stakes like of this matchup.
Exactly.
Like you just want to perform as best as you can, because like it's the last game of the season. It will be
Yeah.
some time before you play some officials, so like you want to give last good impression before you leave.
Also, I said this before, for the some teams that finished already the league. You also, for Triple Nine, maybe the West League is over for them. The guys are not getting anything closer to 6th place, maybe 7th place. That's the best hope for them. But still, if you guys manage to win and just put a name for yourselves, guys, this
Yeah.
can boost your confidence for the next seasons. Also, the players on Triple Nine, the guys can be just transferred to a better team, go for a better team, just try to sell yourself for the teams, play good, play with communication, just show a good intentions that you have a sportsman like, and you want to be playing, and you want to be
Yeah.
giving everything in this game, even though this game does not matter for you both. Definitely GG, they have their things, because they face this a lot, but Triple Nine, it's kind of their second season in the West League, so I'm pretty sure that the guys, if they try to give us a show, play very good, these guys can make us push, they can make themselves push GG maybe into at least 6-6, 7-7, some closer rounds. Yes, GG's experience is going to be kind of closing the map, or closer to close the map, but at least we have a show from Triple Nine, and the guys make names for themselves.
Yeah, and I want to talk about like the roles inside the game, like from GG side, for example. Like, do you want to try new stuff coming into this game? Like, do you want to try the different roles? Do you want to try some different weapons?
Maybe
Can
different
we see
weapons.
Spoxy playing a rifle, for
I
example?
hope Spoxy makes it into chainsaw. He gets the chainsaw and just goes into the side and lets him. But probably the guy wants to keep his KD. He's 1.46 KD,
yeah.
I guess, on top of the West League.
Yeah.
So this guy is not going to be taking the risk. Maybe Flex takes us to some kind of good show that he takes the chainsaw and hides in an angle, boom, 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 100 bullets, killing everybody. So it might give us some kind of good show. And but still, these guns are still good, but we haven't seen these guns. Shotguns. We've introduced a lot of shotguns.
Yeah.
Why not everybody using shotgun? We have Subbase. Subbase is very, very small, man.
Yeah.
You can use shotguns in PC, you can use shotguns in fence, you can use shotguns on a down. So you can try shotguns, try these things, because this is the way how you practice these things before making it
Yeah.
to playoffs. Because going into playoffs and trying these things is kind of risky.
Yeah.
So you might actually want to try guns. We introduced, I guess, around 2022 gun.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. I want to
Yeah.
see new guns, so let's see if this is going to happen. Elfish and Kali have the mic.
Let's see, indeed. Look, 999 up against Gaimin Gladiators. On paper, this should be a super one-sided game. It's 999, team at the bottom of the league. Gaimin Gladiators, typically one of the best teams in the league. But I think there has been some susceptibility for Gaimin over the last couple of weeks. And honestly, I think for the last couple of weeks, 999 have kind of looked better. I feel like 999 have started to sort of play their own style. And again, we're going to, by the way, see it straight out of the gates. München, super aggressive. QJK there as well. 999 like to just throw bodies at you and see if you can deal with that. And a lot of teams, I don't think, have really dealt with that kind of thing before. At least not in the way that 999 do it. And it works out, as you can see.
Yeah, bit of a bizarre start, if anything, but hey, they'll take it. I don't know how long you're going to see them run 2 TRGs and an OM for, but
you will see it. You'll see it a lot, by the way. It'll probably be the whole game. They have been running triple sniper all week long. Look, it hasn't worked in this round, but they are very capable. QJK, especially with that sniper rifle, has been absolutely popping off. So, again, I think 999's at that point where they don't care anymore. They just do whatever they want and see if the other team can deal with it.
Hey, that's fair. When you've got nothing to lose, you can play like it. So we'll see if it ends up working out for them. For Gaimin Gladiators, though, a nice little response, but very quick pacing here from both teams. But I think we're going to see a lot of that in this kind of matchup because there isn't a lot at stake really for either team, win or lose in this situation. GG, they're locked into their place now. 999, they're not going anywhere either, so it's going to be a lot of aggressive plays. But for 999, they don't seem to mind that so far. It's going to be another quick round to take it down to a 1-on-4. Lion Claw left alone, and he might be pretty much taken out of the picture shortly as well. Actually gets a little flick onto QJK, but that's really going to be about it. So a nice little 2-1 start.
Yeah, this game's going to be a lot faster than the last one. I can tell you that as well. 999, one thing I appreciate about them is they are just aggressive. Balls to the walls aggression. And again, you're going to see that out here. So whether they win or whether they lose the round, it's typically over in the first 30 to 45 seconds. Gaimin Gladiators also not looking like they're going to be holding any punches here. QJK down with a triple. This guy's insane, man. And he's very happy with it. So 2-2 is the score now.
Yeah, I mean, some of the fastest rounds we've seen all day. It's hard to believe we're already 5 rounds into a map considering how some of these other maps went today. But GG, this time around, they're going to be the aggressor, being the first pick, and second along with it as well. Only a single trade so far. QJK, no fancy footwork to save the day this time around. So it's going to be GG going for the full rotation back towards the B-bomb site. It looks like it's going to be CRS. Trying to get some info spotted out there. BUIK now left alone in an early 1-on-4, but, you know, can't blame them for trying here. The aggression finally getting put to a halt, but they've gotten 3 already from it.
Yeah, I love it. It'll be 3-2 though. And yeah, they're not going to change it at all. Like, there's no point kind of theorizing whether or not much of this is going to be any different. 999 are just going to continue to play this style. We've seen it all week long. Whether it works, whether it doesn't, whether they're on BL, GR, whatever. Reed's out here with one of the 3 sniper rifles. As you can see, it is continuing. And it is working. And again, Gaimin Gladiators are like, what is this? What are we versing? By the way, I have to say, you know, Gaimin have been a little bit shaky these last couple of weeks. I would low-key not be surprised to see 999 take a map. And even if they took a series, if 999 just continue to kind of do this, like, I really think they could actually take 2 maps off of Gaimin, who have really been quite up and down. So let's not consider this a foregone conclusion, even though it looks like on paper it probably should be.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think 999's a team where them playing loose like this is actually to their benefit, and GG also not having a great time lately could be a good recipe for a 999 victory today, especially considering you look at the names on 999. It's not a bad roster they've got. I mean, Creed's coming in from GV as one of their stronger entries. You've got Favor and Flare, the duo here continuing to snipe throughout the series. They've been both strong contenders in their history as well as players, so I feel like they definitely got something cooking up here. And, you know, maybe there's something to be said about playing into this aggressive element as a team, because if they had done this from the start of the season, they might be in a better place.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think they've looked way better in the last couple of weeks than what they had in any of the first few weeks. And what a difference that is going to make for them. Probably not enough to guarantee them a spot in the next season of CFWL. But, you know, you play this against like an Open League team instead of a West League team. And I think it definitely works on a more consistent basis. So I won't be hugely surprised if we see them back in some way, shape, or form, even though, you know, it's always going to be hard to keep a team together after they get relegated from CFWL. So, yeah, I'm quite interested to see where 999 goes next year, or where some of these players go. It could be similar to, you know, someone like a Gainer from last season where we thought, oh, okay, he's pretty good. You know, could he go into a different team and have a bit of a crack? Well, you could probably say the same thing about QJK, I think definitely has been someone that's really performed well. So, interested to see where he ends up.
Yeah, definitely. I think at this point, it's really just going to be a matter of moments before they grab another round here. Dzane, though, wouldn't count him out just yet, I suppose. Already grabbed himself a nice kill, and only 20 seconds, though. 999, no, it's time to move into sight. And Dzane, not even going to land, but, oh, leaves it in the 1v1. Unfortunate.
Five to 2. Is this the scoreline you would have predicted?
No.
Not at least not this way around. Gaimin, though, going to try and pull it back here. Got a couple of kills quickly from Dzane. And the thing is, 999 do a great job of bringing teams down to their level. You know, you'd look at Gaimin and go, yeah, they're a better team. But at the end of the day, are they a better team when it's just a run-and-gun kind of deathmatch? That's actually the question you have to ask yourself. And pound for pound, I think 999 can really take it to pretty much anybody in CFWL.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out really well for them so far. They've already secured the half, maybe even a little bit more on top of it if Creeds and BYK can actually close this out. It's only a 2-on-2. BYK as well through the wall. Makes this one a 2v1. Lineclaw doesn't even know what to do. His teammates are just dropping so quickly that doesn't leave a whole lot of time for him to react, and that's kind of the benefit to the playstyle here for 999. They're not giving GG the time to actually create the structure in the first place. They're just breaking it right from the start.
Yep. Yeah, 999 just play this fearless style. What is Lionclaw going to get up to? He's got no HP here, so you can see how tentative he is. He's walked right into the wrong position, though, because BYK is waiting. And that is now a 6th for 999. Let alone the possibility of a 7th here on the GR side of Subbase.
Might be in the cards. QJK grabs the first. Lineclaw barely able to grab onto that trade. It almost looked like another might go against them. The nade finishes the job onto him, but still the trade there from Rathan. Now it's going to come down to this cross onto the A bomb site. You can see the hesitation, which opens up the opportunity for BYK to take a peek on the A staircase. He doesn't actually get the connection, though. He's going to go ahead and fall off, but now that they figure out where these players are coming from, they've got a pretty good idea of what to do here. The only lurk really is going to be Flex with the bomb in hand, starting to work his way slowly back towards B, but even QJK here is caught onto this rotation.
Once again, though, very winnable round for 999. Creeds is just sort of playing that flex position where he can go back and forth. That's now spotted out. Commitment from Gaimin in through wood. He's going to go low. That's a nice entry from Rathan, but QJK's on the other side, and he's usually pretty good. Gets himself only one here. So it's on to BYK now, who has been definitely another standout. 9-3 for him today. And when you're 9-3, a 2v1 doesn't feel like it's going to be too difficult, frankly.
Yeah, not too bad of a position to be in. Spots Flex somehow misses the shot, though. A bit unfortunate there to not grab that one. Now Flex has a much better reposition here to catch him off guard with. BYK, though, is he going to spot the legs up top? No, he's not. He's actually going to have to just try and fight onto Dzane, but Flex able to get that one done for GG. So 6-3 at the half here. 999. We'll be feeling good about that one. But GG, I'm curious to hear what they think about that first half, because I don't think they were ready for what they just went up against.
Well, look, if they weren't ready for that, I would have to say they only have themselves to blame because they could have watched the last couple of games of 999 and they would have known what was coming. So, yeah, it's one thing to be ready and it's one thing to execute against it. I would say either way, it was, yeah, a bit of a wake-up call for Gaimin Gladiators. And again, 999 going to start off with an opening pick here, this time courtesy of QJK. So, at triple sniper setup, double sniper setup, whatever you want, it's something that you can definitely expect to see here on the BL side as well.
Looks like they might just run it down towards the B bomb site. Lion Claw just goes quickly off the map there from BYK. It's going to be a full spread onto the A bomb site now. Min just annihilates Dezane on the back of the missile. And now it's already down to a 2-on-5. And just like that, all said and done. 999. Very close to a victory now on map 1.
Yeah. And it's been a very fast map as well. Could have probably had 3 of these series in the time it took us for the last 2 of the other series. This will be, what, attack timeout, I guess, for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, what do you really say, though, in a situation like this? Hey, they're running at us. We need to shoot them better than they're shooting us. Like, that's really all that you can do. Not sure that there's anything else really to discuss here. You know, because I don't think that whatever you say, it's like, oh, let's do this. Let's try this. It's like, you don't really get to make that decision, unfortunately, against 999. Like, they're almost making the decision for you, regardless of what side they're playing on, of how the game is going to play out. So it's not about what you do, it's more about how you react to them.
Yeah, it's an interesting position to be in. If anything, maybe they're just hoping this pause slows them down a little bit, but for 999, I don't really see that changing coming out of this pause timer. If I'm them, I just go immediately for an A push right away just to see how GG reacts here. But for GG, it is a bit of a tough one to be in. I feel like they're just kind of continuing on the path of suffering through the season so far, especially on the tail end of the season. It has not looked the best for them. Part of that, I think, is the meta changes. If I look at a team that's probably been the most negatively hit by the meta changes and gun changes this season, I feel like GG probably take the biggest hit in their performance. You had Spoxy and Flex kind of being a cut above the rest, I think, when we were in the only era. But now I feel like the TRG equalized things against them a little bit more. So you combine that with Dezane and Raffin, I think, falling off a little bit in their aim value as well, with the HK being brought in as a gun where I would say most players think it's relatively easier to use compared to just an AK on the field as well. So I think they kind of got leveled out in terms of having that shot skill differential in the past.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, actually. 999 have certainly been a team that has taken that new weaponry and run with it for sure. They are using and abusing. But it's 7-3. Map is not over yet. So let's just hold our horses and see whether or not maybe there's a world that Gaimin can pull this one back. I mean, Black Widow's got to be kind of a scary prospect, knowing that you've got so many strong snipers to go up against. So potentially, Gaimin already starting to wonder, what's the rest of this series going to end up looking like? First kill of this round, though. It's going to go the way of Gaimin Gladiators. UJK smoked off. Unable to really find much in the ways of an entry.
Oh, wow. What a headshot pairing there. I mean, for men, not much more you could ask for before going down. Get this team right back into the fight very quickly. On top of that, now they've got a little bit of room to work with as well towards this B side of the map. It's only Raffin holding on to the back line here, waiting behind the missiles for somebody to maybe peek out onto him. But the problem with this position is he's trying to cover kind of 3 angles simultaneously, which is not going to be easy if that push comes to life. You can see BYK, he's already snuck across the lockers. Nobody saw him there on that reposition as well. So he's got a nice hold to stall anyone else rotating into the bomb site. Now the rest of his team kind of just swoop in right behind him.
not yet down, but QJK on such a nice line here to cut off rotates, and BYK gets another. Man, these snipers are just impossible to deal with, apparently. Dezane's been spotted out. He can't win his duel against QJK, who is unstoppable at the moment. That's another one for 999. Even when Spoxy's getting the opener for Gaimin, 999 is able to put them to bed. So that is crazy. We're at an 8-3 scoreline, and Gaimin are honestly having perhaps the worst run into a playoffs that you could possibly have. They got 10-0 yesterday on Black Widow, and now they're losing a map to the team that's at the bottom of the league. That cannot be it. That cannot be the way that you want to be making your way into playoffs.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shocker performance-wise for GG. It just doesn't seem like they can do anything here in this circumstance. And for Dezane, it's pretty much just back to the drawing board and looking ahead for map number 2. You can see nothing but smiles for 999, but I don't blame them. They're just playing aggressive, not really taking things too seriously from their perspective, and it's working out perfectly. The triple sniper setup is quite valuable for them, and GG side hasn't had the response they need to actually shut this thing down.
Yep. Well, that's a little bit better of a response. Spoxy starting to come into his own. And Flex as well. So they just take 999's strategy of multiple sniper rifles and decide we're going to run with that as well.
Honestly, given how this one's gone so far, I think a 1v3 might actually be in the cards here. BYK has been hitting the shots.
Oh, yeah.
His team's been making the right moves, and GG, they're a bit rattled here as well on top of it. So definitely some strong potential in this one, and he's going to keep that aggressive movement moving forward. Plants the bomb, immediately goes for the flank. And again, this is something where I don't think GG would expect him to go for a full reposition this fast, but he knows he doesn't have time now with GG already moving on to the side. BYK has to play on the back staircase now. Unfortunately, just not the right timing to take that fight.
Yeah, not really the place to be, unfortunately. It's difficult to multi-frag with a sniper rifle at the best of times, but when you're stuck in an angle where you can't like back off, fall back, and continue to play, you know, different angles, it's going to be pretty much impossible. So 9 will persist here for 999. Hopefully it's not 9999 for a long time, because that will then start to give Gaimin a bit of confidence coming back into this series. And if 999 want to find a way to win it, well, you'd think they're going to have to do it with pace. They're going to have to continue to do it clean. It's not looking like it's going to happen in this round. And it should be Gaimin up to yet another one.
Yeah, this round pretty much going to be over at this point. BYK at least going to get a kill out of it, but that might be it at the end of the day. And it should be GG at least up to 5 rounds. Spoxy able to see him in the vent there as well. But BYK, hold on a moment here. Zane stops it before it gets out of hand. But yeah, for 999 here, it's just a matter of putting that final round up on the board. You think surely at some point the mistakes are going to be made, but it has got increasingly difficult with Zane and Spoxy. But this time around, that's exactly who you want to see fall early. Spoxy, no TRG in hand, which means no TRGs across the board for GG to work with. Now they're just going to use that opportunity to sneak themselves into the A bomb site, and this is looking surely over at this point.
Yeah, certainly so. This should be 10 for 999 unless Flex can come up big, but he'll be taken down by a grenade. It is 1v3 for Raffen, and who would have thought 999 on the brink of taking a 10-5 over Gaimin Gladiators. That is wild, but it is the final game of the season for these two teams, and it could definitely make a big difference to the perception of this season. And dare I say it, it may actually matter for 999 as well, by the way. If they could win this series, they would go to 3-11, and if TBI would then lose to, next week against PingPongPals, which is possible, I wonder if there's a world where 999 could actually get up into 7th, and then TBI would then be the team that's relegated. I'd have to do the math on the round differential, but yeah, interesting to think about as we'll see what happens. But first of all, that would have to be 999 getting a win here, and that's obviously a tough ask. So we'll see if the analyst desk believes. I believe. Do you guys?
I mean, we definitely do. At M5 from 999 in sub-base in such an aggressive and incredible fashion as well. Like all the rounds, it finished by like 152. You know, like it just like finished in a blink of an eye. They are super aggressive, both teams.
Yeah, definitely. As we saw how 999 perfectly played, but just for Elfish, no, there is no way 999 gets it to 7th place because they have negative 15 set. And TBI have negative 5 sets. The only way that 999 gets, or maybe 2 ways, no? 999 gets 7th place is DQ TBI or winning 10 sets versus GG, which is impossible. So, but for the guys, 999, they played so good. I mean, GG, they struggled. If GG is playing good series, okay, maybe as we said, they don't want to be burning, and the guys, yeah, we completely understand the situation, but maybe this opens up something in their eyes that they need to look on the teams who are playing very fast versus them, which is kind of like ROC Esports. Maybe they have a troubles because 999 played very fast. They gave them no room to strat at all because strat-wise, definitely GG is one of the best in the region, and they do have very good strategies and they do have very good executions to the side and also global defense setups. So 999 didn't give them a chance or let them do this. They always pushed, they always rushed, as we can see in this replay, for example. They pushed Machine, they pushed Woods at the same time, they tried to take a pick, BYK jumping for bad killing 3. This is something we don't see every day, and so everything is going very good for 999. And GG, they had no response. Even the guys doing the tactical call, they wanted to stop the aggression, they wanted to reset 999's mental, but 999 did not stop at all. The waves were coming one by one.
I mean, they kept running down every lane, every place on the map, and it worked very well for 999. I mean, it feels like GG, they got caught off guard. I mean, 999 did the same against Anubis yesterday, by the way, but like I think GG didn't like expect as aggression as what happened yesterday. I mean, looking at the KDs, like the design is like maybe the only one who's trying to defense the complete aggression coming from 999. But like 999, BYK, QGK, it's such impressive KDs. It feels like these guys are playing on another level.
Yeah, well, we said about BYK and QGK that they are core elements of the team, and we've seen a very good performance from them. The sniping shots from BYK and also the trade kills from QGK. Everything was good for the guys of 999. And as I said, I wonder how TBI won 999 on sub-base. That's a question. Because the guys are very good on sub-base. DV played very good game versus Anubis. Anubis is one of the best teams that's playing sub-base because eventually they are an Egyptian team. They know how to play Crossfire. They know how to play sub-base. That's a basic thing. But still, 999 managed to win versus them and also win versus GG. Those are the gigantic team of the sub-base map. Only ROC Esports left. If 999 plays ROC now, I believe that they might win them in sub-base. They are playing very good, very aggressive, very good communication between the both the entries of the team, because they take the control very fast, trade each other instantly, and the sniper is holding the angle, trying to trade them. So I hope 999 continues the same way. Maybe so you can maybe.
I mean, it was pretty impressive, but like we have an use that Chizen will play instead of Fraffen in the GG side. So like there is a sub coming in, and maybe the sub will stop the aggression. Maybe they wanna try new stuff, but no, like this is not the intention of the sub coming in. The intention is Raf is having a technical issue.
So with his PC, so he's suffering. He said that he's suffering probably, so that's why they get in the sub. As I said, it's game for GG. Does not matter at all. Maybe this is a good chance for Jason in order to, because if he pops off. By the way, Kiku was sub one day in teams, and he's the best in West League right now. One of the best players in West League right now. Hunt was sub. Look at Noxin was sub. All these kind of comics was sub. I don't want to mention everybody, but a lot of players were subs. But then suddenly they take one chance, and then they capitalize on everything, and they just hold their hands on this chance, and they put it into a good future for himself to play Crossfire. So good chance for Jason. We've seen also Dane, but this guy is already a champion before. This guy, we've seen him in LCK popping off a lot, and he was doing very good job on 999. But now it's Jason's time. He's gonna be replacing Raffen, and it's good to see new blood
Yeah.
in such game. That's actually, I like the games that comes out of expectations. Everybody expected 2-0 for GG. Here is Triple Nine winning the first map, and it's not 10-8. It's not 10-11, 13-11 or 13-10. It's 10-5.
Yeah.
Not even close by GG. So
Yeah.
that's very good for them to go for the second map, which is gonna be, I believe, Compound.
Black Widow.
Black Widow.
Yeah.
Black Widow. Yeah.
I mean, for Chosen, like, that's what I wanted to say. Like, I mean, you have got your chance now, and you're playing Black Widow, a map
That GG loves.
Exactly, GG
Yes.
loves, and it's going to be easy for them to communicate. I'm pretty sure he's watching the team play. He's there for the comms.
Yeah, he's there
He
for a
knows-
while
yeah.
as a sub for a while, so he
Yeah.
definitely knows and he's familiar with the players. Yes.
Yeah, he knows how things work in this specific map. So like, it's a good chance for him to try things out. I mean, it's good for GG. It's good for the coaching staff. I mean,
Yeah,
trying
to
new
scout
blood
players,
exactly,
to check everything, because who knows what's gonna happen on the playoffs. For example, one guy might have a problem, internet issue, for example. So you need all your roster to be ready.
Yeah.
This is a good chance for you, and we even seen it from GV last season where they secured 5th place and they started putting in their sub, just give him a chance. Also Anubis, they put in their sub, give him a chance. They put, I guess, Monty played for one game. So everybody wants to take a chance.
Yeah.
So this is good time to take a chance. We are chilling right now, as we said. Only 2 games left. It's not 2 days. It's 2 games left, and the league will be over, and we're gonna be starting the playoffs. 4 teams are locked in: PingPongPals, InnerCircle, GG, and ROC Esports.
Yeah, I mean, such impressive teams, such impressive names. It's going to be very competitive. But like, for the next question, I want to ask is, Triple Nine made the comeback in sub base. I mean, last time they lost 10-6, they won 10-5. Can they do the same on Black Widow? Because next time,
From what we have seen, yes, I would say Triple Nine can win Black Widow if they continue the same way. BYK continue hitting these shots, KGK continue dropping bombs and frags everywhere, and everybody from them, Mention is free to move, get the kills.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing whatever he wants, and he's working very good for them. And they are not like kinda everybody's playing on his own. No, the players are playing with each other. Okay, I'm gonna play aggressive here. The players are following. The sniper is following, the rifles are following, the backups are following, so they follow the entry and trying to get kills, trying to trade them and get the round, get the side, get the retake.
Yeah.
So they're playing very good. If they continue the same way, I guess Triple Nine can win it 2-0.
And how can you adapt to this kind of aggression? Because like you got caught off guard in the first map, right? But like going into the second map as GG, like how do you adapt? How, for example, for you as a coach to tell the players how to counter this aggression coming from Triple Nine?
Definitely face the aggression by aggression in terms of GG play style. They're gonna be facing the aggression with
I mean,
aggression.
they tried, no?
They tried in sub base, but sub base is kind of map that's hard to stop the aggression. Because it's kind of a very, like, you have woods, you have fence, you have BC, you have machine, you have
Yeah.
Edon. You have a lot of angles to stop the aggression from. But in Black Widow, it's only mid that has cat as well, A long, B. So GG will take one angle and they're gonna be playing aggressive on it. They're gonna capitalize on it, try to control it, and try to throw it for the other round.
Yeah.
And that's it. And that's how GG plays the map, by the way. They take control waters of S4, they take A long S4, they try to take a hard stack controls,
Yeah.
cat S4, 3. So that's the aggression we're gonna be seeing. We're gonna be seeing a lot of fights, starting from the globalist side and blacklist side, from both teams. They're gonna be trying to take controls, and the round might end on controls. We've seen a very fast game, by the way. It's 15 rounds,
Yeah.
but still, I guess it was under 25 minutes.
Yeah, it was very fast, and I want to ask a generic question. Like, how do you decide what role do you want to play as a player? Because like you played before. Like, how do you decide like if you want to be the entry, if you want to be the sniper player? How do you decide such?
Well, if you don't have a coach, it's gonna be very hard for you because you need to go with your feelings. If you have a good movement and you like taking first contacts, you like moving, you like jumping and trying to take angles and spaces, that's the entry for you. If you have a very low sense, you can just not comfortable in peeking angles, wide angles, trying to get some. Then you will go for a trader. If you are definitely a sniper, is just kind of different gun. If you just for hunt, we've seen him. He's playing rifle and then he switched to sniper. And BYK, QGK, they both sometimes switch sniper, rifle,
Yeah.
sniper. So it's kind of by how you are feeling as a gun. But as a role, if you don't have a coach that helps you, which role fits your play style, because definitely when he watches you, he sees your play style. You are a
Yeah.
very fast player. That means you can be an entry, you can be a controller, you can be a just rotator in the map. You have smart ideas, you have a good rotation, you have a fast, quick thinking. That means you are good for rotating angles. But if you try to focus on your aim, try to play very slowly, that means that you want to be anchor and trader. So it's kind of how you play shapes your game.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like even Lighten does, and I want to ask about the roles when you switch to the global risk tab, because like I feel like the roles might be different, right?
Yeah, definitely. The roles on Global Risk, we have definitely every team, they have the rotator, the guy who's smart, usually very fast on the map. He knows how to leave his angle, when to leave his angle, and also it's kind of the IGL, because the IGL needs to be on all maps, just getting sites on all maps. And they have the anchor. You have the anchor, that is the guy you can rely on, leaving him solo on side, dropping 1, 2, 3 kills whoever is pushing versus him. So that anchor needs to be the guy who is kind of ignoring and denying what's happening on the map. He needs to be focusing on his side, communicating while playing. Because if they're pushing versus you 5 and you kill 1, 2, and then you say they are pushing a side, of course your teammate is gonna be understanding, but it's gonna be a late information for your teammate. That means that your teammate might be late. But if you have an early side, hey guys, they might push a side, and you're fighting, trying to kill, having good control and having good aim, steady. You're not afraid to take the fights. You're a good anchor that helps you anchoring the sides, and this is one of the best roles in the global risk, and needs a very good aimer. Because I wanna be, for example, we're gonna be playing Black Widow. I wanna be leaving one guy in B. He's holding B. I need to leave a good anchor, because I will stack A side. A side is very hard to defend, and very hard also because they have a lot of angles. They can push from mid, they can push from cat, they can push from long, and they can throw a lot of flashes too. So that's why anchor is the most important role.
I mean, such enlightenment, and the game is ready. Let's toss it over to Elfish and Cal for the map 2.
Yeah, let's see what we're going to get out of this one. Is it going to be a repeat of the last? And can 999 find that 2-0? Jason coming in here as a sub might not necessarily be of a beneficial sort for Gaimin Gladiators, but he started off nicely. That's the opening pick for the team. CRS trying to work his way in the middle. He's on his own, by the way. So that's not worked out too kindly. Looks like Gaimin a little bit more comfortable to kick things off here on map number 2.
Not a bad start here, but BYK trying to turn things around quickly, gets a double kill, and just like that, it's a winnable round after all for 999 in the opening here. And we've got the newcomer and Lion Claw left for the retake. It's going to be Jezen working his way down and around here underneath the catwalk, and Lion Claw just trying to go all the way through A long, which against 2 snipers might be a bit of a questionable move here. You can see Jezen working his way up the stairs. BYK, though, unfortunately a miss, but Jezen, a way to make his presence known. Opening debut. Nice 3K to get it started.
Yeah, definitely a good one. And that is a nice start to the proceedings for Gaimin Gladiators, who were probably feeling a little bit hard done by in that first map. But if they can take the control of this map pretty early on in the piece, I think it is going to be tough for 999. The way that you typically see these upsets happen, especially in a BO3 series, is if the underdog is winning from the outset. You know, they can't really try to make a comeback. It doesn't normally work like that. So, very important for 999 that they start well, particularly given they're on the BL side of Black Widow. There's an opener. And once again, 999 might start to think about this being a potential round win on the board. CRS, though, goes down on long. Definitely not going to be as easy of a day at the office here for 999 on the second map as what it was on sub base.
Yeah, a bit more difficult this time here. You're going to see Flex running into some trouble. Dane right there to support, though, on the A-bomb site. Jezen and Flex just shutting things down here over towards A, and just like that, QJK to be all alone in this one. Able to get one before getting traded down. So GG, right out of the gate, looking really strong here on Black Widow. Hoping to take themselves comfortably into a map 3 situation. And it wouldn't surprise me to see that change happen, since so far Jezen seemed like a bit of an upgrade coming into this one, 5-0.
Yeah, he's doing very well for himself. There was a comment, I think, from the desk that Raffin was having some kind of tech issue, internet issue, I don't know, something with his PC. So that may have had some kind of an impact there for Gaimin Gladiators on map 1. Job not yet done for Gaimin Gladiators. It's a good start, but that doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. Flex, he's going to be found out, but he's going to get that kill onto Creeds before he goes down. An interesting position for him to find himself in. All things considered, though. 999 having a trade.
QJK, though, looking to take a nice quick battle onto Jezen. He's going to find the kill and the advantage here. And now 999 starting to come to life. Min, what a shot as well. Now Lineclaw, not really anything you can do from that position. It'll be 999 on the board here for the first time now in map 2.
Doesn't take them too long. That starts to bring with it another few rounds. Then it's going to be problems for Gaimin Gladiators. Again, though, Gaimin seem to have an answer, more of an answer for 999 on this map. 999 again are not shying away. I mean, BYK's just walked into the box room on his own with the C4. That just kind of shows you exactly where 999's head is at. That'll be C4 dropped. Gaimin Gladiators now collapsing on this side of the map. And it's much more difficult for 999 to get the ball rolling here, it seems.
Yeah, this one not going to be as easy as it was on sub base, it seems. A lot of early shutdown kills going the way of GG. Creed's kind of alone here. Nothing he can really do. It'll be a 3-1 start now for GG. Jezen continuing to show us what he can do in this matchup. Hopefully moving forward he can keep that up. And now the rest of GG starting to step up around and making it this one a bit of a tough one, I would say, for 999 if they keep kind of playing this looser play style. It's one of the maps, unfortunately, where if you're at least structured on the execution, maybe you get away with the aggression here, but the way they're split up right now, I just don't think it's going to work out as well on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a different map, certainly, to Subbase, right? Subbase very enclosed, very brawly, can play a bit pacey, whereas here on Black Widow, there's a lot more space to work with. So Gaimin maybe not going to be getting run down quite so easily. This round has started well for 999. And again, they're not going to be too shy away from try to push that advantage. CRS gets Spoxy. That's now a massive opening for Gaimin Gladiators. They have themselves a 5-on-2 999. And that's pretty much wrapped up. So, yeah, 999 are definitely not out of this conversation.
Yeah, definitely not yet. I think at this point, it's just a matter of how they respond these next couple of rounds. If they can clean things up, get themselves a first half lead. The 2-0 conversation, definitely still something to entertain here in this one. Zane, though, going to take early control on A long. Min, is he going to be ready for the reposition? Not even going to care about it. He actually just sneaks past Zane, goes for the repeat, but Flex there to save the day from the A bomb site. Keep this one confident. BYK, though, on the edge of the smoke, still able to find that kill onto Flex. He knows Dezane as well is going to be in this A-long position, almost able to find him over the top. Going to throw a nice little nade, try and get some chip damage there. Unfortunately, no connection, but for Spoxy there is on the A-bomb site. Creed's right there for the trade. BYK just holding Dezane hostage over here now as he calls for backup. Now it's a 3-on-2, and things continue to look better and better for 999.
Yeah, Creed's in the pivotal position here. He's got the C4 in hand. Can't afford to be going down. He needs to slow it down a little bit, wait for his team to get in position. He's now able to plant that C4, knows that there's some util getting tossed in from the window. Lionclaw spotted out on short. The one will not connect. The pistol, though, will. And CRS will finish off Jezen, so it's now down to just Lionclaw, who's very low and whose position is known. That's it. Easy peasy. 999. Get themselves up to 3-3. A lot of numbers going down in this game.
Certainly is. And at this point, it's, yeah, I feel like 999 are right back to where they wanted to be. They have that momentum that we were seeing in map number 1, and GG's starting to feel uncomfortable again in the second map. So for 999, it's a matter of how they continue to approach it here. There's a lot of players ready to go. This push, flash in, could do the trick here. See if they go for the counter flash. That's exactly what they're going to do here, but this time Lion Claw able to hold for 2. Won't be enough, though. It's going to be up to Flex to continue on in this hold here, but Flex actually goes down right away. Spoxy on the other side to at least secure a nice little 1-for-1 there, but now for Creeds, he's going to have to do it all by himself, 1-on-2.
Not impossible for Creeds, but it's made more difficult by the fact that he has to retrieve the C4. So, coming from a pretty unorthodox angle, I don't know that Gaimin are going to be super aware of this. Oh, I think he spotted both of them. Oh, he's fired a shot. If he might not have fired there, he may have been able to sneak out with the C4, but now he's going to have to try and take this fight in a little bit more of a forward sense. He has picked up that C4. Oh, great shot onto Dezane. Now very doable. Foxy's position, though, on the right side, not known. You can tell by the fact that he's shooting down the stairs. He didn't know that he had crossed. And that'll be his undoing in the end. So Gaimin will hold on to the lead.
Flex as well, firing over the top. Able to find the first kill of this round, but still, they're going to be looking strong here. CRS going down, a second kill now on the board for Flex in round number 8, and this is where things start to look a little bit tough for 999 on the second map. They had a nice little string there to get 2 more in a row, but now a 5-3 lead, very much in the control of GG as they continue forward, and it's a BL-sided map on top of that, so GG feeling pretty good about how they're changing the pace on this map. Creed's trying to get something done here in this 2-on-5 alongside QJK, but it's going to be rough to try and go anywhere near this A-bomb side at this point.
Looks like it's kind of rough to go anywhere, actually, as 999. He's angling in the direction of 6, the Gaimin Gladiators. It's stable enough. That's the advantage out of the first half, at the very least confirmed. And as you point out, it's nice to get that done on the GR side. 999 though, I do find tend to be a little better on the GR side, just because that's where their unorthodox play becomes a bit more difficult to deal with. That's where the multiple sniper setups is typically a little bit more effective as well. So I'm not going to count them out of this yet. If they can get a 4th, there's an argument to be made that they might still be able to put a bit of a headache on for Gaimin Gladiators. There's the opener from QJK. It's gone over the top onto QJK and Creeds to soften that target up a little bit. But big plan here for 999. Happy with the proceedings so far. Okay, those. Oh, I was going to say about to get caught by Flex, but a quick shot from him. A couple of quick ones in there from Jezen as well, but not enough. And so that is 4 for 999. Let's just hold our horses and see how this second half starts.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet here. That round makes it a lot more winnable for 999 on the second half, knowing they're probably going to play equally aggressive. Expecting a lot of mid pushes and cap pushes from this team, maybe even some B peaks. This time, though, the B peak is going to go the way of Flex to kick off the second half. Spoxy finding Creeds as well. The aggression not working so far, but CRS is going to go for the swing. He's taken down as well, and GG just like that. Fully ready for that push across the board, and Min now left alone. Not much to do there.
Okay, well, that's not a great sign for 999, is it? But early days in this second half. Once again, well, how many sniper rifles would you like? 3, 4? We've got 4 this time. The only player without one is Minchin. So 999 just going to give it a crack and see what they can do. Bit of a handful for Spoxy.
Bit of an interesting setup here, but I suppose when you've got three TRGs and an OM, you've got to play a little bit differently. One of them going to be playing right on the mid double doors as well. Min, though, maybe the first point of contact, working his way up onto this catwalk position, has to be ready to clear out. Flex, though, has no idea that Flex has already put up a nice position for himself for the execution. BYK now has to hold on to this solo, but with the long push coming through, he's just not ready for Dezane to go for the wide swing. Dezane as well. The drop shot onto the double doors to take down Creeds. after Jezen goes down. QJK and CRS left it a 2v4 situation for this retake, but the way things have gone, this has been a bit of an unconditional performance from both teams. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow this clutch goes the way of 999.
You would think 999 shouldn't be able to get in here, but CRS gives them a chance. This fade, if it was thrown, probably would have been the end of Dezane. But in the end, doesn't get tossed, and so Gaimin are going to go up for 7, and it seems that 999, that little streak of fun, is slowly coming to an end. But then again, there's always Port. Play out here, Gaimin Gladiators quick out into long to get the benefit of that early exchange as well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems like Port is definitely where we're heading. 999 not really having the same success on this second map. You've already got a 4-on-3 against them on top of it, so not a strong performance here this time around, though. In terms of frags, it's actually been still pretty close. A lot of 1v1, 2v1 situations to close out the round, but this time it's going to be 999 looking slightly better now after Creeds was able to find Spoxy. Creeds finds the double kill, and now Dezane on 1 HP is not looking so good here. 3-on-2 situation and could potentially resolve in a 5th round.
Let's see what Jezen and Dezane can get up to, though. This looks like a nice for them. BYK going to go down. Got to be aware of a quick little peek in there from QJK, and they are. They get 2 quick kills. Creed's now spotted and deleted as well. Gaimin are locked in here for map number 2, and it's almost an assurity now that we're heading to a 3rd.
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty much looking all but over. QJK, though, good start. Takes down Dezane on the B push. They're going to go ahead and commit into it anyways, but for 999, they were actually expecting a fall off after that opening pick, so a bit of a missed call coming in from 999 opens up GG to a free bomb site. Spoxy as well takes down the flank right away from Minchen. CRS still able to hold on, though, with QJK. They've got the numbers now to work with. The C4 still hasn't been planted, so Jezen now left alone for that 1v4 opportunity. A lot of big plays from him, but not big enough to get the 1v4 this time around.
999 are still in it with a bit of a sniff. 8-5, though. It's a tough one to come back from on this GR side. Again, they're going to maintain a bunch of sniper rifles in, so it is a pick or be picked strategy from 999. UJK going to try to get aggressive down short. There's nothing there.
Bit of a slow rotation here. This time from GG, just taking full control over mid. Not a whole lot of presence, though, outside of it. Got Flex posted up with control of A long, and it is going to be an A split in the making. Jezen, a bit of a late cross with the bomb. QJK looking to sneak on the double doors when he gets the information, though. Might actually be able to get the spot on the catwalk. He's going to find it. Line claw goes down right away. Min, though, not able to hold the line here, but the rest of 999 doing a great job of stalling out this A push.
And there's another kill for QJK, and he's spotted out Flex too. The quick flick won't connect. He is having a bit of trouble finishing off this last player. Doesn't want to overcommit to the fight until his teammates are there to help him out. Smart, wise. Giving them some trouble. Ooh, how's he gotten 2 there? I don't know. What is that? Oh, no. Any hope of 999 coming back into this map has now just been taken away from them. That should have been their round every day of the week.
Yeah, not really a lot of recovery to expect after a round like that. That's kind of just a throwaway from 999 at that point. So now you've got to wonder what map 3 might have in store for us, because this has been a bit of an unpredictable one. But unfortunately, map 2 ending a bit more predictably for what to expect from 999. GG though, looking to close out strong. Spoxy already good for 2. CRS still hidden behind the double doors in mid, just kind of running down the clock and hoping somebody makes the mistake of peeking out onto this position, but he's gonna have a chance to take that fight. Flex actually gonna get some nice kills along in the hands of Creeps here for 999. So turning it around quickly is gonna be Jezen, who manages at least to find himself a kill. Unfortunately, on the reload, going to be caught out by CRS, who's good for 3 on the round. Spoxy needs all of these remaining kills to make it happen in the 1-on-2, but we've already seen a missed clutch opportunity here from 999, so this time we're going to be a little bit more aware.
Yeah, it's disappointing that they lose that 1v3, because had they not, this would actually be quite a close scoreline. 8-6, you'd be starting to think, okay, or 8-7, I should say. You'd be starting to think like 999 actually looking like a good shout on this GR side, but just losing that 1v3 has kind of taken the wind out of the sails, and now they have to still win 3 on the trot and win in the overtime. That's a very monumental task. Gaimin Gladiators trying to collapse in on this B bomb site. CRS, a risky position to play from, but hoping that it's going to be overlooked, and it seems it will be. Lion Claw to go down. Zane, though, to find that trade, and BYK finds himself alone. Gonna have a crack at it, obviously. Down. Spoxy spots him through the smoke, and that'll be that. Gaimin Gladiators forcing a third. So this roller coaster of a series is going to continue to go deeper.
GG though, gotta hand it to them, pulling it back here, starting to disrupt the crazy aggression we saw in map number 1, and you gotta hand it to Jezen too, stepping in for Raffin, doing a great job in doing so as well. So curious to see what he'll continue to do as we look ahead for a map 3 situation. But when you think of a map like Port, I expect a lot more structured play from GG, and that seems like a map where it could be a nice advantage. But before we get there, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll see you soon for the final map of the day.
once again, we're going to port as a decider. I mean, GG managed to tie the series, and they're not going down easily against 999, the team that's doing a very, very good performance, to be honest.
Yeah, right now the guys are playing very good as well. Yeah, they lost Black Widow also. Jason stepped in, but still they played way better than the last time, because last time we said it's kind of stomped. It was 10-2, 10-3. And now 999 trying to play. They tried to find some entries, frags, but as I told you, GG is gonna face this aggression with aggression.
Yeah.
And you cannot match their aggression on Black Widow, because the guys are unique in this style.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. That's what they claimed. They played very fast. We've seen their aggressive controls. We've seen Flex, or the good clutch that he did as well in the 9th rounds for his teammates. And how Spoxy tried to pick off some players in order to not let any random moves from 999. So for me, GG played this map like kind of chaotic. But that's what is needed versus 999.
Yeah, I feel like you have to fight chaos with chaos, like you said. And like for Port, is Port a map that allow you to do such a play side, such chaotic gameplay inside the game?
It's very hard to play very chaotic on Port, especially on Blacklist. Okay, on Globalist you can have some aggression peaks from barn, from mid, you can push along, you can flash, you can take fights from EC and bridge, you can do a lot of things as a Globalist, but as a Blacklist, you're so capped, you cannot just move chaotically in the map and just trying to find frags. No, because the enemy team or the Globalist team will hunt you down in the smokes, and when you're going out of the smokes, when you're going mid, they'll triple peek you, they will have that advantage, the snipers will be everywhere in Port, so it's a very hard map for the chaotic strategies. That's why 999 might suffer. I'm not saying the guys are playing chaotic, but they rely on their aggression moves. And Port is not the map that helps you in the aggression moves. Subbase is, Ankara is, and Black Widow as well. But Black Widow is a special case because the most aggressive team in Black Widow is GG.
Yeah.
So if you try to play versus them aggressive, they already know it. But we've seen them succeeding in Subbase, and I'm pretty sure that they would have succeeded even on Ankara, but GG always perma-banning Ankara. Probably they're leaving it for the playoffs, or maybe they're not going to be playing it at all because they play Eagle Eye, but they have to prepare New Mexico or Ankara because it's best of 5, you will ban only one map. So, going back to Port, it's very hard to play the same way for 999 as they are playing, and in my opinion, GG will go back to their normal play style. Yeah, there are some aggression is going to be happening, that's not going to be all over the map.
Yeah.
It's going to be a calculated aggressiveness from GG, and 999 have to try to adapt versus it, and we need to see some better gameplay for them as a team in order to get this win and get the set win, and this is going to be very good for them to win versus GG.
Yeah, 100%. It would be a huge boost for them. I mean, individually and as a team as well. To get a win against GG by the end of the season, it's a very, very good sign for you guys that you can do something better in the next season.
The next seasons, yes.
Yeah, and I feel like Port is a map that might favor the snipers in a way. I'm not sure if I'm right or no.
It's
but
not really, because the snipers are kind of capped. Maybe in Global Risk it favors the sniper a bit because they know how to hold sites, and it's very hard for the rifles to kill them. But in Blacklist it's very hard for you because you usually want to be going in smokes, you will be sitting in smokes, you will be thrown a lot of flashes in your face, you will be pushed up into 2, 3 and 4s in mid trying to wallbang you while you're on bridge. It's kind of very hard on Blacklist. That's why some snipers, one of them is Alcor, to be honest, one of the hybrid players that we have on our league, he sometimes takes a rifle import, and we've seen it doing it in playoffs, and he innocently went in BC and trying to kill enemies.
Yeah, who's taking it home? 999 or GG?
GG.
Okay, let's see. GG versus 999 map 3. Elfish and Kyle, you have the mic.
Well, that's disappointing. Kyle, what's your prediction?
I don't even know at this point. I'm not gonna lie. I want it to be 999 just because I want some validation to end the day that aggression can be a good thing. I think that's the lesson I want people to take away from today. And 999, they've proven that quite a bit already.
You know what? I'm on board with that, and I'm on board with this. Whatever shenanigans 999 get up to, I think always they're a fun team to watch at the very least. So I'd like some success for them. You could say winning a map obviously is a success against Gaimin. I think taking a map off a Gaimin for any team is a pretty reasonable result. But if 999 can go even further than that and take themselves a series, now it is going to be a little bit difficult starting things off on the BL side of Port, but if we can get on a bit of a roll here, maybe there is something to be said. QJK, very, very bold kind of a fight being taken there in middle. He's going to start to draw some attention away, though, from B, and that is when 999 will choose to execute their way out onto the side. Just down Chen, looking for more. He's got himself 2 on the entry, and that'll be a third. A nice double out from him to pretty much secure the round, and it is Spoxy in a 1v4, which doesn't last very long.
Well, there you have it. It is going to be the opener, going the way of 999. And most teams, I feel like you'd want on the GR to kick off a map like this. But if you're 999, I actually think this is the better side for them to be on here. The aggression works on a map like Board if you're not afraid to just go full send it. So I feel like GG, they've got to be a little bit more prepared on here, because it's not an easy map to have clean rotations on. And 999, if they keep kind of playing this pedal to the metal play style, they're gonna make it so difficult to respond for GG, especially when they get these openings to go their way. So on top of it, you've got to deal with now this heavy utility mid presence to counteract, but Flex, at the very least, gonna get the ball rolling for GG this time around.
Couple of taps back in his direction, but nothing too substantial. Spoxy, though, will go down to QJK, and CRS is thinking about walking through that smoke. The shot from Flex will enable him to do so. He snuck his way into the B connector, and all of a sudden this all comes down to Dezane. Ends up being CRS to win that, but Creed's also falling elsewhere, and is still going to keep the round in the favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Lion Claw doing a great job of responding in on that rotation, but QJK, he does have the control over the A-bomb side, and look at that. Nice little taps away from Min to finish the job there, and now they've got a 2-on-2 that's quite winnable here. Lion Claw and Jezen have to find a safe way into this bomb site, but with 999, there's really no safety net here. They're just swinging on every angle they can to try and get the early information on this retake and where it's coming from. Jezen gonna be spotted on the counter flash, but QJK again there to pack the punch, able to find himself a nice one, but Lion Claw, and he do it all, not this time around. It's a 2-0 start for the 999 squad.
Yeah, now all of a sudden this starts to get interesting. 2, of course, is not a huge number, but when it's on the blacklist side of Port, it starts to get you going a little bit. Minchan as well, by the way. 5-0. He's been having a really good map so far. 3 on the entry in the last round, or in the first round, I should say, and then in the last round, 2 in the clutch. So 5 very impactful kills as well. These are not just racing. 999. Really giving Gaimin Gladiators a lot to think about at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, it's worked out quite well for them so far. Only 2 snipers, though. I should note there, a bit of a change for 999. CRS being the one to drop it for the M14, and it's not going to work out too well from him this time around. It's going to be Flex. Actually finds the opening kill in this round again, but so in the previous round it didn't work out the best for them. This time, though, it's a 4-on-2 situation. Min, Creeds, they're going to have to do something here to redeem themselves, but Min, with this HK in hand, has been quite deadly so far on the map, so I wouldn't say it's over necessarily at this point. Jezen definitely going to have a chance to hold on and grab this round to get GG's first here. If he can get the shutdown frags early on, he's just going to go for the drop down. Really nice setup to get Dezane in here for the repeat and the double kill, and GG find their first.
The first of what they'll hope is going to be many, especially in this first half. A lot of 2-1 scorelines. We're not seeing massive blowouts today at all. QJK, though, does get the better of Flex, who was trying to take the duel with him. Jezen expecting, anticipating a push to come through the smoke. It's not going to happen. 5-on-4. Again, another great opportunity for 999, who find themselves another round and start to, again, improve upon their position here against Gaimin Gladiators, who aren't necessarily used to being put on the back foot, but this week certainly has been a bit of a shocker week for Gaimin.
Yeah, it really has been, and hopefully they can at least find a way to show us a little bit more here, but at the end of the day, I
think the game is still going. I think it might be just the observer PC that has crashed or something. Because it looked like everyone was a bit locked in there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get confirmation at some point. Now definitely look like everyone's not paying attention anymore. So something's happened. We'll get it sorted and get the day continued. Oh, there we go. We're back in. I think it was indeed the Observer PC. So 3-1 should be the score now as 999 to pick that round up.
Yeah, really good to see them continuing that momentum train forward here on the BL side. This is where they might be able to get it done. If you can get a win on the BL half, that might just be enough to shatter the confidence of GG in this one. You also have Jezen after a really good first map, yet to find his first kill as well on the second map. Definitely a harder map, I think, to find your footing on if you're not used to playing it at this level. But BYK, he's used to taking those shots all day long here. The TRG doing wonders for the side of 999 overall today. So he's going to grab that first kill onto Flex, who's been pretty quiet here on the day so far. Not too many key moments from him, but Spoxy, he's going to have a lot to deal with here pretty soon. 3 players dropping out of the A connector, and they are right there and ready for him. Spoxy, at the very least, able to get one and somehow is still alive in this situation. Nobody actually trading things out here. Dezame trying to hang on, but Spoxy, unfortunately, in not supporting his team on this peak, overexposes himself to BYK and Creed's on the late push.
Another one. It's just starting to go the way of Subbase, you know, where you're kind of like, oh, this is fun, you know, 999 are getting some wins, but you don't necessarily expect them to close it out. And then slowly but surely, they pick up round after round after round, and this on the less than favorable side as well. Now a 4-1 lead. Surely has to prompt some kind of a response from Gaimin Gladiators, but no tack timeout yet. As we are into round number 6.
Yeah, for GG, I mean, it's just a rough go of it. This is a GR-sided map, and so far it almost feels like there's just nothing they can do to piece things together. You've got Flex consistently dying early, Jezen yet to find his first kill, and really Lion Claw only being that saving grace a couple of times here. So it's really going to be up to them to set the pace if they want to continue forward in a winnable position. If they go down 5-1 here, that almost feels like the beginning of the end.
Well, again, decent map control already established for 999. They have warehouse, they have middle. So a lot of options for them here. So they do end up wanting to go. Wait out some of the game and util. You're getting the smokes coming through into middle, flashes out on B, stuff like that. So if you can wait that out, it does make the execute a little bit easier when there's no counter util to go against. Play into mid from 999, and this time it has not worked out. Flex just seems to be the biggest thorn in their side. It's a nice triple from him. Need a little bit more like that from Gaimin Gladiators to get them back into this map.
Yeah, GG now with an opportunity to get themselves a nice round here. They can close this one out, but the 2v5 is now a 2-on-2.
Oh, how has this happened?
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one here to think that it could fall apart like this. BYK takes it to a 1v1. He still has the sniper in hand, but he has to just rush the plant here. And I didn't even think he has time to go.
He's going to get there.
He's going to get there with 3 seconds on the clock. It's a 4-second plant timer. It's just not going to happen here. Barely. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. Oh, not a whole lot there. Maybe a little bit of a spectator delay on the timer there. But wow, what a way for that to come down to. I'm surprised he even got the plan.
Yeah, he did a really good job. He knew what he had to do. But in the end, Gaimin will win that round courtesy of Spoxy. I mean, still a lot to be said about 4 rounds on the BL side. So it's going to take some recovering for Gaimin here. I don't know if we've got another pause out again. Looks like we're into the round. Yeah, we are. All right. Yeah, but I mean, still, like, the fact that 999 are pressuring Gaimin this hard is, on one hand, a really good sign for them, and on the other hand, a really bad sign for Gaimin. You know, I think it goes both ways. Last push in here from 999 straight into warehouse. Jezen needs multiple. Will get multiple. Two's enough. Minchen out onto the site with the C4. This is going to be a full commitment from 999. He's got an entry onto Flex and somehow Desane as well. I don't know what I'm watching right now, Carl, but it is Minchen masterclass. 8 and 4 he is as he gets 3 on the entry to B. And it's up to Spoxy to try to clutch it out. He eats a grenade. Everybody's low, but it's a 2-on-1. Favoring 999. Once again, they could get 5. BYK gives up his life and now it's down to Minchen.
Yeah, it's a tough 1v1 here either way. Both players extremely low on HP, but Minchen has a chance to maybe play the clock to his advantage. But Spoxy already being this position, Minch certainly has no idea, but he actually turns around at the perfect moment to check. And there you have it, 999. It's halfway to victory, and they're doing it on the BL side.
This is crazy. 5 and 2. You could have seen this one coming. QJK gets the opener onto Spoxy. We might be on for a 6th here on the BL side as well. I mean, is there even now a bit of an argument to be had that this map is no longer GR-sided in CFWL? Because the amount of games that I've watched where the BL side seems to be getting out on top, I don't know that I can in good faith say that this is GR-sided as much as we used to.
Yeah, I think the new gun meta makes it maybe even slightly BL-sided. It's hard to tell, though, with this as the match you're looking at, just because you're also never going to see a team play this aggressive really on the BL side. So it's working out quite well in this circumstance, though. A 6-2 lead for 999, and there's not a whole lot of signs of slowing this one down. At this point, it just seems like a matter of time before 999 actually take away the map as a whole here. Because GG, there's just nothing they can seem to do about it. TRGs are putting in the work, but on top of that, you've got the M14 and HK combination as well from Min and CRS being great for that cleanup too. So you're GG here. You've got to find something huge to take this one back.
Yeah, Spoxy gonna get that kill onto Minchen. Does at least give Gaimin a bit of a feeling that maybe they can get this 3rd over the line. RS losing his duel against Spoxy as well. It seems like Spoxy's just decided to take matters into his own hands here.
Yeah, if you're 999, you're still just looking for that opening, and they're going to find it. Spoxy goes down, and that might be the key here. Jezen almost getting caught there as well on the jump spot. The fact that he's still jump spotting it a couple more times is a bit surprising to see, but 999, they're just kind of toying with them at this point, not full committing to the site. They still have about a minute on the clock to work with here. Jezen still not sure of where the approach is actually going to come through. In the meanwhile, it is going to be BYK working his way from the middle of the map over to a better position. The rest of 999 just kind of hanging out here, waiting to see what happens next.
Big shot from BYK. Now into a 3-on-2. 25 seconds though. I don't know that 999, are they going to make the call to go A with that little time on the clock? It looks like they will. It's a good shout. Both of the defenders are set up on B. And BYK is going to spot at least one of them out, so they know A site should be theirs. Rotation, it's caught though, and C4 is going to be planted by Creeds, but he's now in a 1-on-2. This could be a finishing blow though for Gaimin if he finishes this one off and picks it up for his team. Gets to 7. Flash out, trying to take the early fights, and he gets the head of Jezen. Now Desane very low. Oh, Creeds couldn't get it done. So Gaimin will breathe a sigh of relief as they at least get 3, but man, 3, is that going to be enough?
Doesn't feel like it might be the case. I feel like, yeah, this is still very favorable for 999. Could have been even worse, but at the very least, Spoxy's starting to step up in the last couple of rounds to make this one a little bit closer than maybe it could have been. But for 999, it's got to feel pretty good. 4 GR rounds needed to win it all here, and they still look like the stronger team on the day so far. You can kind of see as well, GG just a lot of pain in trying to play structure around this 999 play style. You can tell there's strats they're wanting to run. They're wanting to still try and execute as a team, but they're just getting shut down everywhere you look.
Well, that may change here into the second half, as now 999 going to move on to the GR side. They don't have as much agency, but we'll see. And, you know, they want to be on the front foot. They're playing a forward hold on A. Ending QJK deeper, but electing to cancel on that. Not really seeing anything around the map right now, 999, so they don't have a huge amount of info as to where Gaimin are. Dangerous game for BYK to be playing, as this smoke will fade eventually and reveal Spoxy.
Yeah, this one's a bit dicey on the smoke clear, so he's going to go ahead and back out of there. But GG on the BL side of this map, not normally super strong, so I still feel like this is going to be a tough one for them to figure out where they actually want to take the fight. Spoxy, though, spotted by BYK. He's able to fall off with the information. Flex, though, able to take down Creeds on the mid lurk. CRS looking for that re-peek. Not going to find anything just yet. CRS going to get caught on the lower tunnels peak from Spoxy. And now Minchen and QJK have to try and get it done. But Jezen already has the plant down and secured. So a really tough 2v4 ahead.
That said, 999 have been pretty good at getting these into winnable positions, so let's not count them out yet. JK and Minchin have been the standouts in this map. They are not going to be given the chance by Gaimin, who are now up to 4. Like Spoxy finding a killer piece. Gaimin look like they're pretty locked in here for a big BL side. They're going to be working hard to try to find it.
Yeah, another fight shaping up towards A long this time. It's going to be Creeds looking for the swing play. Mindclaw, though, the one to find the first kill. At least BYK able to trade it out and keep things close here. Not really any recontest coming through from Lionclaw either. Until the late check there at the very end of it. So for 999, they may not be holding great numbers and presence across the map, but they do have a lot of forward control here towards B. Only Spoxy holding the back of the tunnels. The rest of the BL side just slow working for these picks, and this is where I would give 999 a slight edge in how they're kind of holding the map right now. They're going to have a lot more early information, and GG, there's just that slight hesitation on the push that might make this difficult.
CRS the only player holding on B bomb site, though. So may raise some concerns, particularly if QJK goes down, gets spotted through the window. CRS doing a bit of peeking himself. Sees Zane. Not eager for the swing, but falling for the reinforcements, and CRS maybe doesn't need them. He's hitting everything alone. 2 with the AK, 1 with the pistol. Great spray down, great hold. And 999 are now up to 7, proving that they can do it on this GR side as well.
Yeah, that's a big round to win. CRS, though, triple kill hold. Really everything they needed to win that round right there from that nice anchor position. So curious to see how things change, but for this round, it is going to be Flex finding the opening kill onto QJK, Lionclaw. Looking to do something to answer back, but actually, it's just going to be a complete swing from 3 players on 999 just to take control of A long. They grab the double kill back and got the numbers to hold on to. Creed's taking a lot of damage from the fight, though, so not necessarily a huge advantage to work with, but they'll take that for sure.
I mean, an advantage is an advantage, especially when you're the team that is winning on the map as well. I think that puts a lot of pressure back on the shoulders of Gaimin here, who, again, just sort of freeze up in the center of the map. Find those peaks. Minchen, he's gone for the re-peek at such low HP. That might have been a bit of an illegal move. Does bring 999 back into the 3-on-3, but what Gaimin aren't aware of is that Creeds has now pushed in all the way through A to middle. So he'll get Flex. Has a bit of a look here for Dezane as well. Doesn't see anything in Warehouse. Maybe just you know, actually a little bit fortunate on that timing, because if Dezane was watching that angle, Creeds probably dies. He was super low. This looks like it'll be a 3-on-2 retake on A required.
Creeds, though, nice early spot, gets the information. He's also got a TRG now to work with. On top of it, BYK on the bridge peak. Good for the first on the retake. Spoxy 1 versus 3, needing something massive to keep his team in this fight. Gets the first kill. Here's the hard part, though. Dealing with the dual peak for BYK and CRS. It's going to be 2, but not enough to hang on versus Spoxy. And we're at an 8-4 score.
Yeah, not even hard. Just impossible at that point. Really well played by 999. And I imagine this will be where the timeout gets called for Gaimin, if anywhere, but still nothing. So, I don't know. I mean, this is looking like 999 is going to beat Gaimin Gladiators to cap off a horror week for Gaimin. They lost yesterday 2-0 fashion to InnerCircle, and now a very good chance of losing to 999 as well. That is just not the run into playoffs that they would have been looking for.
Yeah, not at all here, but for 999, at least a strong close to the season might be what we see here. Lion Claw good for the first in this round. Quickly, he's traded down. That's where BYK has the opportunity here to hold on, but misses the full connection onto Spoxy. Does a lot of damage, though, for Creeds to maybe open things up in the mid-round here. He's going to have a potential spot from Spoxy on the lower tunnels, though, through the window. What a reaction to find himself a nice kill, but Creeds still has a lot he can do here with QJK. Immediately, the 2v4 turns right back to a 2-on-2.
How does this keep happening? I don't know. 999 have control of the C4 for now. And Gaimin have got to find a way to try to recover that. Does not win the duel against Creeds. This could be real problems. Real problems. This would be map and series point for 999 if they can convert this one. And they are going to be able to do that. So 999, the team at the bottom of the league, may be able to get themselves a win here against Gaimin Gladiators, which would secure a second place for InnerCircle and force Gaimin into third, best case scenario.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be do or die for GG. They need 5 in a row to even think about a tie situation, but the way things have looked, no number is necessarily safe for them in these opening picks. Creeds in the previous round able to get that one out of a 2-on-4, but this time it's looking a little bit more challenging. Win the round here for 999. Already lost 2. Creeds almost taken down as well. Somehow almost able to get a kill on the Lion Claw in that firefight, but Flex on the backstab. This should be everything they need to win it.
I mean, it's not going to happen in this round. Right from Dezane. But plenty of bites of the cherry here for 999, and they should absolutely be getting this one done. At least will go the way of Gaimin. But I'm not sure that that's going to really recover too much for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead, especially with the utility raining down. Spoxy, though, not going to find the opener. It's actually CRS who goes for the swing onto Flex in the lower B tunnels instead. Find the start that could potentially put this one into a close if Creeds can hold on here. Creeds, though, not really going to get anything done. Dezane escaping that fight with 1 HP. Makes it still winnable either way, but they've got control now over this bomb site. Get the C4 planted. Now the counter utility quickly getting thrown over the top, but Lion Claw springs into action to find the early kill. But look at this, it's QJK. Good for 2. BYK having a chance now in the 2v1, but he's been spotted by Spoxy. He keeps the dream alive for a moment longer.
I'm not sure this is the dream. This is a nightmare. Surely this is a nightmare for Gaimin Gladiators, but they do want to turn it into a dream comeback. 9-6. They're going to try to go fast this time around. That could play well into the hands of 999, who like these early chaotic fights. QJK, though, missing his shot will allow Jezen up close. Inchen losing his duel as well. So Gaimin seem to have cracked the code on this BL side, and 999 starting to falter at that final hurdle. TRS not able to get it done. Multiple players swinging him at once. There's not much you can do.
It's not over till it's over, I suppose. 999. They did a lot to get here, but it's not over till they get that 10th round. And GG, they're starting to find a way to adapt to this aggressive play style. Now they're changing the pace themselves here in these last couple of rounds, and it's worked out really nicely for them. So at this point, for 999, we're finally going to see them playing a little bit safer to get this final round here, not really going as over-eager as they have been for these early challenges, instead trying to at least apply a little bit of pressure onto GG to try and fight their way into overtime. All they need is one little mistake, though, find themselves an opening, and that might be the mistake. Spoxy misses the shot. Now they have a chance to swoop in. Creed's good for the first. Spoxy for the late trade. He's not going to find it, though, and now it's a 5-on-3.
This could be it. This could be Gaimin faltering against 999. I can't believe what I'm seeing. The 5v2 is very much on offer now. Jezen, it's a little bit of damage onto him courtesy of that grenade. Lionclaw and Jezen to try to convert this one, clutch it out. They've got a lot of time to work with, but they've also got a lot of players that they need to find. And so they'll take a step back, collect themselves, but it's not going to do them any favors. QJK dislodges one more. It's just Lionclaw now, and they know, roughly speaking, where he is. Minchen going to go hunting for it, won't get it. QJK will finish it off, though, fittingly for 999 as they dispatch of Gaimin Gladiators. And somehow that has just happened.
What an upset to end the weekend, but you know what? I'll take a match like that all day long, because 999 made this one a really entertaining one. A lot of aggressive plays, really showing us the full potential of what this roster is actually made of, and GG just wasn't ready to hold their feet to the fire. So big congratulations to them for really stepping up and having a positive finish to close out their season, even though they won't be making it into the playoffs, obviously. Still a really stellar way to end the day, but that's going to be it for us. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the desk to close out the end of the day.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Alfish. And we are believers that 999 managed to upset GG on the last match of the week, and it was a very, very interesting match.
Yeah, and unexpected as well, coming here to win versus GV 2-1. Yes, of course, after we've seen the first map, we said that 999, they are very good. They want 10-5. They are coming here. They want to win. But then they went to second map. We've seen a good upset from GG. But now, again, 999, 6-3 in the blacklist. They played very good on the practice side and also on the global side, where they pushed along. They try to play very aggressive. That's how they get the rounds mainly. You don't want to be holding, you just want to be playing aggressive, getting the kills, taking the controls faster than ever, and it succeeded for the player.
Yeah, it definitely succeeded. And for 999, it felt like when they hit the 9th round for them, they started maybe panicking a bit, and GG all of a sudden it was 9-4, and GG all of a sudden got 3 rounds in a row, in the same side. They rush every round that they do, but 999 in one round they were really it was very, very impressive from 999. I mean, tonight and yesterday, and throughout the whole week, they felt had no pressure. Yeah. And when they had no pressure, they shined very, very, very.
Yeah, the guys played very good this week, as you mentioned, especially versus TBI. They were able to win Anubis. They took one map and they were very close beating Anubis, and then coming here versus GG Gaming Gladiators and winning this game for themselves. That shows how good they are, and we've seen from them how good they played on board, even versus TBI. The guys played very aggressive. GG didn't do their homework because they did the same as in TBI. They played aggressive around A-Long and Global Risk. They also triple or quadra picked the long multiple times, going through mid. They don't let you take controls that easy, and if they do, that means that they're gonna be trapping you in one of the sides. That's how 999 played on the Global Risk side. Talking about the blacklist and GG, the guys were not kinda, as I said, they're not kinda committed into strategies. They wanted just to do some basic aggressive pushes. They just don't want to be burning anything right now. But still, 999 managed to stop them and get the win today.
Yeah, and for DG, what does this mean? Like because like tonight, they didn't win. Yesterday they lost against IC in a very very one-sided fashion. And do you think it's just like GG are already qualified and they are just chilling? They are not like try 100%, or is it actually that GG has some problems that are has weak?
It might be both, to be honest, that GG have nothing to lose, but we haven't seen that performance from GG in a while. The players are not kind of the same that we used to see, and especially looking at their series versus InnerCircle, that's a direct opponent for you in the playoffs. You need to win versus this opponent in order to have a confidence and to get your mental and to destroy his mental as well. But coming there and playing as we saw yesterday and losing 10-0, it's kind of a mental breakdown for you when you play them again. Yeah, definitely you want to be revenging, and we already got used on GG revenging for their losses. But maybe it was the turning point for InnerCircle, and coming now here as well in versus Triple Nine versus a team that everyone, even the caster, said that this should be the most one-sided game, because you're talking about second place team versus the 8th place team, but still Triple Nine managed to win it. QGK secured the MVP. To be honest, he played very good alongside also with BYK. The guys played very good, honestly, and QGK usually he's the guy, he's kind of the player that he takes the second op. Sometimes BYK mains the op, but still both of those players do a lot of good rounds, honestly. So, Triple Nine, very good performance from them this week. If these guys played the same on all the league, just the same as this week, maybe we've seen them maybe at least 5th, 6th place, maybe 6th place at least.
Yeah, I mean they showed a very good performance, and maybe because of the lack of pressure that was on them, right? I mean, they gave us some really good games. So like, thank you Triple Nine, and very well played. Taking a look at the standings, I mean, nothing. I mean, the teams locked in the playoffs. Basically, ROC Esports, ICGG, PingPongPals, Anubis in the 5th place, Swam Gaming, TBI, Triple Nine, 6th, 7th, and 8th. But like.
Everything is locked
next week.
Everything is locked in except Anubis and Swam Gaming.
Exactly.
Yeah, if Anubis beats Swam Gaming, they are 5th. If Anubis loses Swam Gaming is 6th. That means if Anubis gets to 6th place, InnerCircle, all that needs to do is just win one map in the playoffs. Even if they get 5th, by the way.
Yeah.
One win from InnerCircle in the playoffs secures the EWC spot.
Yeah, so like until the last moment, until the last day, we will have to fight. We'll have to see who's going to the EWC, Anubis or IC. It will matter a lot for them. So like make sure not to miss it in the next week. But for this week, that was it from us. We hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and we hope you have a good rest and a good night.